So we now come to presentation of bill, Mr. Chancellor of the Exchequer. Is somebody going to? You've nodded.
I nod.
National Insurance Contributions Reduction in Rates number 2 bill.
Second reading what day?
Monday next.
Monday next. Right, I think that's Monday the 11th, isn't it? Yes. OK, thank you. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Ways and Means adjourned debate on question.
Now.
The question is, as on the order paper, I call the Shadow Chancellor of the Exchequer, Rachel Reeves.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The stark reality of yesterday's budget is clear. Taxes rising, living standards falling, growth stalling. And yet again, making promises they can't deliver. The Tories have failed on the economy, they are out of ideas and they are out of time. Let me turn first to the most and potentially only remarkable bit of the budget statement yesterday. After an hour and 10 minutes, the Chancellor seemed to float an idea of getting rid of national insurance altogether. I wasn't quite sure what I'd heard, but then government ministers started touring the TV and radio stations, saying that this was indeed their intention. In what seemed to be a casual afterthought, the Chancellor has made a £46 billion unfunded commitment, leaving a gaping hole in the public finances, even bigger than the unfunded tax cuts announced in the Tory kamikaze mini-budget just 18 months ago. So let me ask the Secretary of State this. How does the Chancellor plan to pay for the £46 billion tax pledge made yesterday? To be more precise, what is the Chancellor's assessment of the impact that £46 billion of tax cuts would have on borrowing, tax rises elsewhere, or on public spending? Or has he simply managed to find the same magic money tree that his predecessor was so fond of? Madam Deputy Speaker, this is an omni-shambles budget from a desperate Tory party. Instead of recklessness, Labour will take a different approach. As Chancellor, I will never make a commitment without saying where the money will come from. That is the responsible approach. Madam Deputy Speaker, let's turn now to the other tax cuts that the Chancellor announced yesterday. 2 years ago, when the current Prime Minister wanted to increase national insurance, we opposed it. Since then, I have consistently said that I want taxes on working people to be lower. And so, just as we supported the last cut to national insurance, we support the measures announced in the Chamber yesterday to bring it down by a further 2p. But let's be clear, these measures come in the context of a rising tax burden, the highest it has been in 70 years. And the tax burden is rising in each and every year of the forecast period. Under this government's plans, for every £10 that they are taking from families in higher tax, they are only giving £5 back. They are giving with one hand and taking twice as much with the other. And they expect people to be grateful. Now, as the Resolution Foundation have highlighted just this morning, I'll happily give way to my honourable friend.
Grateful to her for giving way. On that point, does she agree that the Prime Minister's tax plans will leave households on average £870 worse off under the Conservatives?
My honourable friend has done the maths, and she is absolutely right that by the end of the forecast period, the average family, when you take into account the changes to the tax thresholds, as well as the announcements yesterday and in November, and council tax as well, by the end of the forecast period, the average family will be £870 worse off. And as the Resolution Foundation have highlighted just this morning, if you are one of the 8 million tax-paying pensioners, you will see your taxes increase by an average of £1,000. That is a collective £8 billion tax grab from our nation's pensioners. And as Paul Johnson, the director of the Institute of Fiscal Studies, said yesterday, this remains a parliament of record tax rises. That is the legacy of this Conservative government. The Tory government's pickpocketing has meant higher taxes on working people, leaving them with less money at a time when their daily lives are getting more expensive. Yesterday, the Chancellor said that a person on average earnings is £900 better off. But let's take a look at that claim. What the Chancellor has ignored is not only his own stealth tax rises, with the tax thresholds and council tax, but also the rising cost of energy bills, food, mortgages and rent. In fact, rather than being better off, as the Chancellor claimed, household disposable income is set to fall by £200 per person over the course of this Parliament. I'll happily give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm grateful to the Shadow Chancellor for giving me. I completely agree that it is a stealth tax to deliberately leave tax thresholds untouched at a time when pay and prices are increasing. It's a stealth tax when this Chancellor does it. There's also a stealth tax when Gordon Brown did it.
Well, it's interesting to have an intervention from the SNP who are increasing taxes on ordinary working people. I would probably just stay on the benches. This is the only Parliament on record where living standards are set to be lower at the end of the Parliament than they were at the beginning. The Chancellor chose to ignore all of those realities, but the truth is, ordinary families cannot ignore them. As people up and down the country know, the definition of being better off is having more money. And under the Tories, people have less. People feel worse off because they are worse off. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, let's look at economic growth. Growth is critical to our success as a nation, to our living standards and for providing sustainable funding for public services. But the Tories have failed here too. The context of yesterday's budget is a Prime Minister who pledged growth but has delivered recession. This economy is now smaller than when the Prime Minister took up office. Now, instead of bouncing back, we see that the UK's GDP is bumping along the bottom this year. The Chancellor, in his statement, rightly elevated the true measure of success. Not just higher GDP, but higher GDP per head. I agree with the Chancellor. This is the most important yardstick. So how are the Tories doing against this measure? The reality is that GDP per capita is set to shrink, not grow, this year, after having shrunk, not grown, last year too. GDP per capita is now expected to be lower at the end of this year than it was at the start of this Parliament. And yesterday we learnt that forecast GDP per capita growth has been revised down for 4 of the next 5 years. Hardly the success that the Chancellor was looking for. Now, the Chancellor said that it was important not to follow a path which relied on net migration to provide growth in GDP. I agree. Has the Secretary of State seen the chart on page 29 of the OBR's Economic and Fiscal Outlook, which shows net migration has been revised up by 350,000 over the next 5 years? The exact opposite of what the Chancellor spoke about. Our country has gone through a difficult time these past few years. The origins of many of the crises we have faced are global: pandemic, war, energy crisis. Other countries have experienced these shocks too. But each time crisis has hit, Britain has found itself acutely exposed because of the choices of successive Conservative governments. Austerity that choked off investment. Then Brexit without a plan. And then the Tories crashed the economy with their kamikaze budget. This Tory record of economic failure has held back our country for far too long. If the UK had grown at the average of the OECD rate since 2010, when the Conservatives came to office, it would now be £140 billion bigger than it actually is today. That is equivalent to £5,000 per household every year. And it would mean an additional £50 billion in tax revenues to invest in our public services. Growth matters, but the Tories are incapable of delivering it. The honourable gentleman says from a sedentary position we're doing better than the G7. There are only 2 G7 countries in recession today, us and Japan. That is their record, and they should be ashamed of it. This is the 12th Tory plan for growth in 14 years, and we still are in recession. From 5 Prime Ministers and 7 Chancellors, with none of them ever succeeding. We are trapped in a Tory doom loop of low growth and high taxes, and it is working people who are paying the price. I'll happily give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm just struggling a bit with the right honourable lady's figures. My own calculations suggest that pensioners this year will see an increase of £900 from an 8.2% increase in the state pension as a result of the triple lock. In all, since 2010, pensioners will be getting, I think it's £3,700 more than they were. That is a huge increase in their income, alongside all the cost of living help and winter fuel. And yet she was saying earlier that pensioners are going to be worse off. I don't follow the maths on this. Can she help?
Well, these are numbers about pensioners who pay tax from the Resolution Foundation that was published this morning. So the honourable gentleman can also look at those statistics. But it is the fact that because the tax thresholds have been frozen, pensioners who pay tax are paying more tax than they were before. That is the legacy of this government. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, this isn't just about lines on a graph. It's about our high streets. It's about whether businesses grow. It's about whether we can create secure, well-paid jobs in all parts of the country with more money in the pockets of working people. Because if an economy does not work for working people, then it does not work at all. Madam Deputy Speaker, when the Tories are not pickpocketing the pockets of the taxpayer, they are pickpocketing Labour policies. Having spent years defending the indefensible, the Tories have belatedly listened to Labour and recognised the importance of closing the non-dom tax loophole. I believe if people make Britain their home, they should pay their taxes here too. The Office of Budget Responsibility says that the steady-state amount of revenue raised by the non-dom policy is £3 billion per year. I first called for this loophole to be closed when it entered the public consciousness that some people weren't paying their fair share of taxes 2 years ago, meaning that we have missed out on £6 billion on tax revenue, money that could have been invested in our public services. And if any further proof was needed that Labour was winning the battle of ideas, it is our time-limited windfall tax on the oil and gas producers. Having originally opposed the creation of such a tax, the Tories were dragged kicking and screaming by Labour to create an energy profits levy. Even after yesterday's announcement of a one-year extension, the Tories are still leaving such gaping loopholes, which mean many energy giants will still pay less in tax. Meanwhile, the SNP oppose our proper windfall tax, while just 3 weeks ago putting up taxes on working people in Scotland, for teachers, nurses and plumbers too. I'll happily take another intervention if he wants to defend it. Higher taxes for working people. Oh, bring it on.
Does the Shadow Chancellor not understand that the SNP's position is that there should not be a single windfall tax that only punishes the North East of Scotland? It should also be applied to every sector that has profited from war, from COVID and from rising increases. And does she not understand that the SNP's income tax policy means that low-paid workers, the people the Labour Party are supposed to protect, pay less income tax in Scotland than they would do in England, as well as nurses and care workers getting paid more in Scotland than they do in England? That's true, isn't it?
Well, all I would say to the honourable gentleman is put that on your leaflet. The fact is that nurses, teachers and plumbers are paying more tax in Scotland, and at the same time, the energy giants who are making huge profits, the windfalls of war, will pay less tax under the SNP. That is their record, and they should be ashamed of it. Madam Deputy Speaker, Labour is committed to investing more in our schools and in our hospitals. That was a priority before the budget, and it remains a priority now, because public services are on their knees after 14 years of Conservative failure. Labour believes in aspiration for all of our children, and we will not stand by while the roof is falling in on state education under the Tories. History is repeating itself, with children again taught in porter cabins as they were when I was at school under a Tory government. When the Tories undervalue our young people, they are squandering their potential and undermining our whole country's future. That is why the next Labour government will close the tax loopholes enjoyed by private schools. The money raised from ending their exemption from business rates and VAT will instead go where it is needed, to help the 93% of children in our state schools instead. I will always be clear that all of our policies in our manifesto will be fully costed and fully funded. Now the Tories have U-turned on their policy on non-doms, which we welcome. We will do the necessary work to show how our plans will be paid for. We will set that out in an orderly and a responsible way. Our public services are in a mess under the Conservatives, but a Labour government will begin to turn them round with an immediate injection of cash into our schools and our hospitals, by tackling Tory waste and with a serious plan to grow our economy to provide the sustainable finance that our public services need. Madam Deputy Speaker, it takes some nerve for the Chancellor to wag his finger at local councils this week, when the Tories and the Prime Minister have squandered billions of pounds of taxpayers' hard-earned money. Who has used excessive numbers of management consultants in central government? The Tories. Who signed the cheques and lost an additional £10 billion through dodgy PPE contracts? The Tories. Who left the vaults open so that organised criminal gangs could help themselves to £7 billion of public money through COVID fraud? The Tories. Who made a costly mess of HS2? The Tories. And who handed £500 million to the Rwanda government with nothing to show for it? The Tories. Meanwhile... Maybe she has another example. I'll be happy.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and she's absolutely right, because every dimension of Conservative spending is showing wasteful and profligate spending. Does she agree with me that the £15,000 of taxpayers' money spent to settle the Secretary of State for Science's attack on a British scientist, an entirely unfounded and defamatory attack, that money would have been so much better spent supporting British scientists to drive British economic growth?
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention, and I think that taxpayers will find it pretty grating when they see their own tax bill going up, and yet this money is spent so callously and so casually. Meanwhile, the Chancellor has failed to do the right thing yesterday by setting out in the budget compensation for those affected by the infected blood scandal or wrongly accused sub-postmasters. That is an abdication of responsibility and a betrayal of all of those who have fought for justice for so many years, and it will not be forgiven. Now, I am under no illusion about the scale of the challenge that we may inherit, nor the scale of the task to rebuild our economy and our country. Labour's economic plan will take Britain from instability and short-termism to a mission-based government, prioritising economic growth and security for families and our country. It is built on the pillars of stability, investment and reform. Stability brought about by iron discipline, guided by strong fiscal rules and robust economic institutions. Investment, working with the private sector so we can lead the industries of the future, with a modern industrial strategy and a new national wealth fund to invest alongside business in our automotive sector, in renewable-ready ports and in the future of our steel industry. And reform, starting with our planning system, taking on vested interests to get Britain building again, supporting working people to develop the skills they need to thrive in the changing world of work, to make work pay with a genuine living wage and a new deal for working people. Our economy needs change. Britain needs change. And the verdict on the budget is in. There is no long-term plan for growth, and leading business organisations agree. The Institute of Directors said that the budget fell short of delivering a comprehensive plan for sustainable growth. The British Retail Consortium said the Chancellor has done little to promote growth and investment. The Trades Union Congress have highlighted that real pay is still below where it was in 2008. Whichever way you look at it, the Tories have failed on the economy. The damage is done. Nothing this week will compensate for the fact that people are worse off under the Tories. Taking £10 and handing back £5 is a swindle, not a giveaway. People know it. Working people paying more, pensioners paying more, homeowners continuing to pay more, reckless and desperate promises being repeated. The lesson from the budget is simple. You cannot trust the Conservatives with the economy. And the questions that people ask ahead of the next election are simple. Are me and my family better off after 14 years of Conservative government? Do our schools, our hospitals, our police and our transport work better when the Conservatives came to office 14 years ago? Frankly, does anything in our country work better when the Conservatives came to power? And the answer to those questions is a resounding no. If the Tories had any confidence in their plans and their record, they would name the date of a general election. It is time for the British people to give their verdict on 14 years of Tory failure. Only Labour can provide the change that our country so desperately needs.
Before I call the Secretary of State, I do want to remind members that if you are going to intervene on another member, it is very important to stay till the end of their speech before leaving the chamber. It's very discourteous to leave before the speaker has finished. Just a reminder, I'm sure everyone will now stick to that rule. Secretary of State Mel Stride.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, the Right Honourable Lady commenced her remarks, of course, by saying much about where Labour is on tax. She criticised the aspiration that this government quite rightly has at some point in the future to abolish national insurance. Of course, she rather disingenuously repositioned it as a firm commitment rather than an aspiration, but we'll set that to one side. But she knows all about, of course, firm commitments, because we had the firm commitment from the Right Honourable Lady to £28 billion worth of spending every year over the period of the forecast. And of course, that didn't survive contact with reality. Indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Right Honourable Lady has very little that is original to say. When she writes about economics, of course, she has to cut and paste from Wikipedia. And when she trumpeted her ruinous £28 billion spending plan, she had to ultimately £28 billion spending plan. She ultimately had to U-turn and run for the hills. It just shows, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this Shadow Chancellor, when it's not cut and paste, it's cut and run. She also, I thought you'd like that. She has also, of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, accepted our tax measures as set out in the budget yesterday, including the changes that we're making to the non-dom arrangements, the abolition of non-dom status and the windfall tax for oil and gas. Now, she has, Madam Deputy Speaker, of course, hypothecated the money raised from those two measures many times over for the NHS, for dentistry, for breakfast clubs and so on. Now she has accepted all the tax measures in the budget, and I invite her to come back to the dispatch box now. I will give way. Could she let us know whether she is now going to U-turn again, on the spending commitments that she has made around the NHS and dentistry, or whether she is going to put taxes and borrowing up? I'm very happy to hear from... All right, perhaps not. I'll take an intervention from the Honourable Lady.
I'm grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way. When he was the chairman of the Treasury Committee, he was very keen on OBR assessments and forecasts. And indeed, he argued for it before his then Prime Minister and then Chancellor failed to listen to him and crashed the economy. So in that spirit, can I ask that given the aspiration, as he calls it now, for scrapping national insurance contributions altogether, which would cost £48 billion a year, can he commit that if that aspiration is one that he and his government want to pursue, that he will seek an OBR forecast and an assessment and show how they will pay for it?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me just talk about the general point, indeed, which the Right Honourable Lady herself raised in her opening remarks about the tax burden. It is as if history has been erased from the Right Honourable Lady's mind. The fact that there was a COVID pandemic that shrank the economy overnight by 10%, that this government stepped in and supported jobs, saved 10 million jobs as a result of the intervention that we came forward with at that time. It is as if it has been erased from her memory. The fact that there is a war going on between Russia and the Ukraine, that this has led to an increase in energy prices and inflation, and this is the government that has stepped in to support the most vulnerable in society, families, pensioners, the disabled, up and down this country. And I ask her in all candour, £400 billion worth of support was provided by this government across that period. I don't believe on a single occasion she opposed any one of the interventions that we made. She was up for spending the money to support people, but she's now not up for recognising the fact that that has to be repaid, which is why it is indeed the case that the tax burden is increasing. But it is also the case, and to the Honourable Lady behind her's point about the OBR economic and fiscal outlook, that the OBR makes it quite clear that the measures taken yesterday in the budget mean that the tax burden itself will be at a lower level than was forecast in the autumn as a result of the management of the economy and the reduction in taxes that my right honourable friend the Chancellor has brought forward. And I will give way to the Honourable Lady.
I thank the Minister for giving way, and he might not be surprised that we on this side of the House take it a little unkindly that he would suggest that we were forgetting the past, when he seems to have forgotten the immediate past of the last Prime Minister and the state she left the British economy in just a year ago. And can he confirm how much extra in debt interest the government will be paying as a result of the Chancellor's unfunded commitment to abolish national insurance contributions at a cost of £46 billion?
That is an entirely disingenuous statement to say that there is any such unfunded commitment. The only unfunded commitment in recent times is the £28 billion that the Honourable Lady's party came forward with, that the Leader of the Opposition was described as along the lines of absolutely critical that we do this, only for the Right Honourable Lady, the Shadow Chancellor, to U-turn on that not long afterwards. Now, perhaps I could turn to the Right Honourable Lady's comments relating to pensioners. She neglects to point out that we have stood by the triple lock. She neglects to point out the fact that since 2010 there are 200,000 fewer pensioners in absolute poverty after housing costs as a result of this government through many years having a key priority to protect our pensioners. She has forgotten, amongst the many things that have been erased from the Right Honourable Lady's memory, that it was under Gordon Brown, when he was Chancellor, that we had the 75p increase in pensions on her watch. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
Can I thank the Secretary of State? On the issue of pensioners, the Chancellor this morning appeared to suggest that income tax and national insurance contributions will be merged as part of his commitment yesterday. As national insurance is not currently levied on some forms of income, will the Minister be able to confirm to the House how much extra tax this policy will mean that pensioners will pay as a result of the decisions the Chancellor has made?
Well, there is no immediate government approach to merging income tax or national insurance. I rather put that in the category of the comments about this apparent commitment of 46, although I think the Honourable Lady niched it up in a typical Labour way to 48 billion a moment ago. But could I turn now to the remarks that the Right Honourable lady made in relation to growth. The recession, as she knows, a technical recession, 2 quarters of negative growth, one of which was the princely amount of 0.1%. Most of the PMI data, as she knows, makes it very clear that the economy is now on a very different path, and is indeed, to come back to the honourable lady sitting behind her comments, the OBR makes it very clear that over the period of the forecast there will be quite reasonable and decent growth, greater in fact than France, Italy and Germany, and that's on the back of exactly the kind of growth record that this government has indeed had since 2010. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman, the chair of the Select Committee.
I'm very grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way on growth. It was the former Prime Minister, when she was seeking election as leader of her party, who characterised the growth record since 2010 as lamentable. And she was surely absolutely right about that particular point.
The point that I'm making is that the externalities that I referred to, such as COVID, such as the war between Ukraine and Russia, of course have impacted economies around the world. And the point that I'm making is relative to other economies. And if you look at the OBR's forecast over the next 5 years, we will have a growth record that is up there and better than many of our major competitors, including countries such as Germany. But yes, I'll certainly give way to the honourable gentleman.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for giving way. But just to clarify a point that perhaps I've misunderstood, in terms of growth per capita, what is the record for the last 7 quarters?
Well, as we know, Madam Deputy Speaker, my point quite clearly remains, and that growth is a function both of the size of the population, quite clearly, and the level of productivity also, and that as a consequence of all the elements that feed into growth, the OBR has confirmed that we will be growing a little bit faster at certain times than was anticipated back at the time of the autumn statement, and that our growth will compare favourably, for example, to countries such as Germany. But this debate, of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, is meant to be about making work pay. And in fact, the Right Honourable Lady had very little, in fact next to nothing, to say about making work pay. I think she did mention, as she's saying from a sedentary position, that she mentioned the national living wage, something of which this party is very proud that it brought into being. And I'm very proud that almost... Now, you're thinking of the honourable gentleman, I think, is thinking of the national minimum wage. National living wage was actually a Conservative decision. You did, but it's a pleasure to correct you on this occasion.
With conversations across the dispatch box like that, it's very difficult for the Hansard writers to follow if we veer off into private conversations. It all comes through the chair. Secretary of State.
I'm sorry, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sorry for Hansard, but it was quite enjoyable having a little chat. But of course, this debate, Madam Deputy Speaker, is about making work pay, and the Right Honourable Lady had precious little to say about it. And I wonder why that might be. Might it be because unemployment has always gone up under Labour governments? That's a simple fact for her to think about. It rose by 1 million under the last Labour government. Youth unemployment, Madam Deputy Speaker, rose by 45% under the last Labour government. The number of households in which no one had ever worked doubled during the last Labour government. And this one I find particularly striking. Under Labour, 1.4 million people spent almost a decade on out-of-work benefits. That is not a record in office. That is a record of which they should be ashamed. And I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
Thank you. He mentions making work pay, but for many workers, they pay to work. Unison have pointed out that the number of social care workers are being disadvantaged because the HMRC mileage rates haven't changed since 2010. Yep. Does the Treasury not believe that the cost of running a motor vehicle has changed in the last 14 years?
Very good.
Well, in terms of the cost of running a motor vehicle, of course, one of the principal costs is the fuel that you put in the tank. And what the Chancellor was able to announce yesterday, because of our stewardship of the economy, is that we're once again, for the 14th year in succession, freezing fuel duty, as well as beer duty, to help those that are going and supporting our vital pubs as two examples. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, yesterday's budget sets the course to a brighter future for our country, a budget for long-term growth, more investment, more jobs, and with an economy that is, I will momentarily, turning the corner. And it has allowed us to cut taxes because this government believes in rewarding aspiration and hard work. And I give way to the Honourable Lady.
Incredibly grateful to the Minister for giving way a second time. Can I just remind him that the tax burden has gone up by 27 billion in the last year, and it will go up by 19 billion after the election because of decisions his party made. And the earnings of those under 19,000 they're going to be worse off under this budget. 2 decades of lost pay growth. That is the record of his government over the last 14 years. Yeah.
Well, the reality is, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thought I'd already covered off this point, that of course the tax burden has had to go up to pay for all the support that we provided around COVID and the inflationary pressures from a war on European soil. But what the Honourable Lady can't get away from is that this fiscal event and the previous one mean that 27 million people employed in businesses up and down this country working hard will be better off to the extent of £900 per year. The self-employed, £650 per year. 2 million of those, and she says, well, those under 19,000. Well, those above 19,000 are many millions of people who actually, when you take the interplay of the freezing of thresholds and the cut in national insurance, will actually have a lower tax burden than they would have done before. I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
I thank the Minister for giving way. It's been widely reported that the taxpayer is having to pick up the tab for £15,000 of legal costs and damages incurred due to the actions of the Honourable Member for Chippenham, who is rapidly becoming known as the Honourable Member for Chipping In. Can the Minister confirm that the 15,000 number is correct? And can he say whether he thinks it's morally right that the taxpayer should be picking up the bill for the outrageous lack of judgment and behaviour of one of his colleagues?
Well, what I think will be absolutely outrageous will be the taxpayer having to pick up the bill of a future Labour government, to be absolutely frank. As I have just explained, the record of the Honourable Gentleman's party in government. I believe that my Honourable friend is trying to catch my eye.
I'm very grateful to my right Honourable friend for being way. He's making a very good case for yesterday's announcements in the budget. He's dealt very thoroughly with Labour's record when in office. But would he now turn his attention to what their proposals today? Because if they're not going to reverse the tax on non-doms, they're not going to reverse the tax on national insurance. Doesn't that leave their present proposals as a whopping £6.5 billion uncosted expenditure pledges?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. And of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, right at the beginning of my speech, I did invite the Right Honourable Lady to explain to the House what she is going to do, given that the non-dom status will be abolished, given that the windfall taxes will come forward on oil and gas. What is she going to do? Is she going to once again, as she did with the 28 billion, U-turn and run for the hills? Or is she going to raise taxes or raise borrowing? And answer came, there none. I give way to the Honourable Lady.
When the Minister has time, he might want to read my Honourable friend, the Shadow Chancellor's speech back on Hansard and give his colleague later a bit of help. If I can take him back to ordinary people who, as a result of last year's mini-budget, are now paying, when they're remortgaging, an extra £240 a month more than they were previously. This is real money for people remortgaging. If he doesn't accept there's a £46 billion hole now as a result of yesterday, perhaps he can tell us what he thinks it is. But can he assure those people remortgaging this year that they won't be further impacted by his announcements yesterday when they seek to remortgage, and that there won't be a further scare on those markets?
What I can reassure all mortgage holders up and down the country is that this government is absolutely determined to see inflation return to its target, and indeed the OBR in its latest economic fiscal outlook that it published yesterday makes it clear that we will meet the 2% target 1 year earlier than they forecast in the autumn. And the significance of that, of course, for interest rates is very obvious. Interest rates will come down faster if inflation recedes quicker. And indeed, that is exactly what is happening. But I think I've been very generous with... How could I say no? But then I must make some progress.
A decent man, Minister, you're a decent man. The government make much of getting value for money, but they've little to say about the handing over of Teesside's greatest land asset to two private developers who've banked tens of millions of pounds in profit since, leaving crumbs for the public. And that's after the investment of £500 million of taxpayers' money and no private investment. Is he content with that? Or, as his own government inquiry into the Tees Mayor's business dealings recommended, does he believe that deal should be renegotiated?
Well, I'm not going to get into the weeds of the issue that the honourable gentleman is attempting to draw me into, but other than to say that there was at least one comment that he made that I did agree with, which is that I am indeed a decent man, and I thank him very much indeed for that. But can I say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that inflation is falling faster than expected. People's wages, real wages, are rising now and have done for the last 7 months. Under this government, our labour market has been strong and resilient, delivering opportunities despite the headwinds. And under this government, we put incentives at the heart of our welfare. And under this government, we've grown, as I said, faster than Germany, France or Italy, and will continue to do so, according to the OBR, over the next 5 years. We're attracting the business investment that's key to growth, delivering high-quality jobs right across the country, from Nissan to Google to AstraZeneca, who announced £650 million worth of investment only yesterday. And no matter how much the party opposite seeks to talk down Britain, the investment flowing into our economy is a huge vote of confidence in our country. It shows that our plan is working. By contrast, Madam Deputy Speaker, as has been laid all too bare this afternoon, the Labour Party opposite have no plan. They have no credible record. I've already gone through the tale of woe of the level of unemployment that Labour have left us in the past. Those poor young people, 45% increase in youth unemployment on her party's watch. And, as I said earlier, over 1 million people left on out-of-work benefits for almost a decade. We on this side of this House believe that it is work, not welfare, that is key to improving living standards, and that's why we're incentivising and rewarding work in this budget. Making work pay and ensuring families are better off also means tackling the global inflation that I've also referred to, where we are making very significant progress. We recognise, Madam Deputy Speaker, that there are still some, as inflation decreases, who need extra help, and that's why I was particularly pleased to see, and I know the honourable gentleman, the chair of the Work and Pensions Select Committee, also pushed this, the extension of the Household Support Fund from April for a further 6 months. But, Madam Deputy, I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
Very briefly, I'm grateful to him, and he's absolutely right. I do warmly welcome that extension. But isn't there, in reality, a very strong case for making that not another 6 months, but to make the Household Support Fund permanent?
Well, I do think that the fact that it's 6 months is a meaningful, very meaningful period of time. And we do know, of course, that inflation is coming down. The OBR says in its report that inflation is expected to hit target within the next few months, and I think that will make a huge difference. There are some uncertainties that it highlights around that, but I think that 6 months, £500 million worth of investment, including Barnet consequentials, is a major move forward in terms of supporting some of those who are indeed the most vulnerable. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, the sustainable way to change lives is through work, and the evidence couldn't be clearer. It's good for the economy, for communities and for the individuals concerned. For everyone who can work, I want them to have the opportunity to do so. But today, Madam Deputy Speaker, one of the great labour market challenges is economic inactivity, and I want to put that into context. In the UK, this has come down since its pandemic peak and remains lower than the average across the G7, the OECD and the European Union. And our progress has seen a significant fall in the number of people who are inactive because of caring responsibilities. We have the second lowest youth inactivity rate in the G7, and thousands of over 50s are now returning to work. However, the rise in the number of people who are out of work due to ill health and disability is stifling potential that I am determined to realise. And that is why, as we cut taxes for working people, our multi-billion-pound back-to-work plan is providing substantial support to help the long-term sick return to work and keep people in the workforce. And this includes doubling the number of placements on universal support, expanding access to mental health support, delivering WorkWell, giving people earlier and better access to integrated work and health support, and reforming fit notes and working with employers to improve occupational health. And through our next generation of welfare reforms, we are breaking down the barriers to work. Our Chance to Work guarantee will enable people on incapacity benefits to try work without fear of losing their benefits if a job does not work out. And as the OBR has confirmed, our reforms to the work capability assessment will reduce the number of people on these benefits by 371,000. That's 371,000 more people, Madam Deputy Speaker, getting the support they need to enter employment. And as part of our Back to Work plan, we're also tackling long-term unemployment, because the longer people stay in unemployment, the less likely they are to rejoin the workforce. That's why we're phasing in more rigorous requirements for fit and able job seekers, more time with work coaches, more intensive support, mandatory work placements, and ultimately, if a claimant doesn't engage with the support they're being offered, they will lose their benefits, underscoring our belief that we should always be there for those who need our support, but we must equally be fair to taxpayers. By contrast, Madam Deputy Speaker, for all the protestations from the party opposite that they have changed, they're not fooling anybody. They're squeamish on conditionality, and they are weak on sanctions, and completely out of touch with the British public, who rightly expect a welfare system in which everyone meets their obligations. Madam, I will conclude. I'm being asked to conclude, so I think I need to. Madam, I have been pretty generous in giving away to just about everybody that has sought to catch my. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a budget that rewards work and will grow the economy. It comes on the back of a once-in-a-century challenge, a challenge that this government has met. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have turned the corner, and this budget takes us further still. It rewards work with lower taxes. It delivers growth. It makes work pay and ensures a brighter future for us all.
SNP spokesperson Peter Grant.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thought it was interesting when the topics for these debates were set, and the topics, of course, of what the government want us to believe the budget was all about. There was no mention of public services. There was no mention of the cost of living. There was no mention of climate change or net zero in any of the 3 days. We're talking here about rewarding work, and I want to talk about rewarding work, not only those who are currently in work, but those who will be our workforce and those who have previously been our workforce, because all 3 of those groups have been shamefully failed in this budget. For me, rewarding work means pay everybody a living wage, not a minimum wage, a living wage, if the Minister's listening, but clearly doesn't care about. A wage that is not enough to live on is not a living wage. Simple. There's nothing about banning exploitative zero-hours contracts. There's nothing, obviously, about repealing the shameful anti-strike legislation that the government are imposing on a great number of public sector workers. I wondered if maybe it was just that the topics weren't that good, and maybe in the Chancellor's speech it said more about these subjects. So I had a look at certainly the speech as it is on the Treasury website, all 7,260 odd words of it. The word poverty gets mentioned once. Low pay, not at all. 0 hours, none. Net zero gets a mention because the Chancellor mentioned his colleague, who is the Secretary of State for net zero, among other things. Zero emissions get mentioned once. Climate, not a single mention. Brexit, not surprisingly, we're not allowed to talk about that anymore. Brexit, not a mention. So, by necessity, some of my remarks today have got to be about what's not in the budget as much as what is. This government is heading to become the worst government in history for falling living standards. The Institute for Fiscal Studies have told us that it's very unlikely that during the lifetime of this Parliament, real household incomes will be any higher at the end than they were at the beginning. How can you call that economic growth if people in real lives, in real houses, in real jobs don't notice any improvement in their standard of living over an entire 5 years. Tax as a percentage of GDP will soon be the highest it has ever been. We've seen a £66 billion increase in the tax burden this Parliament alone, and far too often it's people on lower incomes who pick up the biggest share of that. For example, as has been mentioned, the 6-year freeze on tax thresholds cost taxpayers an extra £30 billion in stealth tax by 27-28, even allowing for the impact of the 2p national insurance charge cut. The UK's interest payments as a percentage of national income are about to become their highest for 70 years. So rewarding work, yeah. If you're an international banker, the rewards can be very rich indeed, but not if you're trying to scrape a living in any kind of normal job. This Chancellor's time in office has seen the longest unbroken run of declining living standards since records began. Rewarding work, quite the opposite. Income inequalities in the United Kingdom are higher than they are in any other large European economy. What have the United Kingdom done that they didn't? Or what has everyone else done that the United Kingdom didn't do? Germany, for example, had a COVID pandemic just like we did. Germany, for example, is affected by the war in Ukraine, possibly more so because they're physically close to it. They're impacted by the war in Ukraine just as much as we are. Middle-income earners in the United Kingdom are now 20% poorer than their equivalents in Germany. I wonder what it could be that's affected the economy and living standards in the United Kingdom that is not at the same impact on Germany, France, Italy and other EU member states. We're not allowed to say the B word, so I'll leave the Chancellor to work it out for himself. As the Child Poverty Action Group have pointed out, child poverty is not inevitable, it's a choice. They have said that with the right policy changes, we can substantially reduce the extent and depth of child poverty across the country. And you don't have to take their word for what might happen if policies were changed. You only have to look at what's happened in Scotland, despite the fact that the Scottish Government has got substantially fewer fiscal powers, monetary powers and legislative powers than this place has got. Scotland now has the game-changing Scottish Child Payment, not our words, game-changing by the way, the Child Poverty Action Group. The Child Winter Heating Payment, supporting the most vulnerable young people with disabilities to cope with their fuel bills. Free school meals to everybody in primary 1 to 5 and to eligible children throughout the school term.
The member mentions the Child Poverty Action Group. After the Scottish Government's budget, they said they were bitterly disappointed with the Scottish Government budget. As it stands, the budget will at best stall progress, hampering progress in others towards reducing child poverty. Does he think his own government is reducing child poverty as much as they could?
I'll come on to that in a minute, because yes, well, maybe not as much as they could, because nobody's ever perfect, but a blooming sight greater than any government down here is ever going to do. As I said, free school meals to everybody in the first 5 years of primary school and to a great many children right up until they leave school. We've followed the example of our Scandinavian friends by welcoming every newborn baby in Scotland with a baby box containing the essentials of the first 6 months of their life. Not just practical physical help, but the difference it makes to a new mum. Simply something that says to her, we think that your baby is somebody special, your baby is welcome as a new citizen of our country. 1,140 hours per year of early learning and childcare, I'll give you in a second, of early learning and childcare for every 3-year-old, every 4-year-old and all eligible 2-year-olds.
But just to correct an earlier point when he said that the Scottish Government would do more than any government down here, just to remind him helpfully really that under the last Labour Government obviously we lifted hundreds of thousands, up to 1 million children out of poverty, and we would seek to do that sort of work again. So it does make a difference to the government here in Westminster. Would he not agree?
Yeah. I'm not saying that a government here can't do it. In fact, I'm making the point that a government here can do it. The problem is that the government that her party told us we could trust with our welfare system is not doing it. We've also introduced free bus travel throughout Scotland for 2 million people, including all young people up to the age of 21. Very important, because not only does it significantly help them with the cost of their travel and therefore the cost of living, but it encourages young people not get into the habit of travelling by car. It encourages young people to get into the habit of seeing public transport as a viable option. In answer to the honourable member from Rutherglen and Hamilton West, this year independent analysis has indicated that 100,000 children in Scotland will be kept out of child poverty this year because of the actions of the Scottish Government. That means that if a UK government was willing simply to do what's already been done in Scotland, we could be looking at 1 million fewer children living in poverty in the United Kingdom. Child poverty is not inevitable. It's a deliberate political choice. Scotland has chosen to say no to child poverty. This budget has chosen to allow it to continue and to grow. And as well as direct support for children in low-earning families, there's any number of things that the government could have announced that would have helped people who are in work to have better and secure pay. Obviously, the living wage I've already mentioned. They could strengthen protection for workers instead of taking away the rights to strike if they're working in all sorts of public sector work.
Very grateful. In terms of strengthening protection, isn't it true that the SNP hired people on zero-hour contracts to deliver literature during the Rutherglen by-election?
Yeah, I mean, what?
I read that in Private Eye. That's all. Yeah, it's in Private Eye, therefore it must be true. I don't know if that has actually been fact-checked, but if the gentleman can provide me with evidence from something other than Private Eye, then we'll certainly look into it. I should say, incidentally, that the Labour Party's record of industrial relations within its own workforce is not exactly anything to boast about, so the honourable gentleman might want to have a look within his own house, first of all. So among the other steps that the government could take, and I look forward to the incoming or likely incoming Labour government committing to doing all of this as well, they could outlaw despicable fire and hire practices. They could support the bill that's been put forward by my honourable friend for Paisley and Renfrewshire North. They could ban unpaid work trials, as was attempted by my honourable friend from Glasgow South in his private member's bill. They could give the right to flexible working rather than making it feel as if it's something that is not really quite proper working. They could finally take action 7 years after the Taylor review. They could repeal the anti-strike legislation. Incidentally, the Scottish Government has given an undertaking that they will not use any of the anti-strike provisions that are included in that legislation. I look forward to an incoming Labour Government undertaking not to use them as a precursor to repealing it altogether. Some changes in the budget I think we can mention, although they don't go far enough. Changes to the high income child benefit charge are certainly welcome, but they don't go far enough to catch up with the downturn in income that people have suffered over the years that has been frozen. The same with the VAT threshold charge for small businesses. It's welcome that it's increased by £10,000 a year. That's not enough to make up even for the deterioration in small business income after 7 years of that ongoing stealth tax. And of course, we still have a position where child maintenance liability for a non-resident parent is based on assumptions about wage levels and cost of living levels that are years and years and years out of date. The government say they don't have time in the legislative programme to bring forward primary legislation to change it. Last week, the House finished 3 hours early because we had nothing to talk about. Come on, if they were serious about it, they would have done something about it. On other matters, I mentioned net zero and climate change earlier on, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the confirmation of, although it's up to, which is a worry, up to 120 million more to the Green Industries Growth Accelerator, to quote the Chancellor's speech, to build supply chains for new technology ranging from offshore wind to carbon capture and storage. But can we get an assurance that we won't make the same mistakes with this as the government made with contracts for difference? The former Bifab yard in my constituency in Methil went into administration because the jackets that they could have made under contracts for difference, firms chose to import them from halfway around the world. So while workers were being laid off that could have done the work in my constituency, we were paying to transport heavy engineered goods from the other side of the world. So can I ask the government to commit to reviewing the criteria for GIGA so that they include the manufacture of jackets for offshore wind turbines? That makes up about 40% of the total cost of a turbine, 40% of the supply chain. At the moment, it's being excluded from that incentive scheme, and it is something that, if included, could help to bolster certainly the workforce in my constituency and in a number of other constituencies around the UK. I invite the government to welcome again the contribution that green hydrogen can make to our net zero future. I'm very, very pleased indeed that again Methil in my constituency is home to H100, the world's biggest ever conversion of domestic gas supply to run on clean, renewable green hydrogen. the biggest example of that kind of green energy innovation anywhere on the planet. The next stage is even more ambitious. The government promised to support what they called a hydrogen town pilot, to extend the same technology, the same practices into numbers of houses, well into tens of thousands. Now, obviously, I would love to see that happening in Bethnal and the surrounding areas. I would rather see it happening anywhere than not happening at all. The government's promised an announcement in March last year. It's now a year out of date. It's now a year, I beg your pardon, overdue. I'm concerned, and a lot of those that have an interest in clean energy technology are concerned that the government are simply losing enthusiasm for this world-leading work. We threw away our world-leading position on other green energies during the Thatcher years. We can't afford to do it again this time. Very briefly, I'll point out that if we're talking about rewarding work, we also have to extend that to how we reward those who have finished their working career and who now rely on the state pension to get by. We still have, in spite of all the rhetoric, we still have one of the meanest state pensions in Western Europe. There's still millions of WASPy women that the government hope will just ignore them and they'll go away. They won't, so they better stop ignoring them. We, of course, had over £1 billion illegally underpaid to pensioners, utterly scandalous. Woefully inadequate protection from pension scams for both people building up their private pensions and, as some members here will be all too well aware, things like LCF, British Steel, UK AEA pension funds and dozens of others. So we have a budget here that chooses to leave hundreds of thousands of children in poverty. It chooses to allow the scandal of low pay and exploitative work practices to continue. It chooses to continue inflicting stealth taxes that hit low-paid workers hardest. And in answer to the Shadow Chancellor earlier on, I don't have a problem with debating a progressive tax regime that has lower taxation, yes, lower taxation for the low-paid and higher taxation for those who are better off. When we're talking about high rates of tax and low rates of tax, I think we should remember the entire tax burden, not just be very selective about income tax, for example, council tax. I'm the proud possessor of 2 council tax bills, one for my house in Glenrothes and one for the flat that's paid by the taxpayer while I'm down here. A flat in London and a very nice, very fortunately for me, a very nice detached house in Glenrothes. The flat in London already costs more in council tax than the house in Glenrothes. And this year, because the Labour-controlled council, whose area I live in, by the way, is likely to increase the council tax by 7%, while the council in Hythe has accepted the Scottish Government's funding to allow them to freeze the council tax. Council tax on a flat in London is going to be 15% higher than in a very nice, spacious, detached house in Glenrothes. So when we're talking about the tax burden on people between the 2 countries, let's remember the entire tax burden, not just the very narrowly defined income tax burden. And of course, as I mentioned before, one of the reasons why some people in Scotland pay higher tax is because they're paid more than their colleagues doing the same job south of the border. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, the budget chooses not to support the children of working people. It chooses not to support working people. It then chooses that when their working life is over, they treat them far worse than people of a similar age and similar background would be entitled to be treated in almost any other civilised economy. By contrast, the SNP have a vision for a country where every child and every parent is valued and supported and know that they're valued and supported, where every worker is guaranteed a fair wage, every worker is protected from exploitation, where every pensioner is entitled to a pension that's enough to live on without having to fall back on state benefits, and that they get the care they need as they grow older and less able to look after themselves. Valuing and fairly rewarding not only today's workers, but the next generation of workers and previous generations of workers, all of whom are being let down by this budget. I hold out no great enthusiasm that an incoming Labour government will significantly change that. I would like to be proved wrong, but I can't really see it happening. In part of her speech, in fact it may have been an intervention, the Shadow Chancellor said, if the Tories had any confidence in their record, they should name the date for the general election. Absolutely. Can I suggest that if an incoming Labour government had any confidence in the record of the Union, they would have no hesitation in naming the date to put that to the democratic test as well. So we'll wait and see whether the incoming Labour government is any greater respecter of the will of the people of Scotland than the outgoing Conservative budget. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Chancellor claimed or said in his closing remarks that he thought that those that have the broadest shoulders should be asked to pay their fair share. I absolutely agree. The Chancellor always said an economy based on sound money does not pass on its bills to the next generation. Oh, really? I agree with both those statements, Madam Speaker, and for that reason, among others, I cannot support this budget, and it does not deserve the support of anyone in this chamber.
Sir Christopher Chope.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a great privilege to follow the honourable gentleman speaking for the Scottish National Party. What I didn't really hear from him is the justification which he and his party use for increasing taxes, which is a total anathema to almost everybody who's speaking in this debate, who's complaining about the high level of taxes which we've already got. But can I say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I welcome the government's rethink on national insurance. As somebody who has regularly voted against increases in national insurance from previous Chancellors of the Exchequer, I'm delighted to see the change of heart. I also welcome the rethink on the unfairness of the higher income child benefit charge. When that was being legislated on, I put a lot of time and energy into asking questions and speaking against it and voting against it, and couldn't persuade anybody in the Conservative government then that it was extremely unfair that a household with £95,000 of income coming from one person was being only subject to this charge, and where you had two earners, they were able to avoid it by each of them earning £45,000. And that's now going to be put right, and in my view it's long overdue, but nonetheless welcome. But I'd be interested in asking the Minister a specific question arising from what was said on this, and that is, will the move to using household-level information from 2026 with HMRC enable the government to introduce transferable tax allowances and end the discrimination in the tax system against married couples? Because that would be an even bigger benefit from introducing household-level information and taxing on that basis. And I hope that will be one of the great spin-offs from this initiative. But I'd be grateful if the Minister would be able to respond to that point when he winds up. I welcome, Madam Deputy Speaker, the increase in the VAT threshold from 85,000 to 90,000, although I think it's a pretty meagre 6% increase after 7 years of being frozen, and I would like to see it go even higher. And I also welcome the Great British ISA, but why is it limited to £5,000? Last night we had an amazing gathering in the Guildhall in London. I don't know whether any of my honourable friends on the front bench were there, but it was a celebration of the Centre for Policy Studies' 50th anniversary. And it was a great occasion, and it celebrated the work that Keith Joseph, Margaret Thatcher and Alfred Sherman put into place 50 years ago in setting up what I think has been the most successful Conservative think tank of all time. But there was, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have to say, universal disappointment in the audience there that the overall tax burden has not peaked, and that the budget statement confirmed that it is going to rise even further in each of the next 4 years and beyond. And that's despite the fact that we've already got the highest tax burden ever. And there doesn't seem to be any explanation as to why the Conservative government was still pursuing that policy of increasing the tax burden. The Prime Minister spoke, as ever, eloquently and echoed the philosophy and founding principles of the Centre for Policy Studies. He spoke of the small state, the need for low taxes, and promoting enterprise and supply-side reforms. And indeed, the Prime Minister's rhetoric chimed in with the Chancellor's own budget statements. I'm going to quote 3 of them. Conservatives know that lower tax means higher growth. Second one, keeping taxes down matters to Conservatives. 3, lower taxed economies have more energy, more dynamism and more innovation. I couldn't agree more. And yet we have a budget which is actually increasing the overall burden of taxation and seems to be running counter to that rhetoric. And my constituents, I think, are concerned about actions rather than words. And I hope that in responding to this debate, my honourable friend will be able to explain why, despite that rhetoric, the actual budget content doesn't fit in with it. And where does this leave us? Because as we approach a general election, and from my point of view, I think the sooner we have a general election, the better. But when we have that general election, I want to be able to say to my constituents that we have a choice. They have a choice between a Conservative government which is really committed to the enterprise economy, following in the steps of the Centre for Policy Studies and Margaret Thatcher and Keith Joseph and so on, and the alternative is a Labour would be a Labour government which is committed to higher taxes, ever higher taxes and burdens upon individuals, with the dire consequences for economic growth. But at the moment, I'm not sure that that is being spelt out with sufficient clarity to enable us to be able to make that case as strongly as I would like to be able to make it when the general election comes. But can I also mention the issue raised in the budget about the low, if not declining, public sector productivity, which is a scandal of the highest order. And there's again lip service in what's been said to addressing the problem of low productivity in the National Health Service. But low productivity in the National Health Service has been endemic for years. And I was looking at a book which was produced by, I think, the Lord Crisp, Nigel Crisp, when he worked for the NHS. And in that book, he refers to the low or declining productivity in the NHS in the period between about 2000 and 2010. The latest figures show a decline in productivity in the NHS. And I think 2 years ago, the government committed itself to having productivity increases in the NHS of 2% per annum. I thought that was already policy. But I see in the budget statement that the head of the NHS, Amanda Pritchard, is saying, well, with the extra initiatives from the government, we might even be able to get to an increase in productivity of 1.9%. But there's no mention... Of course, I'll give way.
A second to take a breath. Does he accept, though, that the NHS doesn't sit in isolation? It is part of a wider ecosystem of public services, and it reflects local communities. And where you've had so much taken away in preventative, early intervention services like local government, that does have an impact. And he will be aware, as I am, that since 2010, we've seen 900,000 fewer workers in local government, but 900,000 more workers in central government, and the civil services have grown too. And so that shift has definitely had an impact on productivity.
I agree with the honourable gentleman that by expanding the public sector and all the administrators, and we are undermining our attempts to try and increase productivity. And the OBR is saying that a 5% increase in productivity would give us a £20 billion dividend. So instead of fussing around about £1 billion here and 100,000 there or whatever, why isn't the government really concentrating on this issue of productivity? One example of the lack of productivity is the increase in bed blocking, which has been taking place. And I've got an example in my own constituency, in just a response to a parliamentary question recently, that on the 31st of January, there were 308 patients in acute hospitals in Dorset who were there with, as it's described these days, not bed blocking, but with no criteria to reside. If one just took a ballpark figure of each of those beds costing about £1,000 a night. That's £300,000 a night. Multiply that by 365 days of the year, and you get an enormous figure. And that is the money that is being wasted through the inability of the NHS to address this long-standing problem. And despite setting up integrated care boards, it's getting worse rather than better. The whole essence of an integrated care board was to try and link together all the players in this situation. Of course, I could wait.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for giving way. Does he agree with me that one of the issues, however, is that we have not seen enough appropriate sheltered housing built over the last 14 years? With an ageing population, surely we should be making greater provision.
The government took £300 million away from
In my constituency, there's an enormous amount of sheltered housing and housing for pensioners specifically. And a lot of it actually is vacant. It's been built, but it's not occupied at the moment. So I'm not making a plug on behalf of Churchill's or any of the other developers of this housing, but actually I don't think that's really the key. The key is knocking some heads together and getting to realise that when somebody is ready to leave hospital, they leave hospital, and that there's significant penalties if they don't leave hospital. There are lots of other examples of where we've got a productivity crisis, and I think it's worth recalling that Sir Roy Griffiths in 1985, brought in by Margaret Thatcher to try and introduce greater efficiency into the health service, he said if Florence Nightingale were carrying the lamp through the corridors of the NHS today, she would almost certainly be searching for the people in charge. I think that I could almost bring that up to date now and say if Florence Nightingale was carrying the lamp through the corridors of the NHS today, she would almost certainly be looking for anyone willing to get to grips with low productivity in the NHS. And I do hope that the government will get a lot more serious about this issue than it has hitherto. The final point I really wanted to make was a reference to the dynamism that comes to the economy if you reduce taxes and you encourage growth through that means. And there was a passing reference in the Chancellor's speech to Arthur Laffer and his curve. And some of my friends may have been present at a previous dinner organised by the Centre for Policy Studies where the speaker was indeed Dr. Arthur Laffer. And I have a napkin still, which I treasure, which has got a hand-written copy of his curve on it. And so why are we not applying the principles of his curve more widely? The Chancellor, in his aside in relation to Laffer, in the context of reducing the capital gains tax level from 28% to 24%, was more or less saying, well, at last my officials are waking up to the importance of this. But who's in charge? Surely that if the Chancellor of the Exchequer and the Prime Minister believe in the virtues of the Laffer curve and the dynamism that comes from having a low-tax, low-regulation economy, they should be taking a grip on this rather than leaving it to anonymous officialdom. So I do hope that we will be able to make more progress on these key issues and demonstrate to the public that there is indeed a big chasm between the two parties that are vying to become form the next government, that we believe in the virtues of low taxes, promoting enterprise and increasing productivity, particularly in the public sector, whereas the other lot are beholden particularly to the unions, which takes me back to where I started off in politics when I was first elected to Wandsworth Council 50 years ago this week.
Holly Lynch.
Madam Deputy Speaker, in today's budget debate, at the time that I have, I want to focus particularly on schools, on children and young people, and the pressures facing head teachers and local authorities in struggling to balance their own budgets. Madam Deputy Speaker, we get one chance at getting a child's primary education right. They won't get those years back, and we don't get that opportunity back. It's the one and only chance to set the foundations for their future, and every child is a building block upon which our hopes and aspirations for the country rest. In January of this year, the local campaign group Calderdale Against School Cuts conducted an anonymous survey of Calderdale primary head teachers on their budgets and how they were managing school funding. 65% of the schools contacted completed and returned the survey, representing a broad cross-section of schools from right across Calderdale's communities. The survey revealed that in this financial year, half of all head teachers had made reductions to teaching staff, while 84% had not replaced staff who had left. 73% reduced support staff, and 47% of primary heads are planning to make staff redundant in order to balance the books. 80% of schools have been forced to cut back on maintenance and building repairs. And perhaps most worrying from the results, 100% of the heads who responded anticipated that their school will be struggling to cope in the near future with concerns about balancing the school budget for the next 3 years. An ever-increasing number of schools are now facing the prospect of deficit budgets, forcing them to make redundancies within both their support and teaching staff. The results show that because of financial constraints, the non-replacement of staff is now no longer a choice but a necessity, and one which places even greater demand on the already stretched remaining staff. Head teachers were keen to stress that it's become increasingly difficult to recruit support staff to work in schools, when those staff can earn more working in local supermarkets, for example. In addition to the financial pressures facing all schools, what we can only describe as an explosion in the numbers of children with emotional, behavioural or mental health difficulties means that schools are especially struggling with resources, funding and specialist support for that cohort of children. And Calderdale Council has a predicted 5.9 million overspend on high needs children. Calderdale Council also reports a 150% increase in the number of children with education, health and care plans since COVID. When a school has a child with additional needs recognised by an EHCP, the school has to find from its existing budget the first £6,000 to provide support for that child. In reality, the only way this is achievable is by diverting money away from the day-to-day provision of teaching and learning. The Halifax Courier ran the survey results on their front page with the headline, "Cuts are pushing schools to the edge." The survey confirms cuts to funding, rising poverty and SEND are pushing schools to breaking point. Nationally, according to the Department for Education's own figures, we know that 1 in 8 local authority maintained schools were in deficit in 2022 to 23. That is the highest number of schools in deficit on record. The Observer newspaper also ran the survey results with a quote from a Yorkshire primary head teacher. She said, "We're approaching a time when it isn't safe to open. There will be children who are being violent and there won't be enough staff to manage." She said she'd not been able to justify replacing teachers and support staff who had resigned over the past year, and that in September she'll be forced to merge a year of children containing many who are vulnerable and have additional needs with the year above because they are losing yet another teacher. She says you have to do it to make your budget work, but what about the impact on the children? Mungo Shepherd, who's the truly outstanding head teacher at Ash Green Primary School serving the Mixington area of Halifax in my constituency, told The Observer, "Heads are forced to balance the books rather than saying, how many staff do we actually need for our children?" He said, "It's terrifying." He said some local schools are having to cut pastoral roles as well as teaching jobs, and many no longer have enough classroom support staff to cater for the ever-growing needs of children. He said that despite being oversubscribed, his school will have what he describes as a large deficit by April of next year, and other schools are already in perilous situations running out of money. Ash Green serves one of the most deprived parts of my hometown. Led by Mr Shepherd, the staff there delivered food and vouchers to families during COVID just to make sure that the children and their families had at least some food on the table. Just when staff were starting to get some respite from the somewhat soul-destroying challenges of COVID, the school was hit by a deliberate arson which tore through several classrooms. The school runs a breakfast club because so many children were going without, and they've also set up a lending scheme for the families and parents who had nowhere else to turn. The staff at Ash Green represent school staff up and down the country who have to come so many challenges before they can just start the school day. It's just not right that those staff and that head teacher spend so much time worrying about how he's going to balance the books in order to just pay for the basics of paying staff's wages and keeping buildings and children safe. Schools are increasingly picking up the pieces of our broken society. This government has finally woken up to doing something about non-dom tax status, adopting our long-standing policy, and we're still 100% committed to funding breakfast clubs in schools, as additional teachers and mental health specialists in schools, pledges we know are a necessity and that we are incredibly proud of. There was nothing in the budget yesterday for councils who have such limited means of providing any additional support to schools. The Labour leadership of Calderdale Council, alongside some truly dedicated officers, are working their socks off to balance the budget, and they will find a way, but they are struggling financially and morally to find a way to do that. In the last financial quarter, Calderdale's budget for children and young people was at a 7.8 million overspend, which has increased by 1.7 million this financial year. The biggest driver of this overspend is the rising number of required placements for children in care, with those costs rising significantly. The lack of placement availability nationally and locally is a key factor, as it is everywhere. The Chancellor did have something to say on this yesterday, saying that too many children in care end up being looked after by unregistered providers that are much more expensive. He announced some new investment yesterday, pledging that the government will also be developing proposals on what more can be done to combat profiteering, bring down costs and create a more sustainable market for residential placements, which it will publish later this year. Now, I really struggle with the word market to describe placements for children in care. It is everything that's wrong with children's social care, but this announcement comes 2 years after the Competition and Markets Authority concluded that profits in the largest private children's home and fostering providers were higher than would be expected in a well-functioning market, with average margins of 22.6% in residential care between 2016 and 2020. So it begs the question, why has it taken so long to do anything about this? Why has this government allowed the system to become so broken to the detriment of both local councils and some of those vulnerable children in our society? And with this in mind, it begs the question, why on earth is this government not doing more to support kinship carers? Figures from 2021 estimated that there are 130,000 children in kinship care, but this makes up just 15% of children in the care system. Can I urge ministers to look again at the family rights group's call to extend the financial allowances pathfinder to more local authorities and remove the perverse criteria that children must have previously been looked after to be eligible? The pilot scheme for a new kinship financial allowance is only underway in a very small number of local authorities with very narrow eligibility criteria. We know this could be a way forward for councils, for carers and, most importantly, for vulnerable children. So will the government please accelerate that work, make this a priority and roll out the support for carers beyond the pilot scheme? Madam Deputy Speaker, the OBR has confirmed that this will be the worst Parliament on record for living standards, making it the only Parliament on record where living standards have fallen. The BBC reports that Nottingham, Birmingham and Woking councils all went bust in 2023, following Thurrock and Croydon for the third time in 2022. And even more harrowing yet, that half of councils are warning of effective bankruptcy within 5 years without reform. Does the government think that this is some kind of phenomenon, or could it be a direct result of its decision-making and its actions? The budget will come as no relief to schools or councils so desperately trying to undertake their statutory duties to educate children and keep them safe. We need to be in a position to deliver Labour's commitments We need a general election.
Dame Jackie Doyle-Price.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady, the member for Halifax. She was doing so well until she mentioned Thurrock. Perhaps I could just give some clarity as to why Thurrock got in such bad financial trouble. For the last decade, as some of you will know, Thurrock was the subject of very aggressive three-way politics, with UKIP holding the balance of power. And between a Labour minority administration and the move to a Conservative minority administration, it was frankly impossible to get a balanced budget passed. Because sensible decisions would not be taken either in terms of increasing council tax or reducing spending, which led council officers to pursue a very reckless, risky borrowing strategy to plug the gap. And I think that's really the lesson we should learn, is not so much about the overall strategy of this government towards local government, but about the need for all of us, wherever we are in public life, to take sensible decisions based on positive outcomes for those we serve. I would say, however, I listened very carefully to what she was saying about the whole issue of special educational needs, and I think she's absolutely right. This is an issue where we really need to get to grips with this. And it's great in a budget, isn't it? There's plenty of knockabout between the front benchers. But her speech reminds us that we actually really need to think in a more granular way about whether we are really delivering the outcomes we want as a mature, advanced society, and particularly whether we are delivering the best outcomes for those who are most vulnerable and for those who are perhaps least able to speak for themselves. And I think we are witnessing some very real challenges for children with statements in our schools for a whole host of reasons. One of them is that for a while there was a very fashionable view amongst the educational establishment that children with special needs ought to be educated in a mainstream setting, and that will work for many of them. But for others, we will actually be failing them and failing the other children in that school if we continue with that model. But overall, it's led to an underinvestment in special provision, with the result that so many schools are having to manage more and more children with special needs. And I've seen it at first hand within my own constituency. We are having reports of a massive increase post the pandemic in children with statements, not all of which are related to having been out of school, by the way. You know, some of these things are genetic too. There's a massive increase in children presenting as non-verbal, and I don't think we've really got to grips to understand why that might be. But right now, what we do need to acknowledge is that explosion in special needs is being absorbed by our existing school sector. And let's pay tribute to them, they're doing their best. I've seen at first hand the real efforts being made in some of my schools to manage this issue and to give the best possible education they can to all their pupils. And you know, I'm told that, you know, I visited Tudor Court in my constituency very recently, and they told me that it's now 13% of their intake that has a statement, and that is actually low by comparison, which strikes me as being quite a significant indication that this is an issue that ought to become much more top priority. And again, I come back to this issue about how we must make sure that, you know, first and foremost, we look after those that need our help the most, not those who shout loudest. I often say that this place often works best for the pointy-elbowed middle classes. We really do need to make sure that we are focusing on those who need our help the most, and indeed I will.
Grateful for her giving away, and I think she makes an excellent point about special needs provision actually across the country in most authorities, regardless actually of the politics in some places, really damaging for young people. And Bristol's just become part of this safety valve initiative from the government, along with neighbouring Conservative and other run councils. So would she agree with me that we do need a serious look at this across the country now to understand both demand and the provision that already exists, and work together on that for the benefit of children who are coming through the system and their families who are so desperate for that support?
Yeah, I do agree with that. I think we have an outbreak of consensus which we should embrace, I think. And she's absolutely right, because we can't actually tackle this in a silo. because ultimately it's for the local authority to ensure that statements are, the statement of educational need is given. But equally, while we've got a situation where local authorities are under pressure with budgets, I know a few years ago I went to my LEA and talked about the need to progress a free school application for special provision, and the message I got clearly back was, well, we don't want to encourage that because people will move here and we've got to look after them till they're 25. So I think this is something that we really do need a much more high-level look at and make sure that we're looking at delivering the provision that's needed across the board. Turning now to the substance of the budget, I have to say I really welcome the decision on national insurance. And clearly national insurance is no longer the contributory levy that it once was, because the idea was it bought credits which bought you your pension and entitled to out of work benefits, and really they've become much more universal. So as a separate tax it really makes no sense, but it does actually give way to the fact whether we should have a philosophical debate about whether there ought to be a contributory principle for some services. And I think particularly in respect of we are still awaiting a long-term solution to how we fund social care, for example. While I welcome the aspiration to remove national insurance, I do think we still need to get back to really sorting out that particular issue, because again, this is while ever there's uncertainty in how we fund social care, again, it's local authorities that are picking up the pressure on that, and ultimately it's been very convenient to put that responsibility onto local authorities, but I think we also need to do our bit now. If we are going to expect, everything has to be paid for at the end of the day. If we're going to have mature and sensible long-term decisions at central government level, we need to actually give local authorities the same space. And while ever there's uncertainty about how the cost of social care is going to be met, they actually can't make those sensible decisions. And some of the disasters that the Honourable Lady from Member for Halifax described are only going to become more and more at risk because the certainty just simply isn't there. And I'd also suggest actually we really do need to really re-look at how we ensure that local authorities do make mature and sensible decisions about their budgeting. I mean, we've seen the Audit Commission has gone and been replaced by audit firms that go in, but the frank advice that ought to be given just simply hasn't been. We used to have surcharge, which was a very blunt instrument to ensure that councillors made mature and sensible financial decisions. As I say, it was very blunt, but nevertheless there's no stake for councillors, and quite often, we often see in this place we've got great champions of local communities, but we also have to show leadership and maturity in making sensible decisions. When you get to local councils, that's on speed. You have great local ward champions who literally just view themselves as being the spokesman for street by street, everything that's the problem, but perhaps don't properly recognise their corporate responsibilities for making sensible judgments about a multi-million pound business that's there to deliver outcomes for the whole of the local authority area, not just for them. So I actually think as well as looking holistically about some of these things from an outcome, we do need to actually properly make sure that where local authorities are getting things wrong, there's an element of accountability that's outside the ballot box. And especially because the level of turnout in our local elections is so poor. Now, part of that's all our fault, by the way. We're all political parties. It's our job to motivate people to vote for us. And perhaps, I often get very frustrated by the knockabout of political debate, and I think it's a big turn-off. It's a big turn-off for me sometimes when I sit here on a Wednesday lunchtime. So for people who aren't engaged in politics, it's an even bigger one. So the result is that when it comes to local politics particularly, they zone out, they switch off. So even after the biggest failure in local government finance in a local authority, the turnout in my local elections in Thurrock was less than 20% in some wards. Now, isn't that shocking? And what that tells you is that the public out there just think, well, it doesn't make any difference. It doesn't matter who I vote for, nothing will change. By the way, we should all think about that as the general election comes along, because I detect that mood out there as well. Indeed.
The Honourable Lady for giving way. I might say she's never a turn off for me, and I think I think the Honourable Lady's made some excellent points, and not least in respect of SEND children and kinship carers. I think those individuals and those groups their needs should be addressed. But on the point about local government finance, my local authority it's a kind of a coalition of Conservatives, Independents and Lib Dems, and heaven knows I criticise them an awful lot, I think quite justifiably. But I think we should recognise that all local authorities, mine and Thurrock, have had to deal with huge cuts over the last 10 or 14 years. My local authority, £130 million, and they've had to cut £260 million from their revenue spend. I was just looking at some figures, and is it not more sensible to change council tax?
We do have quite a lot of time this afternoon, but that was an incredibly long intervention. I'm looking forward to the Honourable Gentleman's own speech in due course. Jackie Doyle-Price.
As I acknowledge, there have been cuts to local authority budgets, but I also think at the root of this is that so much of local authority funding comes from the centre. So, actually, as a local elector, where is the accountability there? You know, as far as they're concerned, the council can only spend what's given to them. And I come back again, is on the basis of those cuts, it's incumbent on councils to make sensible decisions, and they can't have the cake and eat it. They have to live within their means. And what I sense is that, and I suspect, given the Rainbow Coalition he's just described, there's an awful lot of playing to the gallery. And I'm afraid what we expect of our councillors is for them to be more mature than that.
Yes. Does she agree with me that one of the problems is that we gave local authorities a power of general competence, and what we should have done is concentrate their minds on the things that they really have to do?
Yeah, I do. I mean, with hindsight, that was a big mistake. I think it was done with the best of intentions. You know, given that local authorities were in this new challenge set of circumstances, there was a desire to give them the freedom to do more and be more relevant without constraints. But what it's actually done is let license for risky behaviour, and I think we will still see some more consequences of that in due course. Clearly, we would all like to be in a much better place with regard to the strength of our economy and the rate it's growing and the state of our public finances. But I do think we need to reflect that, you know, the last 15 years have been challenging. We've had 3 significant shocks which have cumulatively made us poorer than we would like to be. That's just a fact. You know, the 2008 financial crisis, clearly that had to be managed. We, of course, have had the consequences of the pandemic and the fact that we locked down our economy for 2 years, the best part of, one way or another, which clearly has a massive impact on growth. And the billions we spent keeping people in their jobs still has to be paid for. And clearly also Ukraine, and not only our need to support the people of Ukraine, but also the consequence on energy prices. And I think we, again, coming back to this need for responsible leadership, we should level with the public about what these things mean. You know, they're not stupid, they're not deceived by spin and rhetoric. They know that these things have a consequence. And if we don't treat them with the respect that they deserve and level with them, they will show us the lack of respect that we show them. You know, they do understand that this all needs to be paid for. And if we don't actually face up to those things, we end up compounding the challenges made by those political choices. And I'll start again with the financial crisis. Clearly, there was a need for a massive intervention to stop the whole banking system from collapsing. But we got addicted to QE. And the correction that should have taken place following that financial crisis never happened because guess what? We don't want middle-class people who vote to have a reduction in their property values. So by sticking with that policy, we ended up with rates of interest that were artificially low for a very long time. That completely distorted asset class prices. It made it everyone put all their investments into property, and that's contributed to massive intergenerational unfairness because people can't now afford to buy a house. Doesn't that just show, short-termism, the failure to be real and get real and explain to the public and make long-term financial decisions that will make the most of growth in this country? Because let's just think about it. We're all bemoaning the lack of growth in our economy, but if we've generated a system whereby there is more profits to be made by investing in housing than investing in business and wealth creation that way, this is where we end up. And this is where we all need to actually make a real determined effort to be more long-term in our decision-making and not just pursue the retail benefits of going up a few percentage points in the opinion polls. Lockdown. Again, we spent billions to keep people in their jobs, but that has to be repaid by the taxpayer. And people do understand this. They know that nothing can be made for free. But we also need to address the wider consequences of what we've done with lockdown, because there is a longer-term impact on our nation's productivity. We were all psychologically damaged by being taken out of social circulation for 2 years. We've ended up with work practices that aren't always the most efficient. But worst of all, we've looked and we've entered an expectation that the state will deal with every problem. And again, we need to actually get back to that leadership, which actually says we've all got to collectively fix this problem. Because fighting COVID is the equivalent of fighting a war. And what we did after the Second World War is everyone knew that there was going to be a massive effort to get our country back together again. We've pretended it was all easier than it is. And never more so than when we talk about public services. I hear over and over again about underfunding. Underfunding, what does that mean? If there isn't enough money to deliver what people are expecting, we have to be honest about that. And we have to actually cut our cloth. We have to recognise that nothing can be delivered without being paid for. So either we increase taxes or we look at what we're actually delivering. Ultimately, we all want to get into a position where we are much richer and we can pay for a lot more. But we have to acknowledge that we have to make some concessions to actually get to that place where we want to be when we've dealt with a shock that we've had so far. I also think we need to have a much more honest debate about what we should be spending our money on. I think Ukraine illustrates that the need to spend more money on defence has really become more obvious. I'll be honest, I think we've taken our eye off the ball since 1989, but now we perhaps face a more challenging and unstable world than we have done for some time. And actually the best investment we can make to keeping our energy prices low and stable is to carry on investing in defence at a better rate than we are doing. I just want to say two final things about the issues which are perhaps the biggest challenge, and again, not the focus of a mature debate or leadership in this place. The first is immigration. There is no doubt the public think that we've got too much immigration, and certainly we've become dependent on immigration as a source of cheap labour. So we had a period, particularly from 2006, where we were open to Eastern European labour. The numbers with which that immigration took place within the UK did actually have a very positive effect on growth, but it was growth as in the overall quantum. The impact, however, on individual productivity and on earnings and on GDP per capita was poor because it had that depressing level of earnings. And I think overall the resentment towards immigration comes from a lot of those people who found their earnings diminished as a consequence. We think about the Avida Same Pet generation of builders and labourers who earn lots of money going overseas found that, you know, post-2006, their earnings were depleted because people here were choosing to employ Lithuanians and Poles, and because that was cheaper labour. Naturally, they will have a very clear view that immigration has reduced their earnings, and I think that was a big part of why. Yes, indeed.
I think she's completely inaccurate. That very often the reason why employers in the United Kingdom have been employing workers from the European Union is because there hasn't been the labour available within the UK. That, for example, is why we now have a crisis in recruitment to social care professions, because we've stopped Europeans coming in and there's nobody in the UK that's able to do the work.
The Honourable Gentleman referred to issues with regard to social care. He has a fair point, but I don't think that's true of HGV drivers or builders, labourers, or anyone in the construction industry at all. It is true that we have relied on cheap migrant labour to deliver social care, but I think that's largely because we haven't valued social care as a profession, and it's also, to be frank, it's allowed us to kick the can down the road as to how we pay for social care and how we pay for and how we live our lives in later life. Because while ever we've got that abundance of cheap labour to come and work in that sector, we've been kicking the can down the road as to how we fund our later stage of life for some time. So again, it's not just the impact on earnings. It's allowed policymakers to be very lazy in terms of grappling with these difficult issues. Yes, indeed.
So I'm very grateful. Before she sits down, I just wanted to just jump in and say how important I think the speech she's making is. She's speaking with the authentic voice of common sense conservatism, which we need to hear so much more of. And a particular point there about the depressive effect on wages of the high rates of immigration that we've had over this century so far is incredibly important and relevant to the debate we're having today about the workforce. Does she agree that at least our party does have a plan to reduce legal migration substantially in the years ahead, which is more than we hear from many parties across the chamber?
I do agree we have a plan, but what I would say to my honourable friend, and I'm sure he would agree with me, is it's got to be more than words. It's got to be delivered on. And he will have heard, as probably many of us have, is that how many industries have lobbied us to make sure that, you know, this particular profession is added to the skilled workforce list, because actually those employers don't want to pay those higher wages. And we as politicians need to be robust about that and actually say, you know what, we genuinely want to deliver a high wage, high skilled economy. And I'm afraid, you know, if you want to employ HGV drivers, you're going to have to pay them the money that they deserve. And that's how we will reward aspiration and hard work by the people of this country, and we will have overall better growth. But, you know, it's not going to be painless getting there, because some employers will have to start paying higher wages, and that will filter through to higher prices. But that's how we correct our economy and become the great world leader that we should be. And we should be the powerhouse of the G7. Given the skills and abilities within our country, we should be leading the world. And we've allowed ourselves to become impoverished by quick fixes, being brutally frank. The final issue, I think, I just want to, in relation to the House, I've said for a long time, the biggest challenge facing this country is the lack of affordable housing and the failure to build enough new homes. And I welcome the continued emphasis by this government on this, but we're still failing to deliver. And the Chancellor mentioned yesterday that new investment to facilitate new housing in Barking and Canary Wharf. Well, to learn from what can go wrong, I would just encourage him to travel a few miles east to my constituency, to Purfleet. Now, Purfleet sits on the River Thames. There is a railway station that can take you to Fenchurch Street in the City of London in 45 minutes. Now, we have been talking about building 3,500 homes in Purfleet since 2008. Now, just put that on the River Thames, 45 minutes from central London. These homes should sell themselves, shouldn't they? Now, let me tell you, PCRL, a public-private partnership, was developed to deliver these 3,500 homes. It had £70 million worth of public land gifted to it. It was given a grant of £5 million in 2015 to kickstart the works. It subsequently received £70 million in Hythe funding. And I tell you, we were promised the first house should have been constructed in 2018. We're now at 2024, we have not got a single house, not a single new home after all that public money. And I'd just like to register with the government. Making capital funding available is great. Seeing these wonderful brochures which set out these nice plans for new homes, all great, but nothing is being delivered. And I just wonder whether there's something wrong with how we're approaching these things, because from where I'm sitting, we've got consultants who've managed to earn a pretty penny over the last 8 years out of Purfleet, but we've achieved nothing. Nothing except for the disappointments of the public who've supported and got behind these proposals and have found their hopes and ambitions dashed. You know, we deserve better. They deserve better. They've been seriously misled by a number of people. You know, it's not for me to apologise to people of Purfleet. I did my best to call out the Emperor had no clothes for a very long time. But the public out there gets very disillusioned when given promises by politicians that come to nothing. And our final point, therefore, would be, please, government, if we are really going to deliver more new homes, we really do need to look at why we haven't realised the ambitions from these sorts of projects in the past.
Rushanara Ali.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. After 14 years, we needed a sober and serious plan to revive our economy, boost productivity, encourage entrepreneurship and investment to power serious economic growth. We needed a budget for growth. Instead, what did we get? Reckless gimmicks and political trickery. When the country is crying out for renewal and investment in public services, this budget is putting party before nation. After 14 years of the Conservative Party in power, our economy has been wrecked and vandalised. Before yesterday's tinkering around the edges, we knew public debt as a share of national output is at the highest since the 60s. Debt interest payments are the highest level since the Second World War. The economy is smaller per capita than when the Prime Minister took over after the mini-budget fiasco in which his predecessor, with the then Chancellor, crashed the economy. And this Parliament will be the first ever, Madam Deputy Speaker, whereby living standards as a measure of real household disposable income fell. And now the Conservatives expect us to rejoice in their planned expenditure of £9 billion of tax cuts that's going to be funded by increased borrowing. And this is going to be dwarfed by £27 billion of tax rises that came into effect last year and a further £19 billion that's due to come after the election because of the choices and decisions they have made. And when we look at the impact on different groups, research by the Women's Budget Group shows that single men will gain on average close to £500 more a year than lone mothers from the combined cuts of national insurance in the autumn statement and spring budget. And the Institute for Public Policy Research estimates that half of the tax cuts will go to the wealthiest households and just 3% to the poorest. We also heard the Chancellor boast yesterday of the Conservative Party's intentions to scrap national insurance altogether. Without any plans to fund this would leave a £46 billion black hole in the country's finances every year. This is deeply irresponsible. One would have thought that the Conservative Party had learnt the lessons, having crashed the economy with the mini-budget omnishambles, which cost, with their £45 billion of unfunded tax cuts, leading us to all pay a very high price, particularly in terms of costs, as well as in mortgage hikes. And people are still living through that crisis, while the former Prime Minister goes off and earns a huge amount of money dining out on having crashed the economy and living in denial. This is why my right honourable friend, the Shadow Chancellor, has committed to upholding and strengthening the role of the Office of Budget Responsibility. Only Labour can deliver the economic stability, I will give way in a minute, stability this country desperately needs, and put an end to the Conservative Party's fantasy of unfunded, unsustainable tax cuts. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
I just wondered on that point if there's any scope for a special crash the economy tax so that we could claw back some of the money she's earned as a result of her speaking to her.
Well, for a start, she could certainly donate what she's earning to the millions of children who are now living in poverty, worsened by her crashing the economy. Children in my constituency have their parents having to do even more work in order to make ends meet, in order to pay mortgages that have doubled in some cases. And that is the consequence of the rot that she set by crashing the economy with her then Chancellor. I give way to my honourable friend.
Just on a more serious note, I mean, there are reports and it's alleged that that the then Chancellor briefed certain hedge fund managers ahead of that budget, and they made significant financial gains off the back of that. Surely there should be some comeback on that.
Well, my honourable friend makes a very important point, and it was well publicised at the time, and it's shocking that there hasn't been an investigation or an inquiry into what happened at that point. And what is shocking is that the then Chancellor and the then Prime Minister continue to behave like they did nothing wrong, continue to behave like we should be grateful that they were in charge at the time, continue to go on speaking circuits, gaslighting the British public, having crashed the economy and ruined their lives, and we are still paying for that. So the time can't come soon enough for this episode to be over, for a fresh start with a new government, a Labour government. The former Treasury Minister, David Gauke, in an article in the New Statement, said about the current Chancellor and his budget, this budget was a work of fiction. He wants to be prudent and responsible, and he wants to cut taxes. The reality is he can't do both. That, Madam Deputy Speaker, is about the current Chancellor's decisions. Now, I have a lot of time for the current Chancellor. He inherited an awful situation, but he hasn't faced up to the reality of needing to be responsible. And his colleague, sets this out in this piece. It's not the Labour Party attacking the decisions of the current Chancellor. It's his own former colleague who was a respected Treasury Minister. And when it comes to growth, Madam Deputy Speaker, one doesn't need to be an economist to know their economic policy is failing. Wages have fallen behind, and according to the Resolution Foundation, real wages will only return to 2008 levels by 2026. That's nearly 2 decades of lost pay growth. That's 2 decades of people not seeing an improvement in their living standards. 2 decades, almost 2 decades, of having to face real terms wage cuts. By contrast, real wage growth across the OECD as a whole has risen by almost 9% on average over the same period. That's costing British workers an average of £3,600 per year. And it means they've had less to spend, and on top of that, they've had to live through the spectre of the mini-budget crisis made in Downing Street and the cost of living crisis that came after that. The House of Commons Library shows that the UK food and alcoholic drink prices were nearly 7% higher in January 2024 compared with the previous year because of the CPI measures of inflation. And what does that mean in practice? In constituencies like mine and up and down the country, it means many more children living in poverty, millions more children living in poverty during the course of the last 14 years. Children in this country going hungry because of the failures of this government. Parents having to work more hours to just keep up and keep their heads above water. That is the consequence of what the Conservatives have done to people's lives in this country. This budget also leaves those who earn £19,000 or less worse off. That cannot be right. The Office of Budget Responsibility for forecasts show that the GDP will grow by just 0.8% in 2024 and 1.8% 2025. And what about productivity? The government has talked about the productivity puzzle for a very long time, but it hasn't managed to address it. In the quarter 2023, productivity was estimated to be 0.3% lower compared to the year before, according to the Office of National Statistics. So what we have and what we've had is sluggish productivity, flatlining growth, stagnant wages, rising prices. No wonder our country is in recession. This government has presided over, as a consequence, declining investment in our public services. We've seen the spectre of queues for dentist appointments, people stuck in hospitals because of the failure to invest in local government, in social care, the police struggling to cope because of underfunding and cuts in police numbers, the criminal justice system facing massive cuts, and as a result, people are not getting justice, major infrastructure projects cancelled, like HS2, which means that investors have lost confidence. And there is so much more. I could go on, but I appreciate others will want to speak. So the question is, do people feel better off than they did in 2010 when the Conservative Party came into government? No. The answer is no, because they are working longer hours, they're working harder, and after austerity, which damaged our public services, and the mini-budget crisis that crashed our economy, and that has cost, to begin with, 60 billion, along with mortgage increases, food price hikes, and much else, people aren't better off. And of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, we haven't mentioned Partygate, the abuse of power, the billions wasted in PPE contracts, money wasted in fraud that could have, the billions that we could have used to support people. Instead, it went to waste, and it went into, in particular cases, into corruption that hasn't been addressed. And what we've seen is an endless queue of chancellors and prime ministers, one after another, experimenting on our country and letting people down. Political instability and economic instability causing huge distress to people's lives in our country. What do they have to show for it? A cost of living crisis, often made in Downing Street, and a sticking plaster budget designed to help the Conservative Party remain in power. But people can see right through it. They're not going to be fooled by what's been provided. What we need is a serious budget for productivity and growth. What we need is no more wasting opportunities, no more wasting people's talents. What we need is a government focused on national renewal. What we need is an economic strategy for growth that we didn't get yesterday. We could have had a sustainable programme for supporting small and medium-sized businesses that power our economy. 99% of our economy, our businesses are in that sector, where they could be supported much more to grow our economy. We could have seen much more support for those who are in the home building industry by reforming the planning system. We could have seen more investment for the green industries and generating green jobs, a new national wealth fund to unlock billions in private investment, a skills revolution in the form of setting up new technical excellence colleges, an investment in the younger generation in their skills and education in early years. We could have seen a shift in making work pay with a genuine living wage, banning 0 hours contracts and ending fire and rehire. Those are some of the things the country desperately needs. We've seen none of that. We've seen no vision for the future, for renewing our economy and our society. That's what we will deliver. Those are some of the things we would deliver if we have the privilege of getting into government. It's time for change. It's time to end this misery and destruction being caused by this government. And it's time for a change in government.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it's a privilege to follow the previous speakers and the Honourable Lady. Today's theme is making work pay. I believe this is one of the key challenges facing our country. Conservatives believe in conserving, but what is it that we seek to conserve? In a word, freedom. As Ronald Reagan said, freedom is only ever one generation away from extinction. We didn't pass it to our children in the bloodstream. It must be fought for, protected, and handed on for them to do the same. And there's nothing more important to the cause of individual freedom for human beings than the opportunity to work. It's the only moral way to achieve financial security. It's the path to a better life. It's not the meaning of life, but there is no meaning in life without work. It is the force that through the green fuse drives the flower, as Dylan Thomas said. Now, God put Adam and Eve on earth to work. I believe that was a wise decision. Because good, hard, challenging, stressful and important work done well makes people happy and purposeful. It's not just a means to an end for generating taxes. The true gifts of life are to be found in the struggle on the hard road. We Conservatives are not blind to the reality of human nature. We don't pretend that people are not motivated by financial incentives. It's not selfish to want to earn more for ourselves and to work hard for it. And I believe that in the budget that was set out yesterday by my right honourable friend for the Chancellor, Mrs Thatcher would have had found much to be pleased with. In 1975, she said, "The person who's prepared to work the hardest should get the greatest rewards and keep them after tax. We should back the workers, not the shirkers. That is not only permissible but praiseworthy, to want to benefit your own family by your own efforts." And how right she was in 1975, and how right we are as Conservatives to do that now. And that's why I welcome the budget measures, especially the cut in national insurance, which will save the average worker £900 and the average self-employed worker, which we have a lot of in Redditch, £650 per year. And that combined with the changes to high-income child benefit and the childcare support that we've previously talked about, the reduction in inflation and the economy starting to turn a corner after a very difficult time, I know it will be welcomed by hard-pressed families in Redditch juggling work and home life. Of course, the welfare state and benefits are necessary in today's world. Our fellow citizens rely on us when they're sick or struck down by life's blows and they can't sustain themselves. But the pandemic has had a worrying impact, and I have seen a loosening of the links of that social contract between all of our citizens as a result. We can't ask a shrinking pool of workers to pay out of their taxes when they're working for a growing cohort of people who can't or won't work. Benefits must only ever be a last resort for those truly unable to work, never a lifestyle choice caused by faulty wiring in our system. Now, when it comes to the budget, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is quite tempting to view it as a single event. It happens over a day and there's headlines in the media. We look at it through that obsessive lens of our 24-hour news cycle and our social media feeds. But we shouldn't judge it that way. And nor should we look at the events happening in our own country as unique. We're not an outlier. Every country around the world has suffered from the pandemic and the energy crisis caused by the war in Ukraine. And I think, as my right honourable friend from Thurrock rightly said, the public are not fools. They definitely do understand and they can see what's going on. And what they can also see is that over the course of 14 years, it's the Conservatives that have made huge strides in reversing Labour's something-for-nothing culture. We have ensured that welfare is truly targeted at the people who really need it, meaning we can be more generous for those really vulnerable citizens. It was Keith Joseph, after all, who first articulated the concept of the cycle of deprivation, and he set about helping people to break out of it. And it was a Conservative government that implemented the life-changing universal credit reform so successfully being rolled out across our country. They were, of course, conceived and led by my right honourable friend for Chingford and Woodford Green. That was the true genesis of the value that work must always pay. But every time we've made reforms to welfare, the parties opposite have howled and said that we're cruel and heartless. It's total fake outrage. The true moral failure is to let people languish on benefits and not expect any better from them. That's Labour's legacy, and we saw record levels of unemployment in every age group when they last left office, particularly among young people and women. We were prepared to take those hard decisions about universal credit. I have the scars on my back from standing here defending the government's decisions at the time. But guess what? The apocalypse did not arrive. Instead, we now see record numbers of people in work, record numbers, including record numbers of women and record numbers of women over 50. And government analysis has consistently shown that universal credit is having a positive impact on labour market participation for all groups, including single parents and other vulnerable groups who face the most barriers returning to work. And I will give way.
Most people who experience the benefit system will understand and support the need for a more simplified system that works around working people. But she must also accept that that was not the design of universal credit that met with such opposition. The 5-week wait limit, for instance, before entitlement was drawn, meant that people were getting into debt unnecessarily when they were entitled to the benefit earlier on. She must accept that even with the principle of a simplified system, the way it was done was not right.
I don't accept that, and I don't wish to redo all the debates that we've had in the past over here. The government has listened to a lot of the issues involved with the rollout of an incredibly complicated system, and the evidence speaks for itself. It has helped more people get into work, and work is always the best route out of poverty. Now, before I move on, I would like to make a few comments about mental health conditions. We do see a category of people in our country who are economically inactive. And this is very sad to me and many of us, because these people fundamentally are not free. They're dependent on the state. And my concern is that the number of working age adults who are out of the labour market because of long-term sickness has been rising since 2019, from around 2 million people in 2019 to about 2.5 million in the summer of 2022. And I understand that this started before the COVID pandemic. The biggest relative jump in economic inactivity due to long-term sickness is in the under 35s, whose main complaints are depression, bad nerves or anxiety. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I've got 2 psychology degrees. I fully understand mental illness and mental ill health. I also believe in using words precisely. I'm very alarmed, therefore, to see the conflation of the terms depression and anxiety together with bad nerves. Bad nerves? Both anxiety and depression are clinically recognised conditions. Bad nerves is not. Government statistics, following a number of questions that I've posed to the department, don't break down the number of people self-reporting under each condition. And there's no data or information on how this concept of bad nerves is defined, assessed, treated, understood or prevented as a separate condition from depression and anxiety. And this is because there can't be. Having bad nerves is a totally meaningless phrase. Nobody knows what it is. So how can people decide if they're unfit to work if they have it? I've got bad nerves standing up here in this chamber, standing up to speak. And my constituents have bad nerves when they're navigating the day-to-day challenges of juggling work and family. and the phrase itself reminds me of something out of a Good Housewife manual in the 1950s. I just don't believe, frankly, that bad nerves is a reason to be on sickness benefits. And yet figures from the Labour Force survey indicate that 1.3 million people are economically inactive due to some combination of bad nerves, anxiety and depression. So we don't know how many are off because of each condition and how many are off because of bad nerves. So I would have thought it would, when I finish my point I would have thought it would be a good idea for the Department and the Ministers, who I can see on the front bench, to understand on a more granular level what conditions are preventing our constituents from getting back into work, so that we can target the taxes of our constituents who are working hard for long hours and paying into the system more efficiently and ultimately reduce the bill. I'll give way briefly.
I wondered if she had detected anything within the Chancellor's statement or the Red Book where he actually says we will put more resources into dealing with mental health services.
I've detected many statements from many ministers on the Treasury bench over my period of time as a Member of Parliament, investing in mental health services and back-to-work services, both nationally and in my constituents. In Redditch, we have a brand new local mental health hub, and that is delivered by Conservative Government and Conservative Borough Council, led by the excellent Mr Matt Dormer. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's worth observing that a total of 2.6 million people reporting these conditions are actually in work, and that's a credit to our mission to support people back into work, which ultimately is the best way to improve their mental health. I have a concern that following the pandemic we have seen possibly a trend to over-medicalise some of the normal ups and downs of daily life. It's almost as though it were possible to live in a state of blissful utopia, and as if there are any interruption to paradise, it's a condition requiring help. That is just not true. It is the struggle of life that defines us and builds our character. Taking away individuals' opportunity and responsibility to face their fears by overprotecting them is the worst way to develop resilience, as any parent knows. The human condition is a state, mostly, of pain and fear. If we're fortunate, we'll experience love and happiness in some small interludes, and we must appreciate those. But I want to be very clear, I don't criticise anyone who's suffering from any mental health condition. I do not, including bad nerves, whatever it is. Because if we have a poorly designed system with poor labelling, it's not people's fault if they respond to the structural incentives that we've designed. But we must not have bogus, badly defined phrases and cod psychology as a pathway to a lifetime on benefits. So I really hope the Minister can return to this in the summing up. Yes, I'd gladly give way to
Reeves. She's giving a very brave, I say, very eloquent speech. Does she agree with me that there is a real problem with overprescription in the NHS when doctors respond too quickly to people who have mental health difficulties with a chemical response? And in fact, what would be often best is encouraging them either to work or to take part in social activities, which the government is supporting through the social prescribing programme.
I thank my honourable friend very much for that observation. I hesitate to agree with him definitively because I just don't have the evidence, but I strongly agree with him on my basic point that we shouldn't reach for the sort of chemical, the chemical solution. We should look at those other solutions which are clinically much better for people, including the social prescribing that he refers to. Now, I know there are many issues I could highlight in this budget which I know will be welcomed in Redditch, and I've campaigned long and hard for the Alex Hospital, and we've seen the Conservatives delivering with an £18.8 million operating complex now open, ensuring that we're making progress in cutting those waiting lists. People can get operations closer to home, it enables them to get home quicker, they have more life-saving surgery closer to their homes. And I'm really glad to see the emphasis yesterday on productivity gains in the NHS, as well as pouring in money. Constituents know that healthcare is expensive and valuable. Staff time and public resources must be properly stewarded and not wasted. And yesterday there was an unexpected but very welcome, delightful announcement from the Chancellor. He announced £5 million to spend in Redditch on cultural projects. I know that that will be massively welcomed in our area, where the arts play a huge part in our local life. I'll be talking to local groups, community groups, about how we can best use that. I know that we've got plenty of potential destinations, including the Palace Theatre, Arts in Redditch, our new library complex, again boosted by government levelling up funding, and many, many more. And I'm particularly proud, looking at budget measures as well, of the record of my local council, led by Councillor Matt Dormer, who has instigated a council house building programme. What we've seen is 19 council houses delivered. Obviously, always appreciate the fact that we need to go further, but this is a really significant move, Madam Deputy Speaker, because they're the first true council houses that were built in Redditch for 29 years. And for all the years that Labour in control, they didn't build a single council house, even though they're much needed. And I'm glad to hear the hear from behind me, because we all know that those council houses are a route for local families to have a decent home, to put down roots, to build families, raise their families and better themselves through work. It's a platform for that life that they can build for themselves. That, of course, is the Conservative way. And ultimately, I finish by observing, as Roger Scruton reminded us, a free economy is an economy run by free beings. Free beings are responsible beings. Our plan for work is making our country a place for free and responsible people to realise their full potential. It sets out a pathway to freedom through work. It will make work pay, and I strongly welcome it, and will be backing it in the voting lobbies.
Hear, hear. Karin Smyth.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In my constituency of Bristol South, families have felt the consequences of this government's political chaos and indeed its economic incompetence. 5 Prime Ministers, 7 Chancellors and 11 plans now for growth that have all left them worse off than they were 14 years ago. This budget will not change that, and crucially, Madam Deputy Speaker, they know that. If the Conservatives had grown the economy at these average OECD rates, households would be an astonishing £5,000 a year better off each year. Now, that sum would make a huge difference to families in my constituency. It could have provided some financial security to them, helped them pay those bills, support their families, even maybe have that holiday. But no, instead, families in Bristol South are struggling to make ends meet. Food prices are still 25% higher than they were 2 years ago. Rents are up by 10%. We know that those people remortgaging are experiencing those higher mortgages as a result of the mini-budget. The tax burden remains the highest in a generation. And working people have paid the price for the 14 years of this Tory chaos. The government's failure to grow the economy has gone hand in hand with those cuts to local spending, which we have all heard about today. People are paying more and getting less. They are being forced to make do with struggling public services. Parents all know that their schools have had their per capita funding cut. They know that there are fewer police on the street. They know that we've had bus routes cut, and they crucially know that a health service is under increased pressure as they try and get local appointments. Everyone knows that they've lost out. Everyone has seen that the government has taken resources away. Young people, families, the vulnerable, all left without the vital support and local facilities after the last 14 years. And councils of all political stripes have declared bankruptcy. That's because the Conservatives' piecemeal funding has failed local government. And as we heard earlier, the movement of resources from local government into national government has devastated the ability of councils locally to make those services run. With 900,000 people who were working in local government services moving to national government, as we heard from my honourable friend for Oldham earlier. Now, Bristol's Labour-run council has managed to maintain some vital services despite and not because of the Conservative government. And as my right honourable friend, the honourable the Shadow Chancellor said earlier, it is with really deep irony that this government is now starting to tell Bristol and other local councils how to run our local services, having first of all taken away all those resources, but crucially the scale of waste at national government level and the fraud that we have seen with this government is absolutely astonishing. And the idea that they can start telling us locally how to start running services is for the birds. The budget has done nothing for people in Bristol or Bristol South, but still the council is able to maintain some of those basic services. We have protected the most vulnerable, 12,500 more homes, 14,000 dwellings, currently with planning permission, on track for more affordable housing and accelerating the delivery of council-owned homes. If we had a Labour government working with that Labour council, we could really transform lives. And if we were in government, we would rebuild the foundations of local government, working in partnership with councils, not against them, through long-term funding settlements, developing stronger, more secure, prosperous local economies. To kickstart growth across the country, we need to invest in the workforce. A decade of decline in skills and training is holding Britain back. And as the Honourable Member for Leicester East has announced this week, that's why we're so focused on helping particularly young people back into work, giving them the chances to have a good life, a healthy life with new skills, specialist employment support, new careers, advice and work experience, proper early mental health support and real opportunities, particularly for disabled people coming back into work. Employers, desperate for skills, know that we are not training people in the skills of the future. The Tories' failed apprenticeship level has prevented employers doing the best for young people in particular. And I heard this first-hand at my Jobs and Apprenticeships Fair last week. £1 billion of funding is going unspent from the levy. Yet this budget has again failed to deliver the levy changes that is needed. Now, we on this side have listened to businesses concerned about the levy. Our reformed growth and skills levy will give employers greater flexibility to use their funding so that people can gain new skills and access better jobs. We need to match the skills that are needed in our local economy to young people particularly, but also for people who are retraining so that we can get the growth we need to drive better prosperity. By developing skills for the jobs of the future, we can unlock that growth in the economy. Now, particularly in our approach to this for further growth, we want to grasp the green agenda. We will establish GB Energy, clean power created right here in Britain, meaning more jobs and lower bills for households. Our National Wealth Fund will invest in the industry to fund green initiatives. People in Bristol and businesses in Bristol are desperate to transform our economy and get these new skills, particularly it's environmentally sustainable skills around the construction industry, in the houses that we are building, but also in digital and cyber. But where the Tories have ignored the potential that is offered to us by growth in green industries and jobs, Labour will invest in our future. Under the Conservatives, people's living standards have fallen. Families, young people in particular, cannot afford to get on that housing ladder. Prices in the shops have risen and the tax burden is the highest in 70 years. Yet still, the Prime Minister and the Chancellor came here yesterday full of their smiles and laughing, saying, frankly, that you've never had it so good. My constituents know that this is completely false. There is no number of Tory budgets that can rewrite the last 14 years of economic failure and the damage it's done to the fabric of our society. People need fresh hope, a sustainable plan for growth, and a Labour government that's going to put Bristol and our country first.
Damian Collins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There was one announcement in the budget statement yesterday that the Chancellor of the Exchequer made, which has not been referred to in today's debate, but I think is relevant given the contributions that have been made so far. And that was the Chancellor's announcement that during this financial year, the government will sell the last of its remaining stake in NatWest Bank, the former Royal Bank of Scotland group. And of course, we all remember that the Royal Bank of Scotland group, then the world's largest bank, ran out of money, would have collapsed, required a complete government bailout in order not to go down, taking with it the livelihoods and jobs and mortgages of millions of people in this country and having a systemic effect on the entire banking system. It has taken us nearly 16 years to get to a position where that bank can now be returned to fully private ownership and the government can sell its stake. And the reason I think that is an important sort of benchmark for where we are for the debate today is that it's very easy to pretend, as I think a number of honourable members have tried to do, that 2010 was kind of like a year zero when the Conservative Party was elected, where there were no issues from the past we had to deal with. We came into government on the back of that banking crisis. I think both parties acknowledged that the bailout of the banks was necessary, was inevitable, was the right thing to do. But it came with a cost attached too. It came with the recognition that that huge amount of increased government debt required to take the stake in the banks would at some point have to be paid back. That the massive shock on the global economy and our economy and the recession it created would lead to consolidations in public spending. But it was the Conservative Party, working in coalition at that time, that had to put those plans in place. There was no detailed plan that we inherited from the Labour Party. There was no difficult political decisions made about where spending would be cut, how debt would be repaid. That was entirely left to the Conservative Party to do. And that is what we did. We fixed the roof when we had the chance to do it. And because we fixed the roof, because we controlled debt, because we had debt falling again, we were in the position that when the next shock came, as it did in the COVID pandemic, nothing anyone could have predicted or known about, we were in a position to respond. We were in a position where we could increase borrowing again, to make the necessary decisions to protect people's jobs and homes, to create the furlough scheme, to give the economy the support it needed. We could make those decisions because we had regained the international trust in the British economy and in our government, and we could borrow that money to do it. Yes, borrowing has gone up. Wait a minute. Borrowing has gone up. Taxes have gone up to pay for it. That is an inevitable consequence of these two massive global events that took place, one under the last Labour government and one under the Conservative government in the shape of the COVID pandemic. I do not remember any time the Labour Party criticising the furlough scheme or the support that was put in place, or suggesting it shouldn't have been made. If anything, my honourable friend is quite right. They wanted the lockdown to carry on longer, the debts would have been even higher. Had the Conservative Party not put the public finances back in order, we would have started that pandemic with much higher levels of debt than we did anyway. These were necessary decisions that were made to put the economy right. Now, the decision we have to make now is that the borrowing has gone on because of the need to pay for COVID. It has been complicated by a war in Ukraine. Again, I've not heard anyone on the other side of the House saying we shouldn't have supported the Ukrainian people. I could wait.
He makes a point, I understand why, that would give the impression that the world was rosy up until COVID came, and the problems followed afterwards. But there were 2 million people more on the NHS waiting list before COVID than under the Labour government previously. So the NHS was in a fragile state. The same with the national debt. The national debt was over 1.5 trillion before COVID hit. You can't say that's strong foundations.
I didn't say that at all. What I said was we picked up the pieces of an international banking crisis with no plan from the previous government of how that would be paid for. That was entirely down to the Conservative Party to find that. The criticism was that the previous Labour government was increasing borrowing before the banking crisis hit. It was already borrowing for political reasons to sustain spending it couldn't afford, and then had to bail out the banks on top of that as well. So if you're going to criticise the last 14 years of government, let's start where the problem started, which was before we came into power. And what we were required to do was pick up the pieces of the mess we inherited. Now, there are big things that happen that require responsible governments to make big decisions, to take responsible decisions, and that can sometimes mean you have to put up taxes to pay for borrowing, to get through a crisis. And let's not pretend that's not the case. But the question is, do you have a serious, credible plan? Are you prepared to be honest with the British people about what that entails? Now, on the back of the pandemic, we've had to put up taxes and borrowing to pay for that. We've done that. We're now at a decision point. As the economy recovers and the OBR projects debt will fall, what can we do? What path should we go down? And what the Chancellor has set out is the priority of this government is to recognise that because taxes had to go up to pay for the pandemic, when we want to reduce those taxes. We want to lift that burden from the British people and start to reduce those taxes. And what we've set out, if John or Devon wants to come in at this point, I'm happy to give way. No, okay.
I was trying to intervene a few moments ago, as he'll hopefully recall. But my point was simply going to be that there was a fantastic opportunity during the mid-2010s to actually invest in our infrastructure, invest in our schools, repairing our schools and so on, when interest rates were at a record long-term low. And that opportunity was missed. Doesn't he regret that?
I agree with that. I mean, I just look at my own constituency. We've had 2 brand new secondary schools built, a new big special needs school, primary schools as well, investments in most school buildings, I think, and we've seen a huge amount of investment in the infrastructure in this country. And references have been made to the decision not to complete the northern leg of High Speed 2. Of course, that's not money that's being taken out of infrastructure spending, it's just being spent on different things. And I think that is the point that has not been made. But the decision point we're at now is as the economy recovers, and debt is falling and predicted to fall by the OBR, is what decision point should we make? And the priority of the government is to reduce taxes, and has done that through the national insurance cuts made in the autumn statement, and again, a 4% cut in national insurance. And yes, a longer-term ambition that that tax may go altogether. That's not unfunded commitment. It's saying that's the priority. That's the decision, in one moment, that's the decision that we would take, the direction we would go. What we've heard in the debate today, particularly from the Honourable Lady, the member for Leeds West, the Shadow Chancellor, is Labour would go on a different path. Labour would spend more. She called it investment, but basically Labour would spend more. Labour's priority is not to cut taxes. They're begrudgingly going along with the tax cuts we've announced because they don't want to oppose them. But there was no statement made today that suggested Labour would seek to cut taxes. Labour would seek to spend more. So that is the choice for the British people at the next election and moving forward, is do we have a path that says as the nation recovers from the shocks it's been through, as the Chancellor's got money to spend, as discretionary money to spend, do we give that money back to the British people? Do we let them keep more of what they've earned, or do we just spend it on their behalf? This is the classic separation between our parties that has existed for generations. The belief the Labour Party is still wedded to, that you create growth, something we both want to see, by the government spending more. And I think what has been demonstrated over the decades is by backing the British people and their ingenuity and their hard work that generates the growth that we need. And that is the separation that we have now. And the Shadow Chancellor said at the beginning of her speech, well, you know, I won't stand up and make unfunded commitments for spending or taxes. Well, she has done that today, because now that the money from the non-DOMs is no longer available to fund the things that Labour wanted to spend it on, there is no plan in place. On the radio this morning, the Shadow Chancellor said she'd find the money. Today, at the dispatch box, she said that there would be a detailed piece of work to seek it out and find it. But we still don't know. The only thing the Labour Party could say today they would increase taxes on or revenue on is the taxes on private schools, which is not going to pay for very much at all. So we have an unfunded commitment to spend more. We don't know how. I'd imagine it'll be borrowing more, but it could be taxes going up. And we have some specific unfunded commitments the Labour Party won't say where the money comes from. But what they have said today, loud and clear, is cutting taxes is not their priority at all. There was no ambition today to say that we should cut taxes at all. I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
Twice. He mentioned a number of times the need to repay back any debt and borrowing. He will know that part of the borrowing for HS2 was going to be serviced through the revenue ticket sales through HS2 and through moving more freight off-road onto rail for the track that was freed up. Is he absolutely confident that the new transport projects, including potholes, that have been used with the spare capital that's been freed up, will be serviced through revenue, or will that be a funding gap in the future?
No, I'm confident that the robust plan the government set out for spending that money on other transport projects will deliver. What I would say about High Speed 2 in the north, based on my own constituency experience in Kent, where we have High Speed 1, is that High Speed 1 in my constituency in Folkestone has benefited enormously from High Speed rail. And I do believe these big infrastructure projects deliver benefits in time that are sometimes intangible and difficult to predict at the beginning. But High Speed Run, the train only goes high speed on the High Speed line as far as Ashford. The same rolling stock runs on the traditional railway to Folkestone and Dover and Canterbury and Ramsgate and other places on the Kent coast. So I think a high-speed rail service which runs high speed on a high-speed line from Birmingham to London, but those trains start elsewhere in the north of England, will still deliver huge benefits in terms of reduced journey times and attracting other investment. That has certainly been our experience in Kent, and that's why I've always supported high-speed rail for the north, because I think it can deliver the same thing, and I still think it would deliver big benefits for the northwest, even though the trains will only go on the high-speed line from Birmingham down into London. But I would just like to focus on, in addition to the points I've made, about the very clear difference between the two parties with regards to taxing and spending, whether you want to cut taxes or whether you want to put spending up, is to just look at one or two very specific things. Now, the Chancellor noted in his speech that Britain has become a global centre for television and film making. Now, sometimes this is said as if it's a kind of happy accident, that just about anywhere in the world people could have invested. They decided through serendipity to invest it in the UK. The reason the UK has this leadership position now, which is not one that we had in 2010, is because we've invested in making that happen. We've recognised that in a highly global market, production tax credits mean that people bring production investment to the UK rather than taking it elsewhere in the world. This generates revenue for the trade. This is another, the Honourable Member for Christchurch is not in his place, but this is another great example of Mr Laffer's curve at work. You reduce the tax burden and the investment goes up, the revenue goes up with it. And the huge benefit that has made for this country in terms of the investment in our creative industries and the jobs, the real jobs people have working in studios and in film production, jobs that simply didn't exist, and that we remain a massive global sector for investment. We've introduced those tax credits for high-end television production, for animation, for video games, orchestras and touring exhibitions. I was very pleased to see in the budget yesterday that's now going to be extended for smaller budget independent productions as well. This will massively open up the opportunities for smaller film companies to attract investment. But the big thing we've seen is the investment in studio space, which rivals really anywhere in the world in terms of the size of the investment, and makes Britain, after California, probably the global home of film and television. And one of the barriers to further investment in those studios, and I think in particular of a very exciting and ambitious studios project just outside my constituency in Ashford, but an investment that will benefit the whole of East Kent, was that when you take derelict land, which studios often are on, and you build a film studio on them, the business rates price goes up massively. And is this fair? Because this has been generated, this uplift has been generated by this massive external investment. And for the Chancellor to recognise that and say that he will give a 40% deduction for the next 10 years on the business rate uplift for new studios, I think will unlock a further pipeline for investment that will consolidate our global leadership and will be a huge boost for the creative sector in this country. The other point I'd just like to touch on is with regards to nuclear technology and small modular reactors. I have a particular constituency interest in this through Dungeness Nuclear Power Station in my constituency, which I think will be an ideal site for small modular reactors. The government has launched the competition to design them. I do hope in considering which design to go with, and the Chancellor is encouraging people to get their tenders in for that competition, we also consider this has a benefit not just to produce the clean energy we need for the future, but also to back British industry. A British designed, built SMR manufacturing process in this country will not only meet our needs, but could be a fantastic export industry for Britain for the future as well. So I urge the government and the Chancellor to carry on in the backing they've given for this new nuclear technology, to support the design competition and to back one of the bidders. I think ideally a British company would be great, like Rolls-Royce, but there are other excellent bidders as well. And then to support the rollout of this technology too. Now, the government has established through its civil nuclear roadmap how it intends to do this. The government acknowledges it needs more nuclear sites than it currently has. I would hope through the roadmap and the consultation on it that we will see the identification of other sites like Dungeness in my constituency where this technology can be deployed. But I think the huge investment in green energy and in new nuclear is something which has been delivered under this government. When we came in 2010, we still hadn't completed the national policy framework on nuclear energy. There hasn't been any decision yet about where nuclear would go. And the new fleet of power stations and the investment that has unlocked has been something that's entirely taken place under this government, and it's something that I wholeheartedly support. I would just like to say, in closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, that a number of honourable members have talked about housing. There were a lot of important statements made with regards to levelling up in the budget and in the statements released by other ministers alongside it. I do believe that delivering on new house building is incredibly important for delivering economic growth and the growth of our communities. I was very pleased to see that Folkestone was a beneficiary last year of a significant levelling up investment for the town centre as well. And I would encourage the Department for Levelling Up and Communities and Homes England to continue the discussions they're having with Folkestone Hythe District Council about backing the new Garden Town proposal in Otterpool Park in my constituency, which will not only deliver homes that people need, but will create a great deal of new jobs in East Kent for the coming decades. Thank you.
Matt Weston.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Folkestone and Hythe. And I absolutely concur with his points about the creative sector. It's one of the absolute gems of the UK, and it does need the concerted efforts, really, of not just government, but across the House, in terms of ensuring we deliver the talent and the stream of investment, really, but supported through our universities and our colleges as well. And I would also echo his points probably on the nuclear development and particularly the work of Rolls-Royce. Madam Deputy Speaker, if the public was indeed listening yesterday to the last chance Chancellor, they'd be forgiven for assuming they've never had it so good. A Chancellor conveniently forgetting to mention the kamikaze budget in September 2022, when the Right Honourable Member for Norfolk North West and the Right Honourable Member for Spelthorne crashed the economy, forced up borrowing rates, and cause mortgage market mayhem, leaving average mortgage payments £240 a month higher and businesses struggling with higher rates of interest. Now the Chancellor seems to think that we're seeing Lamontian green shoots, ignoring the economic wreckage wreaked by their own ideological vandalism, an economic experiment that cost the UK £30 billion. I say Lamontian, I am of course recalling the damage of a previous Conservative government in the early 1990s. In his first budget 16 months ago, the Chancellor promised, and I quote, a budget for growth. Now call me a stickler for detail, but what did we get? A recession. The Prime Minister may try to blame COVID and Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, but the truth is that growth here is the lowest in the G7. And there's absolutely no reason why the UK should be more affected than any other of those nations. Meanwhile, Mayor Andy Street is presiding over the worst performing region for growth in the United Kingdom. There's a pattern emerging. I asked the Right Honourable Member for Devon Central earlier, and it seems he confirmed that nationally we've had 7 quarters, consecutive quarters, of negative growth per capita, i.e. output per individual, further contributing to the 14 years of failure, a decade of decay, underlined by the fact that real incomes will be lower at the end of this Parliament than at the start. The Joseph Rowntree Foundation has found that households' average earnings at the start of this year were £2,400 a year lower than at the start of 2021. Elsewhere, in the 12 months prior to September, more people in England were made homeless than bought their first home. And the years of austerity that has led to 4.2 million children living in relative poverty. Yesterday, the Chancellor announced this year's spring budget with a plan to grow the economy. And instead, we got a budget of what I would view as deception, delusion, and dithering. The Chancellor did not address any of the urgent issues facing the country right now. It was like he was rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. Nothing on RAC in schools, hospitals, and our universities. Nothing on dentistry, nothing on the contaminated blood scandal, and nothing on the Post Office Horizon scandal. Yesterday's budget was more an act of smoke and mirrors. He claimed that GDP had risen, that growth was on the up, that taxes were falling, because he wants to set year zero to October 22. But the public, Madam Deputy Speaker, knows different, because they've seen 24 tax rises, and they are feeling the highest tax burden since World War II. The Resolution Foundation has found that tax rises of around £20 billion were introduced in the last year, and that the government has a further £17 billion worth of tax rises set to come into effect immediately after the general election. Meanwhile, unprotected departments like the Home Office, Justice and local government will face, by 2028-29, a real per capita spending cut of around 18%. Likewise, defence will face major cuts. The government must be honest about its mistakes. It has to be realistic about the state our country is in, and they must address these issues with long-term solutions. Instead, what they presented us yesterday with was, to put it simply, weak. Weak on energy prices that continue to dominate household bills. The Chancellor's extension of the windfall tax to 2029 fails to address that 6.5 million households, including tens of thousands in my constituency, were living in fuel poverty in October 2023. Meanwhile, in last year, British Gas's profits increased tenfold to £750 million. I'm afraid the government is not doing enough. It is weak also on a housing system that is broken. He offered nothing for those on low incomes in the shape of social rent properties, so much needed in areas such as my constituency of Warwick, Leamington, Whitnash and the villages. The government is yet to meet its target to build 300,000 new homes in England. Meanwhile, the Chancellor's solution was to scrap tax breaks for owners of holiday-let properties, something I would agree with, but it is not enough. Despite the OBR has forecasting that real household disposable incomes per head will fall by 1.5% in 2024, the Chancellor has offered a 6-month extension to the Household Support Fund. Just 6 months. This is not enough. The private rental sector is breaking. People are broken. And it is weak also on finding long-term solutions to these issues. Overnight, we learned that the Chancellor has offered £46 billion worth of unfunded tax cuts. Once again, the Conservatives are gambling with the public finances and economic stability. You cannot make these promises lightly. We saw the impact of those sorts of promises 15, 16 months ago. And they're weak on supporting the needs of motorists. A paltry £50 per year in potential saved fuel duty that pales against the government's insurance premium tax take based on the astronomical increases in insurance premiums. Of course, the IPT was another tax introduced by a Conservative government. Meanwhile, 23,000 car drivers a year are making insurance claims for damage from government potholes. More parochially, I was interested to hear that the Warwickshire County Council will be receiving a devolution deal, though no detail on what this means for the leadership of our area was provided. And it's particularly of concern because the County Council is already unable to fulfil its existing obligations. So I will have to follow that proposal very closely. And elsewhere in his speech, the Chancellor claimed that the government is doing a great deal for small businesses. Yet last year, the Office for National Statistics reported that more than 27,000 more businesses closed than opened in the UK for that period. Indeed, the FSB's latest quarterly survey shows that a greater proportion of small businesses expect their performance to worsen over the coming year than those that expect their performance to improve. The Chancellor's increase in the threshold at which small businesses have to register VAT does not compensate for the 7 years it has been frozen. Again, it is not enough. Business investment is faltering. Interest rates are sticky at a base of 5.25%, although likely to fall just marginally later this year, ensuring that the UK's already woeful productivity remains worse than all our major competitors. Because for years, successive Conservative governments have rejected the need for an industrial strategy. Right. And while I welcome the Chancellor investing in life sciences yesterday, the government, I believe, is failing to harness the extraordinary power and innovation of our higher education sector. Labour will do better. And yet, despite all this, the Conservatives still claim that they have done a good job. The concerning thing is, I fear, that they may believe this. We've suffered 14 years of them putting their party first, our country second, 24 tax rises, while ordinary people are struggling to pay their mortgages, struggling to put food on the table, struggling to get GP appointments, struggling to register with non-existent NHS dentists, struggling from Rishi's recession. A PM who floats loftily above us in his chopper, burning up taxpayers' money, contactless with the people below. And I'm afraid a government that the public views as being out of touch, out of ideas, and in denial about how they have let our economy go into recession, let our schools, hospitals, and universities and infrastructure crumble, let people suffer. They do not feel the cost of that failure, but the rest of us do. Now the people want change. They have lost confidence in the Conservatives. They look to Labour, a changed party, to bring stability, strategy and sense to the governance of this country. A country scarred by 14 years of failure. Failure that has spawned a decade of decay. It is Labour that will reduce NHS waiting times, that will introduce emergency dental appointments, that will introduce free breakfast clubs, establish both GB Energy for cheaper, cleaner, renewable energy, and an industrial strategy council, a national wealth fund, and close the energy windfall tax loopholes. This is what the country needs and what the public wants. They want to see their doctor,
They want to have a dentist in their community, an NHS dentist. They want to see their schools fully open, and they want to see their roads resurfaced. The public will see through the government in its attempt to steal Labour's clothes. But evidently, they don't quite fit the Prime Minister. First, it was borrowing our suggestion for a furlough scheme. Then it was our NHS workforce plan, followed by a watered-down version of our windfall tax. And now it's hijacking our non-dom tax. But they remain silent on climate change and the need for a Green New Deal. We need a plan, a project, an ambition. You look at what Biden's doing in the US. Look at the growth that the US is enjoying, 5%, right up there with China and India. And where are we? We're flatlining at 0%. You know, it's fair to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the government has had more resets than my broadband router. And they're even more unreliable. The public, I'm afraid, is disconnected. It's tuned out, and they don't want to wait a minute longer. For the sake of the great British people, let us have a general election, and may it be May the 2nd.
Sir Geoffrey Clifton-Brown.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm delighted that I've caught your eye in this important budget debate. And I'm also pleased to follow the Honourable Member for Warwick and Leamington, although I have to say I disagree with almost every word that he said. But that being so, that's the nature of this place, Madam Deputy Speaker. We are entitled to debate these matters. But I've listened to members of the opposition's speeches today, and both they and most of the financial commentators that have been criticising the budget, and here is where I totally agree with my honourable friend for Folkestone and Hythe, have failed to mention that we've been through two catastrophic world shocks, namely the pandemic and the unexpected war in Europe, in Ukraine. And these have had catastrophic effects on our economy. And I say to all the honourable members opposite that have been criticising this budget, would they not have spent the money on the furlough scheme? Would they not have spent the money on the business loan scheme? Would they not have helped people out with their energy loans? Of course they would. So they would be in exactly the same place grappling with the economic problems that we've got today as we are. And I have to say, I think there were a number of measures in this budget that are to be warmly welcomed, and I'm going to come on to one or two of them. But I am particularly pleased that inflation has come down from a high of 11.4% to 4% today, and forecast to be below the Bank of England's target of 2% by the end of this year. That is the most important thing we can do for the cost of living for all of our constituents in this country, above all tax reductions or anything else. That is the most important thing we can do. And I warmly welcome that. Now I turn to one of the two of the individual measures in the budget, which I would like to just go through. And then I want to go on to the productivity measures in the public sector. And then inevitably my honourable friends in the front bench will not be surprised to learn that I'm going to mention the tourist tax. So there were a number of things in the budget that my constituents will welcome, particularly the cut in employee insurance contributions, and taken together with those at the autumn statement and yesterday's announcements in the budget, these amount to £900 for the average working person in this country earning £35,000. Now that, I would suggest to everybody across the House, is a significant increase in the amount of take-home money that our constituents will see in their pockets today. And this combined, of course, with the number of our constituents who are self-employed, that is also a particularly important and growing sector, of £650 for the average someone earning £28,000 is also warmly welcome. And this will encourage our hard-working constituents to work longer hours and become more productive. And as the Chancellor said yesterday, my honourable friend the Chancellor said yesterday, national insurance is a double tax on working people. National insurance combined with income tax is an unfair tax arrangement for working people. And therefore it must be right, if we're going to start doing tax cuts, which I hope we will, it must be right to try and drop one or other of them, and that's why I warmly welcome the cut in national insurance. And do you know, the Chancellor mentioned, can I just with this one point, and I hope the Honourable Gentleman, when he intervenes on me, will consider this point really importantly. The Chancellor said yesterday that through our tax cuts and raising of the personal allowance, the tax on ordinary working people today is at its lowest since 1975, and possibly since the war, although we don't have records to prove that. It is lower than America, France, Germany, or any G7 country. So the ordinary working person's tax burden through national insurance and income tax is extremely low at the present time. I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
I thank the Honourable Member. I mean, on the point on the tax burden, it's clear that it's actually the highest that it's been in 70 years. But my question, he raised the point about national insurance contributions. I assume he's seen the email that the Chancellor of the Exchequer has sent to all Conservative Party members, making it very clear that the plan is to scrap NICs in the next Parliament. Does he accept that that is the government's plan, because it's in that email in black and white? And does he also accept that that would leave a £46 billion black hole in the public finances?
I think the Honourable Gentleman is misrepresenting what my right honourable friend the Chancellor said yesterday. I have Hansard here, and I can't turn it up quick enough to be able to give him an exact wording of what the Chancellor said. But basically what he said was when the economy was in a fit state to do so, and when the economic conditions allowed, it was an ambition, not a promise, not a commitment of anything at all. It's just, as my Honourable says, a commitment of travel. And so I hope, well, I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman, but I hope he's not going to misrepresent what the Chancellor said, because I'll have to get it in answer. I'll give him one more chance.
As I'm sure he'll be aware, I'm an avid reader of emails that have been sent from the Chancellor to Conservative Party members. He says in it, we want a simpler, fairer tax system where you only pay tax once. If we stick with our plan that's working, we'll be able to make progress towards that goal in the next Parliament. If that's not a commitment to scrapping NICs in the next Parliament, leaving a £46 billion, why don't they just own up to it and then explain how they're going to fill that black hole?
I'm really grateful for the Honourable Gentleman for intervening me on the second time, because I now have the exact words from Hansard, which I'm going to quote. I'm going to quote back at the Honourable Gentleman. He said, and I quote, "When it's responsible and when it can be achieved without increasing borrowing and when it can be delivered without compromising high-quality public services, we will continue to cut national insurance as we have done today so that we can truly make work pay." So I don't think it sounds the Honourable Gentleman saying it too. I think he's misrepresenting the words of my right honourable friend the Chancellor, and I hope that he will not persist in that line of question. I give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
I think we can all recognise a CHQ rebuttal on its own Chancellor when we hear it. But to be absolutely clear about the substantive point that was made, that the NIC cuts have meant that there's a lot of lower tax burden, we need to be clear for the record that is not correct. This is the highest tax burden since 1948, and he must recognise that the freezing of the personal tax allowance has a significant impact on all taxpayers.
Well, again, I hope that we're not going to have my right honourable friend's ambitious and welcome ambitions to reduce national insurance reduced in the way that it has been. I don't think we will get very far by continuing that argument. But what I was going on to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, because I think you'll probably reprimand me if I get too far down this rabbit hole, was that it's not just workers through reduction in national insurance that are going to benefit from this budget. It is, of course, pensioners as well, because pensioners are going to see a very significant increase in their pension through the triple lock of a huge 8.5% this year. And this, together with the enormous rise in personal income allowance over the years that we've been able to introduce from 8.5% up to 8,500 up to 12,500, will actually see not only those on the basic state pension, but also those earning a little bit of income on top. They will see that our measures have considerably benefited the amount that they receive in their pocket. Moving on to our commitment to families, we recognise the importance of easing financial strain, especially for parents. And I've listened closely today to those constituents in the Cotswolds who have contacted me about how they've had to tighten their purses since the COVID pandemic, when so many found their work interrupted and the cost of food and energy rises in the years following. So people in rural areas will be particularly pleased to see another freeze in a year on fuel duty, because people in rural areas do rely very much on having to use their cars. And I'm also pleased to see that the threshold for higher income child benefit charge has risen from 50,000 to 60,000. This move directly impacts nearly 500,000 families, providing an average boost of £1,300 per household. It's about empowering families and ensuring that every child has support they need to flourish. I also welcome the British ISA of 5,000 investment, should have been more, and I also welcome the incentivisation of UK investment assets rather than hitting savers. We not only bolster economic resilience, but we also pave the way for a brighter future for generations to come. And I welcome the disclosure moves for local government pensions to encourage them too to invest in UK infrastructure projects. Our commitment to families and businesses remains unwavering, from child benefits, just let me finish this paragraph, to increasing VAT registration again from 85 to 90,000. Should have been more, but it will help a number of businesses. And before I come on to my next section in my speech about public sector productivity, I will happily give way to my honourable friend.
And I thank my honourable friend, because I think one of the key measures yesterday, alongside what happened with the autumn statement, was the full expensing on leased assets as well, which will drive up growth. And growth now is in track. And the important thing, of course, is as a percentage of GDP, business investment now will be the highest it's been for many years, and substantially higher in the whole time that the Labour Party was in power.
My honourable friend is entirely right. That £10 billion announcement that my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, made in his autumn statement of full business expensing was one of the most important economic announcements in this entire Conservative government. And the trying to address the problem that my honourable friend has just asked me about there in terms of leasing is contained in the Red Book, and it's a really important piece that he's now looking at. So I welcome the intervention from my honourable friend. Now I want to come on to public sector productivity. And I think what I'd like to do before I to put that into context, paragraph 2.14 in the Red Book is one of the most important paragraphs in that Red Book, because what it says is that over the next 25 years, growth will be at 1.7%, but spending will be at 2.5%. Now that is unsustainable. And every government in the next 25 years is going to have to address that. And when average growth is 1.7% and health spending in modern civilised countries like ours is growing at 4%, that too is unsustainable. So we have to do something about addressing public sector productivity. Now, in my role as Deputy Chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, one of the quickest and easiest things to do about that is to increase the use of digital methods. And it is quite clear from our visit, the PAC's visit, to Denmark, for example, the Danes have all of their health service properly digitalised, and they are a long way ahead of the NHS. Everything from booking patients' appointments through to their experience in hospitals, procurement of all the equipment and medicines in hospitals, everything to do with the health service is digitalised, and it works incredibly efficiently. And that is why I welcome the £3.4 billion in NHS digitalisation, because I think that sort of investment in productivity can yield huge dividends in future outputs. And it isn't just in the health service where digitalisation can make an effect. My right honourable friend, the member for the Secretary for Communities and Levelling Up, is currently consulting on a relatively small investment in the planning system digitalisation. Now, every business everywhere wanting to do anything complains about the slowness of the planning system. And they complain because local authorities haven't got enough planning officers. But actually this digitalisation, cutting some of the bureaucracy for planning officers, allowing them to make better and quicker decisions, will help that productivity enormously and will have a huge knock-on effect for businesses. I would now like to turn, as I promised my honourable friend on the front bench, and he will be very disappointed if I didn't mention this, and it was a disappointment in yesterday's budget that there was no mention at all, or very little mention. There is a small mention in the Red Book, and there is a separate report produced by the OBR, which I'm coming on to in a minute. So basically, in his autumn statement, my Right Honourable Chancellor said in an intervention, I think to me, when we changed policy on this particular issue a year ago, it was because the cost was around £2.5 billion to the Treasury, and we didn't think we could afford to continue doing it. And he went on to say, but we are looking again at the numbers in the light of the most recent data, and we can see what's happened to comparative shops in Paris, Milan and Madrid. We will review that and see if it's still that expensive, and I hope it isn't. So, can I ask my right honourable friend on the front bench, yesterday's OBR review was not a full review. All they did was to review their very limited forecast of 2020 on their own figures, with no reference to how badly the UK is performing relatively to our continental competitors. And the OBR made no mention of the costs and benefits to the Exchequer of extending the scheme to EU visitors. And the OBR has never been asked to look at that. And I do just, I do actually give government credit where credit's due. We have a new doctrine in the OBR, if I can turn it up quite quickly in Hansard, and it's this. Excuse me, Madam Speaker, I'll get it in a second, but this is really important, and it really starts to address some of the points my right honourable friend from Christchurch was making. And if the House will bear with me when I just quote Hansard again, the higher 28% rate that exists for residential property, we would in fact increase revenues because that would be more transactions. For the first time in history, both the Treasury and the OBR have discovered the inner Laffer. Now, if they can do it for the cut in capital gains tax, I say to them, why can't they do it for reintroduction of the tourist tax? And I'm just going to acquaint the House with one or two figures, please, because I think I have some of the actual figures that's going on in the real world economy at the moment, and I don't think, if my right honourable friend will bear with me, I'm not sure the Treasury is truly taking these figures into account. And when he hears the figures, and the House hears the figures, I think they will begin to think that this is really something we ought to be investing in. Firstly, let me refer to the two independent reports that were made, one of which was the Oxford, well-respected and well-renowned Oxford forecasting, and they predict that reinstalling the VAT res, or the tourist, the colloquial tourist tax, could increase GDP, they say, by 6 billion. Another report predicted 7 billion. So this is huge stuff that we are dealing with here, a huge potential benefit. And I cannot see why the government won't at least do a proper study into it. Because what we know from our figures is that British businesses lost out by £1.5 billion in 2022 and even more in 2023. And it would benefit many of our big retail shops, hospitality venues, airports and cultural destinations, and particularly areas of high tourist destinations like the Cotswolds. It also shows that Britain is losing out on a 10 billion EU market, and that the Exchequer would receive a net benefit from that of 500 million alone in VAT. The figures on how we are compared to our competitors is absolutely stark. In 2022, spending by American visitors in Britain was at 101%. This is in Britain, 101% of the pre-COVID level of 2019. But guess what? In France, it was 226. In Spain, it was 206. And in Italy, it was 190% of pre-COVID levels compared to our level pegging pre-COVID. This really is really big stuff, and I cannot understand why the Treasury won't study this properly. In 2022, spending by visitors from the GCC states in Britain was only at 65% of 2022 levels, but in France it was 198%, Spain 158%, and Italy 166%. Not my figures, Madam Deputy Speaker, figures from real traders that are given the Association of International Retail. They are actual figures audited from their books. These are not made-up figures. So could I suggest, gently, that the Chancellor and industry would fund it if necessary, jointly commission a proper independent study into the full impact of tax-free shopping on British businesses, the economy and the exchequer, so that we can have a real evidence-based decision on making this huge and important decision? And will you meet with me and industry representatives to discuss this further? So I'm delighted, Madam Deputy Speaker, in summing up, that we've seen an inflation fall from 11.1 to 4%. The wages are rising, mortgage rates are starting to fall, and interest rates will hopefully fall towards the latter end of this year. It's been a tough few years. Pandemics and wars have caused economic strain which few countries have managed to avoid. I was vocal last year on the rising cost of energy and food prices, which are a regressive cost hitting low earners the most. I am pleased now to see the cost of living easing. The people of the Cotswolds want to see their hard work pay. The innovation of small and medium-sized businesses encouraged, and public services as our school and the NHS well-funded but efficiently operating. But these services can only improve if our economy is strong and thriving and the UK is seen as the best place to do business. And that is why I'm so pleased that in my Right Honourable Friend the Chancellor's budget yesterday, there are so many world-leading sectors, the creative economy, unicorns, AI, financial sector, pharmaceutical. There are so many sectors in this country which we have much to be proud of. And the Chancellor has done a lot yesterday to encourage every single one of these businesses in the country with their innovation and energy, and I commend his budget.
Yeah. Before we proceed, I hope that we can manage the rest of the day without having a formal time limit, but there is approximately 90 minutes left for backbench contributions, and so I hope that members will take around 9 minutes each, which is quite a long time. It's not curtailing debate. It should take 9 minutes or so each, and if we can do that, then we don't need to have a formal time limit. If we cannot achieve that by simple courtesy and arithmetical calculation, then I will impose a formal time limit. Chion Wara.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I shall of course be guided by you. It is now almost 14 years since I first had the immense honour and privilege to be elected to the best job in the world, Member of Parliament for Newcastle Central. But it has, over those 14 years, it has been heartbreaking and frankly outrageous in equal measure to see the consequences for my constituents of Tory economic failure. First, we had austerity, the cruel gutting of communities, public services and jobs, which dampened instead of driving growth. Tory austerity is why the Resolution Foundation tells us that the average wage will not retain its 2008 level until 2026. Then COVID, a global pandemic, but one that disproportionately impacted the very communities, the poor, the black and minoritized, the unwell and infirm, the disabled and disadvantaged, which austerity had undermined and weakened while straining our NHS to breaking point. And yet members of the Conservative government saw it as an opportunity to help their mates get rich. My honourable friends on this side of the House have destroyed the fake Tory fig leaf that everything was rosy before COVID, before COVID. Then we had a cost of living crisis made in Downing Street with energy and food prices and mortgages and rents and transport costs all soaring. This budget was the Tories' last chance to try to repair the damage they've done, to stop the rot. And what did we get? More of the same failed economic policy that has plunged us into recession. You know, Madam Deputy Speaker, my constituents work incredibly hard to provide for themselves and their families. And local businesses are also working hard through the Tory economic gloom. You can see that in our fantastic start-ups, spin-outs and scale-ups, and Newcastle's world-renowned hospitality sector, which offers so many from all over the world a great Geordie welcome, as well as adding £361 million of GVA each year to my constituency. And I note that UK Hospitality said that the budget offered very little for this sector with so much growth potential. On this side of the House, we believe that work should pay. The Tories' broken economic model increasingly means that too often it does not. The average person in the North East is £11,500 worse off since 2010 compared to if the economy had grown at the rate it did under Labour. And shamefully, child poverty across the northeast of England has climbed by more than a third since 2014-15, according to the End Child Poverty Coalition. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, increasingly their parents are in work. The North East Child Poverty Commission found the proportion of North East children in poverty that are from working families has risen from 56% to 67%. That's over 10 percentage points in under a decade. So I want to put on the record my gratitude to both these organisations and other researchers for their work, and I only wish that the government took their findings as seriously as their evidence demands. Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to wish you and all women and our allies a happy International Women's Day for tomorrow. I want to highlight the particular struggles of women in our region. Our economic troubles and the running down of public services has meant many Geordie women are facing spiralling problems with debt, poverty, housing and struggling to access mental and physical health care. Changing Lives, a charity working with vulnerable women in the North East, has found, and I quote their recent report here, women living in the North East are more likely to live shorter lives, to spend a larger proportion of time living in poor health, and to die prematurely from preventable diseases. At-risk women in the North East are 1.7 times as likely to die early as a result of suicide, addiction or domestic murder compared to the average for England and Wales. I mean, this is just a disgrace. It's a Tory disgrace which perfectly demonstrates the human cost of bad government. If we'd had Labour's workforce plan in place, if we'd had the NHS back on its feet and able to provide consistent, high-quality care and productivity improvements, if we had Labour's New Deal for working people to give people security in work, if we'd had action on housing, on poverty, on bills, the difference that would have made would have been life-changing and life-saving. And I was also, Madam Deputy Speaker, disappointed to hear nothing about the government's approach to the loan charge scandal. I have a constituent, retired after a lifetime of hard work. He's being bombarded with letters from HMRC which threaten him with retrospective demands and a possible bill of £50,000. You can imagine how he's enjoying his retirement. Now, that absolutely needs an independent review. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Chancellor and the Government have failed my constituents, failed to make work pay, failed to get the economy growing. The tax burden is at a 70-year high. So, of course, I welcome the cut to national insurance contributions, but Rishi's tax double take means houses will be £870 worse off on average. I also welcome the new devolution deal for the North East, but my constituents would be much better off if the Conservatives got the basics right in our economy, providing the vital change we need in housing, energy, industrial strategy, transport, etc. The North East Mayor, elected in May, is going to have a difficult job to fix the Tory mess. Fortunately, Kim McGuinness, our excellent Labour candidate, is determined to hand power to our communities and create real opportunity for everyone that lives in the North East. And a Labour government would be the partner she needs. Madam Deputy Speaker, this budget has been determined by politics, the attempts to manage Tory divisions and desperately save the skin of Tory members of Parliament instead of doing the responsible thing. Look at the way they've adopted some of our proposals on non-dom tax regime. Not as part of a long-term plan, they've been bounced into it. But my constituents don't care about Tory infighting. They're sick of it. They want to see real action, kickstart our economy through stability, reform and investment. That is what Labour is offering. Our industrial strategy would bring together our excellent universities across the North East, our skilled workforce and deep capital markets to turbocharge growth in constituencies like mine. In fact, we have a plan for the life sciences, a prescription for growth, which I highly recommend, to help grow the economy and get the NHS back on its feet. We'd support businesses in Newcastle with Labour's plans on business rates, skills and the planning system to get Britain building again. And we bring bills down by switching on Great British Energy, a new British company which will create new high-paid jobs across the north, reduce bills and leave us less dependent on tyrants like Putin. It was noticeable, Madam Deputy Speaker, that on the Radio 4 programme this morning, when the presenter interviewing the Chancellor set out just some of the facts and figures which demonstrate the Tory economic failure, the Chancellor responded by saying that such a characterisation was unworthy of the BBC. Well, he had just been called the fiscal drag queen, so which clearly annoyed him, but that is no excuse for saying that facts, figures and evidence are unworthy of our national broadcaster. The government would do better reminding their ministers, and in particular the Secretary of State for Science, whose libel bill the taxpayer has just paid, that facts matter. Madam Deputy Speaker, Labour's evidence-based, mission-driven government would give the people of Newcastle Central our future back. This budget, yet again, will only hold them back. We need a general election and a change of government. Thank you.
Danny Kruger.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I've enjoyed the debate. It's been very useful. We've heard some very important contributions from all sides, and I do welcome the constructive tone. I do think the comments made by the honourable member who just spoke do reflect a Labour government committed to ever-increasing public spending, while they also make simultaneous complaints about the high tax burden that the country labours under, without any commitments to reduce taxes further than we're doing so, in fact, just ever-increasing spending commitments. Very happy to.
Remember, clarify just where in what I said. I said I asked for increased spending. Would the honourable member set that out now for the benefit of the House?
Well, we heard repeated complaints about the underfunding of services and the requirement for improvements. So I think that's what the honourable lady believes in. If she's happy to say she doesn't believe in additional spending, I'm delighted to hear it, if that's what she wants to say.
Thank you once again for giving me. As the honourable member knows, we have set out our spending commitments, and the crumbling services are a consequence of Tories' absolute failure to give growth to our country and to our fantastic businesses that can drive economic growth across our country.
Repeated investments in public services, but I recognise there are all sorts of problems across our country. There's also, speaking of crumbling, a major hole in the public finance plans of the party opposite, following yesterday's budget. So we look forward to seeing how they're going to plug the new hole in their plans. But Madam Deputy Speaker, I made the remarks because I think that there is actually a common recognition across the House that improvements need to be made to our economy. There have been significant challenges to the UK in recent years. I think we heard yesterday, and I'm very pleased to hear them, some significant improvements are now underway, inflation falling, wages rising, mortgage rates are starting to come down, and debt is on track to fall, all of which is welcome. And I very much welcome the combination of the autumn statement and the budget yesterday, which together have seen cuts to national insurance totaling 20 billion, benefiting the average worker by over £900. And then when we come to the self-employed as well, combined with the tax cuts we had at the autumn statement, a tax cut of around £650 for the average self-employed person. So this is all very welcome. I do recognise the points about fiscal drag. I think we've got to acknowledge the reality there. But given that the thresholds haven't been raised, I think it is really welcome to see these tax reductions. And I particularly welcome the commitments that have been made, the changes that are being promised to the high-income child benefit charge by raising the threshold there. I think that's a very important step that's been made, halving the rate at which child benefit is withdrawn, which will benefit some families by an average of £1,260, which is very, very welcome. And also the commitment to end the unfairness for single earner families altogether by April 2026. These are very significant developments, which I welcome. And I particularly welcome the extension of the Household Support Fund, which I have been calling for on behalf of Wiltshire Council, which I want to pay tribute to for the really good work that they do in supporting households in need with essentials such as food and utilities. I think this is a really important development. And there was an interesting suggestion made, I think, by the chairman of the DWP, the Work and Pension Select Committee, that the Household Support Fund should be permanent. And I recognise that there are voices on our side of the House which think that it's only a stick and plaster measure that should only be in place during these difficult times. I actually rather agree with the chairman of the Select Committee. I think it is important to ensure that local authorities have discretionary funding that they can use in the way that they do. They should be accountable to their local residents for how they use that money. I'd like to see that money raised locally as well. But I think the principle of a discretionary fund that local government has is an important one. Madam Deputy Speaker, there are obviously still significant concerns about the state of the economy, and I'm concerned somewhat by the obeisance, the genuflection that the Chancellor feels obliged to make towards the Office of Budget Responsibility. I recognise that I think he would have liked to have done more in this budget if it wasn't for the sense that the OBR wouldn't allow him. I think it's the wrong way round when we are outsourcing responsibility for fiscal forecasting in this way to an unaccountable body. And I think that it's wrong that he regards the only measure of success for the budget whether the OBR gives it a green light or not. Fundamentally, we are restricting the reforms that we need to do in this country. And I want to, Madam Deputy Speaker, come on briefly to a broader concern. I welcome the budget. I think all of the measures in it are very, very good and helpful. But there remain profound, powerful structural problems with the model of our economy, all of which started, by the way, before we came into power. And this is a cross-party responsibility. Liberal Democrats, Conservatives, Labour, all responsible for the structure of the economy that we operate under in this country. And I will describe that briefly in these terms. We have cheap money, decades of artificially low interest rates followed by money printing from the Bank of England that went on too long, creating chronic asset inequality in our country and essentially a transfer of wealth from poor to rich. We've had cheap labour, which is the low wages, creating low wages and pressure on housing, public services and community cohesion caused by importing millions of people on low wages to work in our economy from abroad. And we have an economy built on cheap imports. We burden our own producers with costs while we import cheap material, cheap products made to lower standards from abroad. I regret all of these conditions in our economy. The result is huge geographic inequality, a long tail of unproductive businesses, and I'm afraid too low real terms wage growth. And all of this, I suggest, is endemic to the economy made by Labour, made by 2008, but not sufficiently addressed over the last decade and a half by the government that Conservatives have led. And so I think we fixed the damage that was done to the public finances under Labour, and imagine what Labour would have done if they'd been in power after 2010. We fixed the damage to the public finances, but we didn't change the economic model. Now, I'm glad to see that this budget indicates that the government is committing to reforms in the right direction. Particularly welcome the recognition that debt will fall during the next Parliament, if we're in charge, of course. It's impossible to see how the opposition will get debt falling without policies to drive growth and improve public sector output. So that's a good commitment. I also welcome the commitment to improve public sector productivity, and my honourable friend from the Cotswolds made some very important points about the way we need to improve output and efficiency in the NHS. And I particularly welcome the focus on improving private saving and investment. And I want to quickly mention the Wiltshire economy, if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, where we have in my wonderfully beautiful, traditional, old-fashioned looking county, in fact, some of the most high-tech businesses in the UK producing really innovative products for the global economy. A highly positive story is developing in Wiltshire, particularly led by the agri-tech sector, which is one of the great benefits that we can have with our new Brexit freedoms to liberalise and enhance the opportunities for biotech and agri-tech. But we need more, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'll quickly run through what I think those things are. I welcome the minor improvement in the uplift in the VAT threshold of £5,000. I regret we couldn't do more, and I particularly regret the reason we couldn't do more is, as I understand it, because of the Windsor framework. We were effectively tied into the EU's VAT regime in the UK because we don't want to diverge from Northern Ireland, quite rightly, here in GB. But I regret that we couldn't raise the VAT threshold significantly more than £90,000. We should do that, and we should find a way to make that possible. Secondly, and other honourable members have made the point powerfully, we need to grow our house building, our rates of house building very significantly. I'd like to see more new towns being created. I'd like to see land reform to get the cost of the land out of the price of housing. That seems to be the fundamental blocker, particularly on housing in rural areas. We should be greatly enhancing and expanding the role of community land trusts, which have such a useful role, I think, to play, not just in urban settings, but in rural settings too, to create low-cost, affordable housing for local families. And we need to reform the labour market, and today's debate about enhancing the world of work is so timely and relevant to the reforms the government is trying to bring about. And I welcome all that the Secretary of State for DWP, who I met with this week, is doing to get more people into work. We have a chronic problem with economic inactivity. Millions of people not being able to contribute to the economy and to contribute to their own prosperity significantly. Major disincentives to work and train, fuelled by our high migration economy, which is simply a subsidy to employers at the expense of working people. And mention has been made of GDP per capita, which of course is the fundamental measure. It's very good that the government is focusing on that, despite, as members opposite have pointed out, the poor record of GDP per capita in recent years. And the reason we have that poor record is fundamentally, and there are lots of reasons, but the primary one, in my view, is the high rate of migration, which of low-skilled, low-paid workers, which have driven down the cost, the contributions and the income per capita. So I welcome the work that the government is doing to get people from benefits into employment, particularly the Well Work programme. And I'll finish, Madam Deputy Speaker, with my own plea, and again on behalf of Wiltshire and indeed of the whole country, which is what I regret more than anything in the budget, is the slow uplift in the frankly insignificant uplift that we've seen in defence spending. It is a good thing that more money is now going into the defence budget. I welcome the commitments that have been made in recent budgets. I'd hoped for more yesterday. Less than 1% increase in defence budget at the time with the crisis that the world is in, and the historic underfunding over many governments of our armed forces. It would be a great thing for the nation. It would be a great thing for Wiltshire. I'm proud to represent the largest garrison in the British Army on Salisbury Plain. I'd like us to see significant investments in the Army, which will be necessary for our security, and it will also boost our economy. Thank you.
We will try a formal time limit of 8 minutes. And that doesn't stop people taking interventions. Steve McCabe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Listening to parts of this debate, I wonder what universe some of the members opposite have been occupying for the last 4 years. In fact, Madam Deputy Speaker, I wonder if someone has been slipping soma into their tea or something. Soma, you'll recall, is that magic potion that's fed to the characters in the Aldous Huxley novel Brave New World. It quells their unhappiness and blinds them to the realities of life around them. That's how it feels listening to parts of this debate. Try as they might, this government can't escape responsibility for the state of our economy, or the cost of living crisis, or the damage they've done to family budgets and the people they've plunged into debt. In my pre-budget survey, Selly Oak constituents were clear. 93.3% of them wanted the Chancellor to prioritise the cost of living crisis. He hasn't. 70.7% wanted him to concentrate on growing the economy. He hasn't. And 67.7% were against apparent giveaways, followed by public service cuts. That's exactly what he has done. It isn't a tax-cutting budget because, as we've heard, tax is still going up. We have a Chancellor presiding over tax at its highest level for 70 years and who has the effrontery to prance around and pretend to be a tax cutter. He's a bit like a Prime Minister who professes a love for equality while boasting of transferring funds from rich areas to poor. People aren't stupid. They know the continuing freeze on allowances means they're paying more. People like teachers and nurses now paying higher rate tax, and since the Tories came to power, the average income tax for pensioners has risen, with 1 million more sucked into the tax system in the last year. And of course, there's the hidden costs. A prudent Chancellor would have put something aside for the contaminated blood scandal, the victims of the Post Office Horizon nightmare, the waspy women debacle, and the LGBT ex-service personnel. All things he should have sorted by now, but has ignored. Probably quite deliberately. Maybe he's planning to leave them for someone else. If the Chancellor wanted to grow the economy, he'd have done more to help small business. Attic Brew in my constituency, for example, is a popular little business, and having weathered COVID has created around 40 full and part-time jobs. But it struggles with high energy bills and taxes which hit sales of locally produced beer. While I acknowledge the alcohol duty freeze, he did nothing about energy bills or reducing duty on draft beer and cider, which would have done far more to help small independent producers. That's how to reward hard work and enterprise. Growing our economy is the only way to get enough money to pay for good public services. Where was the support for skills investment in this budget, and essential if we're going to grow and provide jobs for the future? And I heard people opposite laugh yesterday at the idea of GB Energy, just as they used to laugh at non-dom tax as well, of course. GB Energy will allow us to take control of our energy sector and protect us from hostile powers while helping wean us off fossil fuel. Labour knows the value of this because we've done it before. When we created the British National Oil Corporation, we created a structure that could have rivalled the Norwegians in providing dividends and a sovereign wealth fund for our people, had not the Tories squandered the proceeds of North Sea oil receipts. They understand the needs of oil giants, but they show little understanding or care for the needs of ordinary people and small business. And finally, we have the classic Tory deception. The Chancellor ends his budget speech by planting a story about something he's probably not going to do. He wants us to talk about the total abolition of national insurance, an unfunded proposal worth more than the Right Honourable Member for South West Norfolk's tax bonanza, which almost wrecked our pension funds. And of course, that assumes that he's only promising to scrap employee national insurance. If he were also considering employer contributions, that wouldn't be a 46 billion black hole, that would be 178 billion. You can see, Madam Deputy Speaker, why we need some clarity from these people about what they're actually promising for the future. I give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. He's making an excellent speech. Doesn't he think it's absolutely extraordinary, given what happened after the so-called mini-budget, that the party opposite seems to have learned nothing and is still making all sorts of unfunded commitments which could potentially wreak havoc in our economy, just as we saw last time round?
Well, I think it's extremely serious, and I'm not surprised they're trying desperately to get off it at the moment, because we can all see the risks that they are posing. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a budget based on the kind of fantasy reality that could well have come from an Aldous Huxley novel. He's a Chancellor with nowhere to go, representing a government no one believes. It's time to let the people decide.
Sally Ann Hart.
Madam Deputy Speaker, Hastings and Rye is a vibrant and dynamic place and home to amazing and resilient tourism, retail and hospitality businesses, hundreds of small and medium-sized enterprises and a robust manufacturing sector specialising in vacuum and precision engineering. However, it does have pockets of deprivation, and this is why I welcome the measures taken by the Chancellor in yesterday's budget, which is bolder than it seems, reflects a dose of optimism and a good dollop of resilience, and building upon policies which have halved inflation, reduced debt and promote a growing economy. I particularly welcome the measures taken to help support hard-working families, addressing the cost of living burden by reducing employee national insurance contributions by another 2%, taking this from 12% to 10% and now 8%. Cutting taxes for thousands of people in Hastings and Rye, a tax cut of over £900 for the average worker. And just to take this opportunity to correct the Shadow Chancellor and to dispel the nonsense being spouted from the opposition benches, the Chancellor did not promise to abolish national insurance contributions yesterday. He expressed an ambition to do so, that it could not be achieved any time soon and would require responsible fiscal management without compromising public services to do so. The tax cut of Class 4 national insurance contributions from 9% to 6% will help self-employed people in my constituency, and this, alongside freezing duties on fuel and pub pints and the extension of the energy price guarantee, will help put hundreds of pounds back into people's pockets. I also welcome the historic investment into early years and childcare, which will help hard-working families, and with the 2024 budget building upon the significant strides made in 2023, when an unprecedented over £1 billion was allocated for early learning and childcare. The increase in funding of 8% for early learning and childcare for 2024 will directly benefit our children, our hard-working families and the dedicated professionals who nurture our children's growth. The enhancement of teacher training will, I hope, help to ensure early intervention and prevention for all children, including those with special educational needs, so that they receive the support they need to reach their potential. And addressing the unfairness of the current child benefit system will benefit thousands of families in Hastings and Rye, promoting equity and social justice, ensuring that families receive support based on their actual needs. I also welcome the measures taken to help the most disadvantaged in my communities, with the repayment period for those on universal credit forced to take out advanced budgeting loans increased from 12 to 24 months, whilst the £90 charge to take out debt relief order will be scrapped completely. The continuation of the Household Support Fund, set up temporarily to help the poorest through the cost of living crisis, with a one-off payment of £500 depending on circumstances for another 6 months, is vital for a number of reasons, not least because it provides immediate relief to vulnerable households facing financial hardship, and by extending it, particularly to vulnerable families in Hastings and Rye, can continue to receive essential support during challenging times and avoid debt. But it's worth noting that the Household Support Fund is a temporary fix, and the government needs to continue its focus on longer-term solutions to address poverty and prevent families sliding further into financial distress. And work is the only route out of poverty, and that's why the DWP's Back to Work plan and our family hubs, which support families in so many ways, are a vital policy. These are vital policy measures moving forwards. It's really good news that despite the challenges, posed by the pandemic and the war in Ukraine, our economy is showing signs of recovery. And the OBR revised growth forecast for 2024 is showing a modest improvement from 0.7 to 0.8%. May seem incremental, but it does signify progress. Moving on to SMEs, which are the backbone of our local economy, I welcome the £27 billion tax cut for businesses through the radical policy of full expensing and capital allowances reform, and this move will drive investment and stimulate growth and empower our entrepreneurs, encourage innovation and create jobs in Hastings and Rye. But just a point, we need to encourage more local young people into STEM, further education and apprenticeships, which is why university technical colleges and UTC sleeves would be a real step forward in helping provide skills for the future. Whilst tourism and hospitality has greatly benefited from generous government support over recent years, including the extension of reliefs into 2024-25, I would have liked to have seen more boost for our tourism and hospitality businesses by the Chancellor setting out a clear pathway for reform of business rates in England up to 2026, including reliefs, and taking action on VAT. As the British Retail Consortium said some time ago, we need a business rate tax that flexes with overall economic performance, is shared equitably across different industries, and comes with positive incentives for businesses. And before I finish, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'd like to briefly raise the issue of student loans. We all recognise the punitive rates of interest on student loans paid by our graduates, and it's not feasible to write off all the debt. Could the Chancellor please ensure that no graduate pays interest at a rate higher than the average available commercially? This will help millions of graduates who deserve a fairer rate of interest, allowing our young professionals some financial stability and giving them the certainty to make sound life choices. In conclusion, let us embrace this budget with optimism. The last few years have not been easy for the British economy. The legacy of COVID, the war in Ukraine and the Middle East, it is only because of our economy was in a better state a result of this government's policies since 2010, which meant that we could afford to protect people and businesses and support Ukraine. Our economy is now turning a corner, and we cannot allow the Labour Party to play fast and loose with our economy again and take us back to the economic tatters of 2010 after all we've been through for the past few years. So this budget is a roadmap to a bolder, brighter future for Britain, a future where businesses flourish, our families thrive and our communities can stand resilient.
Jim McMahon.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It was interesting to follow the member for Hastings and Rye. Perhaps leave it there. The test of any budget is simple, and we all know this in politics as in life. It's this: are working people better off or are they worse off? And the facts are this: that Britain is worse off, there are higher taxes, there are lower wages, and there is a stagnant economy. The tax burden is the highest level for 70 years, since 1948, and the national debt is the highest level since the 1960s. Average households will still be £870 worse off after the budget, after all these measures. And it stands as a matter of fact that this will be the only Parliament on record where living standards have fallen by the end of the Parliament compared to the start of it. And the real cruelty isn't that it was a missed opportunity for the Conservative Party to gain some ground. It's that working people do everything that's asked of them and more, but that work isn't rewarded. Real pay has gone up by just £17 after the 13 years of a Conservative government. Now, compare this to the last Labour government when wages rose by £183 after 13 years of office a week. Even after the national insurance reductions are taken into account, this pales into insignificance when we consider that the personal tax allowance freezes will take £41 billion from working people. In the end, working people are worse off, and they know it. But they also know that the communities where they live, where they work, where they care about and where they're invested are feeling the strain too, and so are public services. It stands as a matter of fact that people are waiting longer for NHS treatment than ever before. And even before the pandemic, and that has been used a number of times as a reference point, there were 2 million more people on waiting lists than when Labour was last in office. And today, waiting lists stand at 7.6 million, impacting on over 6 million patients. And what of a nation's productivity when we consider low life expectancy and in some cases going backwards, when quality of life is compromised with pain, worry and stress? How can we talk about productivity in the economy when the nation is simply not well? It also stands that there is firmly a poverty postcode lottery. The King's Fund reported that people who live in the most deprived areas in England were twice as likely to wait more than a year for treatment than those who lived in the most affluent. A postcode lottery on health, an inequality that isn't right in the modern age. And there is no healthy economy without a healthy society. That the Chancellor doesn't get it is one thing, but that a Chancellor who was the Health Secretary doesn't get it, quite frankly, beggars belief. Because we all know that health and social care are interlinked, and people's wellness and the economy are interlinked too. Labour will get the NHS back on its feet. We did it before, and we will do it again. We're also disappointed not to see more interaction with health and social care. And like the Local Government Association, I was disappointed not to see a focus on adult social care. And I want to bring the focus to Oldham, a borough of nearly 250,000 people, good people, decent people, and the very people who should have been front and centre of this budget. Here, like everywhere else, they know that good public services are the foundation of a good economy, not a burden placed upon it. And they know the cost when public services are overwhelmed by demand, staff are under immense pressure, and those that they love don't get the care that they need. And many MPs will know this for our own surgery. It would have been the case not that long ago where if people were having a struggle with housing or adult social care or SEND support or a range of other different public services, it would have been the exception, not the rule, that they were found to be in a difficult position. But now we all know when people come to us and say they have a housing crisis, we say, well, that's the rule for many. It's not the exception anymore. When people say that the person they love can't get adult social care, we say, unfortunately, that's the rule now for too many. It's not the exception anymore. When parents come and say that they're fearful for their children because they haven't got the SEND assessment and the support that's needed, we do say too often, that's not the exception anymore. It's the rule for too many people. That public service infrastructure for too many people have completely been eroded. And we also know that in many places, the market, frankly, has completely failed. We see that in adult social care, we see that in children's services, where the cost of placements is significantly impacting on local authority budgets. And then we come on to temporary accommodation, and that's got to be mentioned, because in Oldham, the cost of temporary accommodation has increased from £1.9 million to £6 million in just a few years. But that's not the real story. Of course, that's a financial pressure. But the real story is this, because behind every figure is a family in desperate need. And in Oldham, there are 1,000 people in temporary accommodation, including 500 children. 500 boys and girls in temporary hotel accommodation, sharing a room, mixed gender, mixed age groups, and often in mixed hotels, where the hotels aren't even block booked to stop private clients being able to access the facility. That's not right, it's not safe, and it's something that is reflective of a broken market. But in the end, we need to rewrite the British contract because it's failed too many working people. The idea that if you roll your sleeves up, that if you work hard, that if you make a contribution, that you can get on in life and you can build something for yourself and your family has been taken away from people. And more than that, that the generational progression that should be there has been denied. You know, I look at my children now growing up and to see a housing market that is moving further and further away from them, not closer to them. People in my community see that the good, well-paid, skilled working class jobs are something of the past and not the future. And that fundamentally hits at the heart of the British contract. And so we need a different way. And I would say, as Chair of the Cooperative Party, that there are many of examples in the cooperative movement that we should be looking at here. On ownership, ownership does matter. We have seen a complete hollowing out of ownership in our communities. Just look at our high streets and our town centres. We don't even know who owns a building that's been boarded up for 10, 15, 20 years. Ownership matters. On energy, we see that people are paying more and more for their gas and electric to oligarchs, to offshore interests, when here we're not building something that we can own together. And that's where the Labour Party is setting out a different path. That with onshore and offshore renewables, through GB Energy, we can own something together where we get to share the value from that, where we can take back control, if you like, of our energy supply and our energy security and our energy bills. But in the end, it does come down to the government deciding to choose a path and a course. And I would just say this. I do think some of these issues should be beyond politics. I think part of the problem with British politics is that this does follow the parliamentary cycle far too much, when some of these are far more structural. I think about adult social care and the future of health and social care going forward. There should be a bigger response to that than whatever the Chancellor of the day thinks at a moment in time. There should be a bigger consideration given to the future world of work and making sure that work can pay and give people the opportunity to live a decent life. And when we don't have that big politics and those big ideas, I'm afraid we end up in the same situation that we found ourselves in yesterday. Frankly, vacuous and without ideas.
Speaker. And it's a pleasure to follow my honourable friend, member for Oldham West and Royton. And like Oldham, my constituents have a sense of disappointment with the failure of yesterday's budget to address many of the challenges that they face, and indeed other people in former coalfield and old industrial areas face. Taxes in the UK are unfairly distributed, penalising our poorest communities. Rather than supporting our fragile regional economies, government policies and decision-making is taking money and resources out of our communities. Despite the headline cut to national insurance, data from the Office of Budget Responsibility show that the UK has the highest tax burden in 70 years, rising every year of the forecast period. Anyone living in my constituency in Easington on the national minimum wage, earning around £20,000, it's true they will receive an extra £148.60 a year, that's £12.38 per month, from the reduction in national insurance. However, we need to look at the overall tax burden. Around 40% of this extra income will be lost due to the increase in council tax. A quote from my own council's website, which gives some examples. Those living in a Band A property would be charged £61 more next year. This figure, of course, will be much higher once we add in parish, police and fire precepts, once these increases are added. It's a problem that's compounded in areas like mine that have a very low council tax base, where the majority of properties are in Band A to C. And indeed, even the additional money that the council is going to raise aren't going to cover the rising costs. So we are going to be facing cuts. We'll have to pay more and we'll see services cut. The figure, which I checked, Durham County Council receives £130 million less in revenue support in 2024 compared to 2010. Indeed, a survey by the County Council's network found that 95% of local authorities are increasing council tax by the maximum permitted 5%. In the case of East Durham, this means our poorest communities paying the most. There's an interesting example, Mr Deputy Speaker. A Band A property in Easington Colliery, for example, would face a council tax bill of £1,671. That's not far short of the Prime Minister's council tax bill for his Band H flat in Downing Street, which is £1,824. If the Prime Minister was paying council tax in Hordern, in my constituency, for a Band H property, his council tax would be £5,157.88. Despite having property prices significantly below the national average, our poorest communities and poorest residents, those in my constituency, are facing council tax bills similar to that of the Prime Minister. Council tax is a new poll tax in all but name. I often feel like a lone voice advocating in favour of a proportional property tax. But I shouldn't be, because in fact it would benefit 77% of UK households. Proportional property tax is a flat tax, a charge of 0.48% of a property's current value. It would effectively be an annual economic stimulus to the regional economies worth £6.5 billion a year, increasing disposable incomes of households in the poorest communities, those that don't enjoy the same levels of public and private investment as do those households in London and the South East. And indeed, the services that take up the largest part of Durham County Council's budget are adult social care and looked after children. Very important services, but it's my belief they should be funded nationally and based upon a needs assessment. These costs shouldn't fall on local taxpayers, particularly as we see a rise in some council and service providers effectively outsourcing those with complex needs by moving their people into our poorest communities. And if the Minister isn't aware of this, can I recommend he reads an article by the Express journalist? I don't normally recommend the Express, but an excellent journalist called Zach Garner-Perkis, if he wants to understand how councils in the South are gaming the system at the expense of my constituents. Far from giving our communities a chance, it's government policy, taxation and investment decisions that are widening the economic divides within our country. Through higher taxes and a lack of public investment, this impacts on the private sector's willingness to invest in my constituency. Of course, there are opportunities if we have the right investment and growth policies. We have large areas with derelict and rundown housing that would be ideal for redevelopment and the creation of decent family homes. We have a tax and investment system that holds back and deprives our regional economies of opportunity. We have a government that refuses to take any steps to address widening economic disparities. In fact, I thought that was the whole purpose of levelling up. There are other national issues that affect my constituency. The NHS, long waits in A&E, NHS dental provision collapsing. We've got oversubscribed schools, a lack of home-to-school transport, and schools in a poor state of disrepair, not only affected by RAC or asbestos, but some quite new schools actually that are built by disreputable construction companies that have fleeced the taxpayer. The Conservative Party's now had 14 years either in government by itself or in coalition with the Lib Dems and others to improve the opportunities for constituencies like mine. However, 14 years on, the problems our country faces today are just as deep-rooted and extensive as ever. The Chancellor and the Prime Minister say they're proud of their record. Well, I think my constituents have reached the same conclusion as many others, and they say it's time to put that confidence to the test. If this government has a shred of integrity, we should be going to the polls on Thursday the 2nd of May for a general election. The Chancellor's budget's lifted the lid on 14 years of Tory economic failure. Taxes are still rising, prices are still going up for consumers, mortgages are going through the roof, and the Chancellor did nothing yesterday that's going to change that. We need a government to rebuild Britain. It's time for change. It's time for a general election.
Mr. Kennock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and it's a real pleasure to follow my honourable friend, the member for Easington. We on these benches talk a lot, and rightly so, about the Conservatives crashing our economy and sending mortgages up almost £3,000, rent up 10%, and food prices up 25%. We talk a lot about the fact that the Prime Minister is utterly blinkered around the truth that he's gone from being a low-growth Chancellor to a no-growth Prime Minister, with the introduction of Rishi's recession, and that working people are paying the price in this cost of living crisis. We talk a lot about the Tory waste, the fact that we've seen the Prime Minister blow £7 billion on COVID loans, fraud, and £500 million on a Rwanda plan that has flown 3 Home Secretaries to Kigali, but not a single asylum seeker. And we know that the tax burden is at its highest for 70 years, whilst debt has rocketed and is still going up. But we probably should talk more about the underpinning mismanagement of our economy and the broken economic model of which has seen Tories underinvesting, turning our country into a stagnation nation. We have a record high NHS waiting list of more than 7 million people. Schools that are literally crumbling because the Prime Minister cut the school building budget when he was Chancellor. 90% of crimes going unsolved, with rape victims waiting 3 years for their day in court. And we have 3 times as many children living in poverty today as we did 6 years ago. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the reality is that the past 14 years have been an omni-shambles. And as a result, nothing in this country seems to work anymore. And yet the British people are being forced to pay more and more for less and less. And what ideas have the Conservatives put forward to fix this mess? None whatsoever. Instead, they resort to pilfering Labour's policies like some sort of embarrassingly bad tribute act. When the cost of living crisis hit, we knew we needed to support households through it. So we proposed a windfall tax on the excess profits of oil and gas companies. The party opposite eventually caved in and delivered that policy, but poorly and riddled with loopholes. And this week, they've made a feeble attempt to mimic our policy of ending the non-dom tax loophole. Just think, if they had acted when Labour first suggested ending this loophole 2 years ago, they would have generated £6 billion into the policy areas that we suggested. Then they could have delivered 3.8 million extra operations, 1.3 million emergency dental appointments, free breakfast clubs for nearly 4.5 million children. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Conservatives are followers, not leaders. They are slogan mongers, not servants of the people. They believe in government by gimmick rather than the hard graft of governing in the national interest. Labour, meanwhile, is taking a long-term, responsible approach to get our economy back on its feet and growing again, which is why we have our 5 core missions. We'll get businesses growing and put demand back into the economy, starting with our new house building programme for 1.5 million homes over 5 years, creating new jobs, getting young people and families the housing they need. We'll deliver clean energy by 2030 and switch on Great British Energy. Our transition to a modern economy will deliver 500,000 good jobs, lower household bills, and make our energy supply secure from Putin. We'll get the NHS back on its feet and fit for the future, bring down waiting times with the biggest ever workforce expansion, including 17,000 more doctors and nurses and 2 million more available appointments. We'll put 13,000 police back on the streets and halve the number of incidents of violence against women and girls. And we'll spread opportunity for young people everywhere by shattering the class ceiling through better early years provision and improving technical education. Instead of the government's hands-off, it's not my problem, Gov approach to the economy, we can deliver an active industrial strategy, backing our businesses to make, buy and sell more in Britain. This includes Labour's £3 billion steel renewal fund. And with that, I am urging Tata Steel to step back from the cliff edge, which would cost 2,800 people in Aberavon and Wales their jobs, and not to do anything that can't be undone before the next general election. And what a disgrace it is that the Conservative government has given £500 million to Tata to make 2,800 people redundant. We will work with industry to secure a bridge to the new economy so that steel companies can seize the opportunities of the future and Britain can maintain its sovereign capability to make its own steel from scratch. This vital security issue in the dangerous and turbulent world in which we live. If we want to get Putin's boot off our throats, then we have to sustain our vital steel industry. We on these benches are also committed to supporting small businesses. We'll legislate to tackle late payments, unlocking £20 billion in unpaid invoices, and we'll scrap business rates and replace it with a system that is fairer for bricks and mortar businesses. Mr. Deputy Speaker, these are the kind of growth measures we need to get Aberavon, Wales and Britain firing on all cylinders. Last year, the Prime Minister said, "We've turned the corner," and promptly plunged Britain into a recession. An economy smaller now than when he entered Downing Street. Mortgages through the roof. House building fallen off a cliff. Worklessness rising. Homelessness has never been higher. Crimes going unsolved and rape victims waiting years for their day in court. We have rivers full of sewage, the perfect metaphor for the stench of decay that is emanating from this clapped-out government. And households £870 worse off under the Prime Minister's tax plan on average, with the Prime Minister giving just 5p back for every 10p taken from our constituents. He is giving with one hand and taking twice as much away with the other. That's not a plan, Mr. Deputy Speaker. That's a scam and a con from this government that is run out of ideas, run out of energy and run out of road. We need an election this spring, and we need a Labour government that will rebuild our public services, re-energise our economy and get our country back on track. Thank you.
Order. Just to remind members that we don't use either Christian or surnames of current serving members, and I think you know what I'm referring to. I didn't want to stop you in your flow, but you're all incredibly bright, and I'm sure you'll think of another way of making the point that you want to do. So we're on to the last three backbenchers before we go on to the wind-ups. Alex Cunningham.
Mr Deputy Speaker, 14 years of Tory government and they still can't find a Chancellor who understands poverty, inequality and the need for public services. And despite the latest one being a former Health Secretary, he doesn't understand health either and the role it plays in our society. And I remind those sitting opposite that they cancelled the new hospital for Stockton in 2010 and health inequalities in my area have since widened despite the tremendous work of NHS workers and others. Today I'm going to try to help the Tories understand the consequences of their 14 years in power, over a decade of austerity and now somebody's recession. I was appalled at the weekend to hear that life expectancy in the North East compared to the rest of the UK will continue to fall for the next 50 years. The Institute for Public Policy North report says wealth, health, power, opportunity and systematic inequalities are just a few of the reasons the North East is set to see the North-South life expectancy divide endure for decades to come. It states the number of years you can expect to live in good health in the North and Midlands would be 2.5 times shorter than the South and 3.5 times shorter than in London. Extending these overall trajectories, the gap in health life expectancy between the North and the All England average would not close until 2056-57, while the gap between the North and South East would endure until 2079-80. After 14 years of Conservative government, nothing has happened to close the gap, and national comparisons are widening further. It's even worse locally. People in the town centre ward in Stockton are expected to live 16 years fewer than those people down the road in Ingleby Warwick. But this news comes after reports of a huge increase in child poverty, people unable to see a GP for weeks on end, dental appointments which are simply not available, and waiting lists for operations stretching and stretching. Some appointments for operations took just a few weeks in 2010, while they now take many months, in some cases over a year. Yes, I welcome the new diagnostic centre currently being built in Stockton, but it's only one small piece of a very large jigsaw provision that is needed if we're to do the best for our people. Report author of the IPPR North Research Fellow Marcus Johns confirmed that urgent action is needed to tackle the inequalities. He said, no one should be condemned to live a shorter, sicker, less fulfilling or poorer life simply because of where they were born. It's hard to avoid the conclusion we are headed in the wrong direction on inequality in health, wealth, power and opportunity, while local government finances languish in chaos. I want to turn to another report demonstrating regional inequality, the North East Child Poverty Commission February 24 report. The report highlights there has been no child poverty strategy for England or the UK as a whole since 2017. However, the proportion of North East children in poverty that are from working families has risen from 56 to 67% in less than a decade. The report also finds that the intensity of child poverty in the North East is getting worse, with 1 in 5 of all children growing up in our region now living below the deep poverty line, including the more than 1 in 10 North East children that are living in very deep poverty. Almost 1 in 5 North East children are living in households that are food insecure, meaning that they don't have access to sufficient food to facilitate an active and healthy lifestyle. Children in our region are being let down on a range of other childhood health measures, having, for example, either the highest or second highest rates in England for A&E attendances, emergency hospital admissions for asthma, hospital admissions for diabetes, and hospital admissions for dental treatment, all of which are associated with higher levels of deprivation. And on the children in care issue, the North East is the highest proportion of looked after children of any English region. That's at 113 per 10,000 children, compared with the England average of 74. In the Tees Valley, all 5 local authorities are in the 20 areas with the highest rates of looked after children in England. Indeed, the link between high rates of child poverty and social care interventions was flagged by the 12 North East Directors of Children's Services, who made a joint submission to the Independent Review of Children's Social Care back in 2021. It said, exceptional levels of poverty in the North East are driving dramatic rises in child protection intervention and the number of children in care. The cost of this cannot be afforded. Exacerbated by reductions in government funding, spending on early help has reduced at a time when it is most needed. This vicious cycle can only be broken by different ways of working, backed up by adequate investment. Don't we want the best for every child, whether they grow up in the South East or the North East? Well, we won't have it unless every child's basic needs are met. It's deplorable that the government, in their failure to act, have become complacent, with children in my region going to school hungry, unable to concentrate, unable to learn, and unable to have the future they have the potential for. I'm pleased that Labour is committed to ensuring that all primary children have free breakfast clubs that set them up for the day, so that no child starts the day hungry and there's a safe space to be supported with friends. I'd like to speak to another matter of great importance to Teesside. There is one area where there's been colossal taxpayers' investment in the North East, but sadly those same taxpayers are being robbed of the benefits of £500,000 invested at Teesworks. My advice to the Chancellor is to get the forensic accountants to pore through the books and reports, and you will find tens of millions of pounds that could have been reinvested in the people of Teesside instead of being pocketed by 2 private sector businessmen after the Teesworks Tory mayor gifted them 90% of the asset. There is no doubt it's probably one of the most important projects in the country, but it will be private individuals who will benefit most from the hundreds of millions in profits expected over the coming years, individuals who are yet to invest their own money. I have wondered how the tens of millions of pounds paid out in dividends to these 2 individuals could have been used on Teesside, where all our local authorities are being forced by the government to cut services and hike council tax. If they had just 10 million each, they wouldn't have to cut services and our social care could be given a major boost. The Chancellor also needs to look at the 28 recommendations of his own government's inquiry into the appalling way the Tees Mayor has been running his business. 28 recommendations because of the lack of transparency, poor value for money and a total disregard for proper process. Recently we also had the Mayor land us with a bill in excess of £3 million, a legal action bill against PD ports. It puts the Education Secretary's legal fees looking like chicken feed. If the Chancellor is serious about value for money from taxpayers, he would show the guts the Levelling Up Secretary has failed to show and order the National Audit Office to see exactly how the £500 million of taxpayers' cash has been used at Teesworks and who is deriving the benefit. I think he will discover that Teesworks isn't working for our communities, and we have only seen a few hundred of the tens of thousands of jobs promised actually created. So in conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, we've had the years of austerity, We now have the Prime Minister's recession, but the ramifications have been immense. Appalling regional inequality, poor health and a cost of living crisis, but above all, poverty on a scale we should be ashamed of.
Thank you very much. Mr Shanks.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And it's a pleasure to follow a fellow Scot, the member from Stockton North. A decade ago, George Osborne, remember him, stood in this place to deliver the first Tory budget, and he spoke about a budget that recognises the hard work of the British people and sets out a plan for Britain to keep us moving from a low-wage, high-tax economy. A decade later and 14 years of Conservative government, where are we? Recession, whether the Chancellor calls it technical or otherwise. Taxes higher than at any point in the past 70 years. 20 years of lost pay growth, with the Resolution Foundation confirming average wage won't regain its 2008 level until 2026. And shamefully, the first Parliament since records began to see living standards fall. The most significant year-on-year decline in living standards since the 1950s. This is the reality of yesterday's budget, a record of economic incompetence and squandered opportunity. Will the public feel any change in their circumstances after raiding their pockets with 25 tax increases, with mortgages soaring, with food bills continuing to go up and up, with wages stagnating? Who on earth is going to feel any better off in these circumstances? And from the lacklustre response on the benches opposite during the budget yesterday, and from today's debate, which I've enjoyed enormously, but there's been more contributions criticising the budget than there have been supporting it, it seems they're not particularly impressed by it either. And no wonder, less than 24 hours after the Chancellor stood up, the chaos has continued. A floated promise of a £46 billion cut to national insurance without a single thought on how it's going to be funded, although I now hear that's been downgraded to the Chancellor expressing an ambition, which apparently is different. Perhaps how Liz Truss expressed an ambition to crash the economy not that long ago. Putting off...
I did say not to mention the name of current sitting members. Thank you.
I forgot she was a sitting member, Mr Deputy Speaker, I apologise. Putting off any long-term spending plans until the next government to avoid facing up to the reality that public services are crumbling, and shamefully not putting aside a penny for the victims of the contaminated blood scandal or the victims of the post office scandal. And minutes after the Chancellor sat down, the spectacle of the Energy Minister refusing to say whether he will back his own government in the plan to expand the windfall tax on the oil and gas industry. I'm not sure if he's still on resignation watch or if his chat with the Chancellor's moved him back to a stronger position, but yesterday the Tories in the Scottish Parliament had a debate denouncing expanding the windfall tax, and the leader of the Scottish Conservatives has said he'll vote against it. The Chancellor this morning says it will present a little local difficulty. This is utter chaos, less than a day after the Chancellor delivered the budget. And in any other government, at any other time, they would be the laughingstock of the country. But so low have our expectations come in this government that it's not even getting the attention it should. We should welcome the government's conversion to Labour's economic plans, following where Labour has led on the non-dom tax loophole or expanding the windfall tax. Now, of course, it's only the SNP that are out on a limb, saying they don't support increasing a tax on $1 billion a week profits from oil and gas, while they happily put up taxes on those earning £29,000 a year. In SNP Scotland, teachers and plumbers and police officers and nurses pay more. Oil and gas giants don't. Hard-working public servants? Yes, I'll happily give them.
He's mentioned the specific case of nurses. Now, his colleagues were reluctant to acknowledge the fact that nurses in Scotland start off with much higher pay than they do in England. I did some checks while others were speaking. A newly qualified ward sister in Scotland, even allowing for, this is for 23-24 rates, even allowing for a slightly higher income tax on part of their earnings, is taking home £31,884 per year. Her equivalent in England, or his equivalent in England, is taking home £30,960. Why does he want nurses in Scotland to earn £900 less by moving to England?
Well, I know I'm in a different party from the Honourable Member, but I'm in the same country as the Honourable Member, so for me it concerns me how nurses in Scotland are treated, and they're paying more tax than their colleagues in England. That's the reality of the SNP's budget. The truth is, the lack of economic growth across the UK means less for public services, and despite the Scottish Government receiving almost £300 billion in consequentials, including £237 million from increased spending in the NHS, I hope the Scottish Government will use that to invest directly in public services, especially in Scotland's NHS, where statistics have shown this week a damning picture in the 17 years the SNP has been in power. The list of inpatients waiting more than 12 weeks has gone up 125 times in a decade. And cancer treatment within 31 days is 3 times worse than it was a decade ago. All the while, taxes are going up in Scotland and wage growth is stagnating. The House of Commons Library has carried out some research which shows that weekly real earnings are lower today than they were in 2007 when Labour left office in Scotland and the SNP first came to power. The analysis shows real wages continued to rise until 2010 when the Labour government left power in the UK, but under the Tories and the SNP, the average Scot earns less in real terms now than they did in 2007. And Ernst & Young this week found that average employment growth in Scotland between 2024 and 2027 is expected to be just 0.8%, lagging behind all other parts of the UK. There are some really tough long-term issues in Scotland's labour market that we need to wrestle with. Long-term sickness appears to be a particular factor in economic inactivity in Scotland, accounting for almost 32% of inactivity compared to 27% across the UK. And there are difficult demographic trends too. These issues aren't easily resolved, but they require a government with a laser focus on the problem, not one hopelessly distracted in their own party. The Secretary of State spoke earlier about levels of employment in the UK. And there was a piece of research done recently by the Work Foundation and Lancaster University which found that of those in employment, 21% of workers are in extreme job insecurity. Workers that experience involuntary part-time work, involuntary temporary forms of work, precarious work, and a further 33% suffer from low or moderate insecurity. In other words, more than half of people currently employed have a degree of insecurity in their work. The UK is becoming a less secure, precarious place for people to work, and part of the cause of low productivity and rising levels of in-work poverty is this problem. This is a challenge for us to wrestle with, but one that we must. The Tories are the architects of this economic mess, ably assisted by the growing incompetence of the SNP, and neither can be the solution. Scots will rightly ask themselves, after 14 years of the Tories, after 17 years of the SNP, if they feel any better off, and the answer will come back no. They'll ask if public services and the NHS are better now in Scotland than they were 17 years ago, and the answer will be no. The only way out of this doom loop of economic chaos, of higher taxes and stagnant living standards, and is real change with a government focused on growing the economy, making work pay and turning the UK into a green energy superpower. That's the change that Scotland needs, that's the change the UK needs, that's the change that Labour will deliver. So we need a general election so that we can get on and do it.
And Liz Twist is to be the last backbench contribution, so anyone who has taken part in the debate should make their way to the chamber now. Liz Twist.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, listening to yesterday's budget, you could be forgiven for thinking that the Chancellor was living in a different universe from the rest of us. Wages are stagnating, taxes are rising, growth is stalling. Nothing the Chancellor announced yesterday has changed that. The OBR's own figures tell us that this will be the worst Parliament on record for living standards. After 14 years of economic failure, his legacy is less money in people's pockets and the highest tax burden since 1949. The Chancellor tells us that absolute poverty has gone down and that growth can only come from a high-wage, high-skill economy, which was supposedly meant to believe that his party are on the way to building. Well, let me tell the Chancellor, that's not the reality that my constituents are dealing with. The Chancellor may try to tell us that people are better off after cuts to national insurance contributions, but for every 5 pence my constituents get back, they'll be paying double that in extra tax, according to his plans and the package. People are being squeezed further and further as prices continue to rise. And even a reduced inflation rate means prices are going up and costing people hard. And for those already on low pay, the benefit is even less. This cut is better for higher paid workers and at the cost of the lower paid workers, many of whom live in my constituency. Now, for generations, parents have hoped that their children would have it better than they did growing up. And of course, this has never been guaranteed, but for too many people today, it's a far-off dream. There are 9 million young workers in this country who have never seen sustained average wage rises. This is the only parliament on record where living standards have fallen. Consecutive Conservative governments have seen inequality outstrip any other large European country, and our public services are on their knees just as people need them more than ever. Now, many of us here in this House will recognise the stories behind these statistics in the constituents who come to our office doors in the most desperate of circumstances with nowhere else to turn. A report released in January by the Joseph Rowntree Foundation laid out the extent of rising poverty and destitution, hitting families with children and disabled members the hardest. As the report said, this is a story of moral and fiscal irresponsibility, and it's one that affects my constituents in Blaydon, as well as across the North East. In the North East, the proportion of children in poverty that are from working families has risen from 56% to 67% in less than a decade. That's the impact of Tory government decisions on real people's lives day to day. Now, times are really hard for people, and we know that there's a well-established link between socio-economic factors like financial distress, mental health problems, and vice versa. It was therefore very disappointing to see nothing on offer to tackle our mental health crisis within this year's budget. Organisations like Samaritans, Young Minds, Mental Health Foundation have all commented on this. Despite uncertainty and anguish in the sector about the ring-fence funding for local suicide prevention plans, which is set to run out this financial year, we haven't heard a word about these plans on Wednesday. Neither did we hear anything about specialist mental health support in schools, suggesting that the government's aspirations remained limited to covering just 50% of schools. And the Honourable Member for Redditch, who is just walking into the chamber, talked about people with mental health problems and bad nerves that she talked about. Well, wouldn't it be great if we could tackle NHS waiting lists for mental health services so that people can get the support and the diagnosis that they need and improve their lives? And in the meantime, the picture for social care also remains bleak, with the ambition of this government failing to meet the essential needs of older people, disabled people and their carers, and local authorities struggling to balance their budgets. Nothing to tackle this. As a North East MP, I did notice the Chancellor's reference to a deeper devolution deal for the North East. Now, I'm pleased to see the North East getting some more powers. Many and more powers are needed regionally. But, Mr Speaker, our aspirations in the North East are even higher than this deeper devo deal. And I have no doubt that in the North East we will continue to press for even more measures to reduce regional inequalities. Mr Speaker, if one thing was clear from yesterday's budget, it was this. The government are out of touch and out of ideas. Unable to face up to the crisis that they've presided over, they're left spinning and scrabbling, trying to tell us that we're out of the woods, while our constituents feel the impact of the recession and tell us about it. Their plan has failed. It's time for a new approach. It's time for a general election.
Wind-ups. Liz Kendall.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Yesterday, the Conservative 7th Chancellor gave his second budget, thankfully the last before the general election. Now, ministers have repeatedly claimed the economy has turned a corner, but they've driven it into a dead end. Our economy is smaller now than when the Prime Minister first entered Downing Street. GDP per person down, not just in every quarter of the last year, but lower at the end of this year, and lower too in 4 of the next 5 years ahead. The biggest hit to living standards on record in this Parliament, the highest tax burden for 70 years. But people in this country don't need statistics to tell them the dire state that we are in, or that they're paying more but getting less. They see it every day in the higher cost of the weekly shop and their gas and electricity bills. They see it in higher mortgages and rents, in soaring childcare costs, and they see it in their crumbling school buildings and the 8 a.m. scramble to see their GP. And the argument I want to make today is that one of the central reasons why they've failed on the economy is because they have failed on work. For all ministers' claims, the OBR lays bare the scale of their failure and the appalling cost to the British people. Now, the official unemployment rate is low, but that's not because we have a record proportion of people actually in work. We are the only country in the G7 whose employment rate hasn't returned to pre-pandemic levels. And yesterday, the OBR revealed our employment rate will be lower by the end of this year than they forecast in November. It will be lower in 5 years' time. And in 2028-29, our employment rate will still not be back to where we were before the pandemic. That is the truth of what another 5 years of the Conservatives will bring. The reality is, increasing numbers of people are leaving the labour market and not even looking for work. Whatever the Secretary of State says, and he repeated it today, the OBR says economic inactivity is increasing, not declining. They say that economic inactivity is proving more persistent than they previously thought, is no longer declining from the post-pandemic high, and has instead rebounded to 9.3 million people, the highest in over a decade. Much of this is driven by poor health, an issue that was been raised by many honourable members in the debate today, because they know, we know on this side of the House, that a healthy nation is critical to a healthy economy, and that the government is failing on both. There are now 2.8 million people not in work because of long-term sickness, an all-time high. Many of them are over 50, often women, struggling with bad hips, knees and other joints, and often caring for elderly parents at the same time. An extremely worrying increase in young people out of work due to mental health problems, with many lacking basic qualifications. And as the Centre for Cities has shown, all of these problems are far worse in northern towns and cities, which the Conservatives promised to level up, but which have once again borne the brunt of their economic failure. In places like Blackpool, Blackburn, Middlesbrough and Hull, including these hidden unemployed, takes the official unemployment rate from 5 to 20%. And Mr Deputy Speaker, on this side of the House, we think this is unacceptable. And it is such an appalling waste It's a waste of individual potential, as hundreds of thousands of people who want to work are written off and denied help to get back on their feet. It's a waste for British businesses who are desperate to recruit and who need the talents of everyone in our country in order to grow and succeed. And it is an appalling waste of taxpayers' money too. Over the next 5 years, there will be 600,000 more people on sickness and disability benefits, and these benefits will cost an extra £33 billion. That is more than our current day-to-day expenditure on defence. And the impact on our economy is profound. Yesterday, the OBR said higher and rising levels of inactivity are offsetting increases in the size and growth of our population, and in return will leave GDP in 5 years' time unchanged and the level of GDP per person lower. There it is, in black and white. The Conservatives' failure on work is a drag on the economy, a drag on growth, a drag on living standards and the money for our vital public services, and that is not good enough. And yet all we hear, yes, I will willingly take an intervention.
Well, for the right honourable lady giving way, she quite rightly is not happy with the level of economic inactivity, and that is why we are bearing down upon it. But given that the level of economic inactivity was higher during every year of the last Labour government, would she like to comment on the record of the last Labour government in that respect?
Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm not going to take any lessons from a government that is seeing economic inactivity at record levels, people out of work due to sickness at record levels, and the soaring cost for the waste of this on individual lives and livelihoods. And if I were the Minister, I would actually put in place a proper plan for reform, not these half-baked programmes, rehashed, re-announced schemes, more of the same empty rhetoric on benefits, when they're... yes, I will of course take...
Well, plans are half-baked, rehashed. Why is it that the OBR has confirmed that 371,000 fewer people by the end of the forecast period will be receiving those long-term sickness and incapacity benefits to which she refers? If they're half-baked, why are 371,000 fewer people going to be on those benefits?
The OBR says there'll be 600,000 more people on these benefits, and the total cost will be £33 billion. And he tries to deny their rehashed schemes. Well, let's have a look at this. Reform to fit notes announced in 2023. Oh, in 2017, the current Chancellor, then Health Secretary, announced reforms to fit notes beyond GPs. Back in 2017, they announced mandatory work placements, but in 2011, mandatory work activity programme, and they announced an expert group, excuse me, I do apologise, on occupational health. And the current Chancellor, then Health Secretary, 2017, we will appoint an expert working group on occupational health. Same policies, same failure. It is absolutely time for a change. We do not have to go down this road. We can choose a different path, and under a Labour government, we will. Our Back to Work plan will tackle the root causes of worklessness, driving down waits for NHS treatment and recruiting 8,500 more mental health staff. We'll ensure employment support is tailored to individual and local needs, overhauling job centres to end the tick box culture and devolving employment support to local areas. We'll create more good jobs in every part of the country in clean energy and through our modern industrial strategy. And we will make work pay and improve the quality of work with a genuine living wage by banning exploitative zero-hours contracts and strengthening rights to flexible working. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, we will do more. There are now 850,000 young people aged 24 and under not in education, employment and training. 1 in 8 of all our young people. We believe that is a terrible waste for them and for our country as a whole. So when half of all mental health problems start before you're 14, we have got to intervene earlier on. So the first part of our offer to young people is providing specialist mental health support in every school and walk-in access in every community, tackling one of the key drivers of worklessness before it takes hold. Second, we will deliver 1,000 new career advisors underpinned by good quality work experience, so young people leave school ready for work and ready for life. Third, we will overhaul skills with new technical excellence colleges and by reforming the Tories' failed apprenticeship levy, which has seen apprenticeship starts for young people fall by a third. Our new growth and skills levy will help young people get the skills they need, including offering a second chance at basic skills and pre-apprenticeship training if they didn't get the right qualifications at school. Fourth, we will provide new employment advisors for young people in our Young Futures hubs, offering joined-up specialist help and support, because the old one-size-fits-all approach won't work when it comes to tackling this problem. And finally, we will overhaul access to work for young disabled people who want to work, so they know what equipment, adaptations or personal support they'll get before they start work, giving them the confidence to take the plunge. Fully costed, fully funded, paid for by scrapping tax breaks on private schools and by closing tax loopholes enjoyed by private equity fund managers. This is our offer to young people. And this year, they and the rest of the British public will face a choice. Another 5 years of stagnation, low growth, high costs and worklessness under the Tories, or a long-term plan to get Britain building again, get Britain growing again, and get Britain working again under Labour. The public know it is time for change. Let's have an election. Let's have the guts to have it now.
Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's my pleasure to close the first day of debate on this spring budget, which my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, brought before the House yesterday. And I'd like to thank everybody for their contributions today. Mr Deputy Speaker, the past few years have been a sobering lesson in living through history. They have not been easy for the British economy or the British people as we face the challenges and the legacy of COVID, war in Ukraine and now in the Middle East. Now, we all know that we are in an election year, Mr Deputy Speaker, but it's important in this place that we focus on the policies as well as the politics, the facts and not just the spin. So let's have a look at some of the facts. Inflation has fallen from 11% last year to 4% now. We knew this was the single most important thing that could happen to help families, and it has happened. Real wages are now rising and some mortgage rates are starting to come down. The economy has also performed better than forecast. It is projected to grow by 0.8% this year and 1.9% next year, defying expectations that we would enter a long recession. And the IMF now forecasts the UK to have the third fastest cumulative growth in the G7 over the next 5 years, growing faster than Japan, Germany, France and Italy. So we are on track to meet our fiscal rules. Underlying debt is forecast to fall as a share of GDP in the 5th year of the forecast, and by the end of the forecast, borrowing will be at its lowest share of GDP since 2001. And of course, it was only because we responsibly reduced the deficit by 80% between 2010 and 2019 that we were in a position to provide the much-needed support during the pandemic and, of course, with the most recent cost of living challenges following the invasion of Ukraine, to the tune of £450 billion of support. And as has been repeated by many colleagues today, we did not hear the opposition complaining about that. That inevitably led to higher taxes because the level of public expenditure was higher. How on earth did they think all of those interventions would be paid for? And this reality has been emphasised by, very forcefully by the Honourable Member for Folkestone and Hythe, the Member for Cotswolds, Devizes and Hastings and Rye today, all who made very important contributions. But the job and the recovery is not yet done because of the progress we've made, though, the economy is turning a corner, and we've been able to afford tax cuts as part of our plan to reward work and grow the economy. Yeah.
We've heard this, and it is astonishing in day two that the government still wants to tell the country they've never had it so good. But could he address some of the points made by my old friend from Leicester West? What does he say to those young people who can't work because of its disability or because of their ill health? And what does he say to those women in their 50s that aren't working? What is he proposing to try and get those people back to work? We are the party of work. We've had a lot of myths today from the other side. We believe in well-paid, good quality work, clues in the name of the party. What do they do for those women? What do they do for people, those young people with disabilities?
It's quite amazing. I opened my speech saying let's focus on the facts. The opposition, are they really claiming to be the part of employment? Every single Labour government in history has ended up with unemployment higher at the end than at the beginning. And in terms of other measures, my right honourable friend outlined measures earlier on how we will help the very people she has mentioned, and far from saying everything is fine and people have never had it so good. We are being honest with the public by saying we know you have been through an incredibly difficult time. That's precisely why we intervened to such an extent with over £450 billion of support during the pandemic and since, because it was out of necessity. That support is needed. It was really important that we're honest with the British public now that that money clearly needs to be paid back. That's why we have higher taxes, out of necessity. But as my honourable friend, the member for Folkestone and Hythe, pointed out earlier on, we reduce taxes out of choice when we can. We increase them out of necessity. We reduce them out of choice. The opposition do not have that philosophy. Now, in terms of the measures in the budget, Mr Deputy Speaker, from April 2024 onwards, we are further reducing national insurance contributions, and employees across the UK will see their national insurance contributions rate cut further from 10% to 8%, alongside the cuts we already made to Nick's autumn statement. This is a total annual tax cut of £900 for the average worker on £35,400 a year, and self-employed national insurance will be cut further too, to 6%. 2 million self-employed will also get a tax cut on average worth £650 a year. And these measures will themselves incentivise, encourage and support more people into work or to work longer hours. And the OBR says that when combined with the autumn reduction, our national insurance cuts will mean the equivalent of 200,000 more people in work, filling 1 in 5 vacancies and adding 0.4% to GDP and 0.4% to GDP per head. And this latest cut to NICs is the latest step towards our long-term ambition to end the unfairness that means if you get your income for having a job, you pay 2 types of taxes, NICs and income tax. But if you get it from other sources, you only pay 1. So when it is responsible and when it can be achieved without compromising high-quality public services, we will continue to cut national insurance contributions, making work pay. And I believe the honourable gentleman, my neighbour from the Cotswolds, outlined the precise wording from the Chancellor yesterday. And of course, this should be seen in the context of our overall record on jobs, which is impressive. Since 2010, more than 2.5 million people are in work. That's equivalent to 800 jobs created every single day of the Conservative-led administrations.
To the Minister for giving way. Just on the question of jobs, though, does he agree that many of those jobs are part of a low-wage economy? The OBR, which he quoted earlier, said that in the 13 years of Conservative government, pay has gone up by just £17 a week, in contrast to the 13 years of Labour, where it went up by £183 a week. That's from the OBR. Does he agree that many of these jobs are in fact low-paid and precarious?
Yeah. The honourable gentleman was clearly not listening to the Chancellor yesterday, where we had a key focus on jobs, and this is precisely why we're lifting so many people out of poverty, why we've had a focus on increasing national living wage over the years. And let's not forget, the tax-free allowance was about £6,500 under Labour. It's over £12,500 now. We have lifted so many people out of paying tax altogether, and that has been a key focus and strategy of this government.
Just on the point about low-income taxpayers, by the government's own assessment, how many people have been brought into taxation because of the freezing of personal tax allowance?
Minister.
The Honourable Gentleman, as I said, is making an important point because I said earlier on, we unfortunately have had taxes at a higher level than we want to, but now we're in a position to reduce it. And by reducing and focusing on national insurance contributions, that is impactful for 29 million workers, anybody earning above £12,500. You now need to earn over £1,000 per month before you pay any tax whatsoever. And as I said, when we came into power, unemployment was near 8%. It is now around 4%. We should not take full employment or near full employment for granted. And we all know that, as I said, every Labour government has increased unemployment. That is not an impressive record, but it is a consistent one. Now, I particularly want to reflect today on how our plan rewards hard-working families. The government believes that your career should support rather than undermine another important role, parenthood. That's why, at last year's budget, the Chancellor announced the biggest ever expansion of childcare from September 2025, extending the 30-hour free childcare offer to all children of working parents from 9 months old. And this will result in an extra 60,000 parents entering the workforce in the next 4 years. But to deliver on this, we need to support the private sector to play its part too. So yesterday, we confirmed that the government is guaranteeing the hourly rate paid to childcare providers to deliver the free hours offer. I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
Very much for giving way. He hasn't yet mentioned the government's Damascene conversion on scrapping the loophole for non-DOMs. But on this point about what that could have generated, if they'd listened to Labour and done this 2 years ago, would have generated an extra £6 billion of revenue, which could have paid for free breakfast clubs for nearly 4.5 million children. So on the point of childcare, does he think that's relevant?
The Honourable Gentleman gave quite a wish list earlier on, which by my calculations could come out to be quite expensive. I don't know if he's had conversations with the Honourable Lady on the front bench. But in order to address the point he raised on non-DOMs, we have scrapped non-DOMs, we will be scrapping non-DOMs, but we will be replacing it with a residency-based system, including measures that will encourage and incentivise further investment into the UK, because we'll be implementing transition measures. Didn't hear the opposition talk about those. Those transition measures are likely to encourage £15 billion of additional investment into the UK. Non-DOMs at the moment pay about £8.5 billion of taxes. We want to welcome people. We recognise those with the broadest shoulders must absolutely carry the greatest burden. However, we want to be internationally competitive, and the new system that we have proposed will be internationally competitive. But as I said, in terms of the childcare aspects I was talking to, the measures I outlined earlier on, this commitment would mean over £500 million of additional investment in childcare over the next 2 years. And this will give childcare providers the confidence to invest in expanding at a crucial time to deliver the free childcare expansion and help bridge the gap between parents' career demands and the childcare needs. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, this approach complements further changes that we're making to the tax system to incentivise parents to increase the hours they work. And yesterday, the Chancellor announced that from the 6th of April, the high-income child benefit charge threshold will be raised to £60,000. In addition, the level at which child benefit is withdrawn completely will increase to £80,000, and this was very much welcomed by many members on this side of the chamber, including the Honourable Member for Devizes, Cotswolds and others. And as a result, no one earning under £60,000 will now pay the charge, and this will put pounds in parents' pockets, saving nearly 500,000 families with children an average of around £1,300 a year. According to the OBR, this change will also result in an increase in hours for those already working that is equivalent to around 10,000 more people entering the workforce full-time. I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman I've already given way.
I'm grateful to the Minister for giving me one of the remaining injustices with the higher income child credit tax charge is that somebody, well, under the new rules, a single person earning £60,000 per year will have to pay the charge. A couple earning £59,000 each won't, because it's assessed on a single earning. Have the government got plans to amend that anomaly, and if so, when can we expect to see it happening?
Yes, well, if the honourable gentleman had not intervened and just given me one more second, I could have said, going forward, we will also consult on moving the high-income child benefit charge to a household-based system to be introduced by April 26. And this was something that was also raised by my honourable friend, the member for Christchurch, who also pointed out the potential opportunities there in other areas about household income. But it is important because our tax system is, of course, based on the principle of individual taxation, and there's many aspects of confidentiality and so on that are important in that as well. But the government will consult shortly on options to enable better targeting of economic support to households as well in times of crisis. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman behind me.
I'm very grateful, and I've really also very much welcomed that commitment to move towards a household basis for taxation. Does he recognise that most other countries, particularly European countries, do operate a household basis for taxation because it recognises the obligations that families have to dependents?
Yes, and I hear my right honourable friend, but I say there are some challenges with moving to a household system, as I've outlined, but there will be a consultation, and I'm sure he and others will participate in that, and we'll have further discussion in the House. I do need to move forward because I need to respond to comments, and my right honourable friend was extraordinarily generous in his interventions earlier on. I'm afraid I can't take any more. There are other points that I need to make in terms of responses to colleagues' questions. The honourable member for Christchurch, Cotswolds, Leeds West and others talked a lot about the tax burden. I do think it's important to point out that taken together, this package, the budget package and the autumn statement, will reduce the tax burden by 0.6% in 2028-29, and the tax burden is forecast to be lower than expected in the autumn. And of course, the tax system is competitive when compared to other European nations, for example, Germany, France, Italy and the UK, which have much higher tax to GDP ratios. The honourable gentleman for Glenrothes and others raised the point about green policies and green energy. Of course, the UK has halved emissions since 1990, faster than any other G7 country. And since September alone, companies have announced plans for £30 billion of new energy investment, and the budget delivers on the Autumn Statement 23 green industry support announcements, including an additional £120 million for the Green Industries Growth Accelerator and other measures. My honourable friend and neighbour on the other side, the member for Redditch, not only proudly quoted Margaret Thatcher, which of course always goes down well on this side of the House, but she also gave her considered insight into mental health and resilience. She also mentioned productivity, which has been mentioned by several other members today, and of course was a key theme in the Chancellor's speech yesterday. My honourable friend, the member for Thurrock and others, raised the important point about local government, the role of local government and local government finance. And of course, on the 24th of January, the government did announce an additional £600 million for local authorities in England. And taking into account this additional funding, the final local government finance settlement for 2024-25 is 7.5% increase in cash terms, therefore, on 23-24. Several honourable members also mentioned the importance of house building. Of course, house building is a priority for this government and a central part of our plans for growth. We are on track to deliver 1 million new homes in this Parliament and have delivered already over 233,000 homes on average each year since 2019. The honourable member for Bristol South said that there is nothing in the budget for people of Bristol South. I would respectfully suggest that the national insurance cuts that we announced in this budget will impact thousands of her constituents. She may not appreciate that, she may not value that, but I can assure her that her constituents will. Very briefly.
About the changes we don't yet really understand in the budget and their effect on women particularly. Will there be an equality impact assessment coming forward about these changes and how they affect women?
There's always, as the honourable lady knows, what we call TINS, impact assessments, as part of the budgetary process. The honourable member for Folkestone and Hythe, in his very, very strong contribution, not only reminded us of the context in which we took power back in 2010, which was far from the golden legacy that the opposition received back in 1997 when they took power, and therefore the challenges upon which we have been in power over the last few years. He was also very, very enthusiastic, as am I, about the opportunities and the progress, of course, of the creative industries, and that's exactly why we have have focused on them and provided more support measures in the budget, following on from several measures over the last few years. The creative industries are vital to our economy and future growth, growing on average about double the normal economy pace. The Honourable Member for Warwick and Leamington, I do have to call out his comments regarding the Mayor of the West Midlands, Andy Street, who has done so much to grow and attract investment in the West Midlands. And I'll gently remind him that the Labour Council is not without its problems in Birmingham. My right honourable friend, the member for Cotswolds, mentioned VAT Res, which I was absolutely expecting. I'm afraid I will happily follow up with the honourable gentleman, but not now. The honourable gentleman for the Cotswolds raised some really important points, as I say, many contributions in many areas. I will happily follow up with him regarding the VAT Res, but of course the government is considering the OBR's findings about VAT Res, of course in the context of the wider public finances. But the Chancellor has always expressed that he's always happy to receive further representations. The Honourable Lady for Halifax, the Honourable Member for Halifax, also mentioned several areas, but also mentioned SEND, and other colleagues mentioned that today as well. We know this is a really important part of the education system and, of course, our overall social provision. And the government is investing an initial £105 million over the next four years towards building new special free schools and 20 successful alternative provision free schools as well. I'm aware of the time, Mr Deputy Speaker, so I'll conclude my comments in a moment. But I would like to genuinely thank all members for their contributions today. There have been some extremely interesting contributions today. The Honourable Member opposite outlined her vision of a clear choice, which I think we might be hearing quite a lot over the coming months. And I do believe that there is a clear choice this year. Sustainable economic recovery, sound finances, lower taxes, more productive public services, support for businesses and households, optimism, confidence and opportunity for all with the Conservatives, or reckless spending, unfunded promises, higher taxes, pessimism and negativity from the Labour Party with no hope, no clue and no plan. Well, we have a plan, it's working, and I encourage everybody to stick to the Conservatives and don't risk a Labour government.
I beg to move that the House, the debate be now adjourned.
The question is that the debate be now adjourned. May I say aye? Aye. No, I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Debate to be resumed what day?
Monday, the 11th of March.
Monday, the 11th of March.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.